hovering over top of the racetrack. The feeling is completely different this morning. We were dealing with crazy weather. This morning, we're probably dealing with crazy nerves. There are so many racers out there that are thinking about what would it mean? What would it mean to them to be able to walk away from here with $500,000 as our new entry time runs roll out from underneath the arch? We're going to get things going with Stacy Hall and CJ Tapp. Again, best reaction time in the new entry time runs is going to get $250 thanks to our friends at Ultronics. And with that, Door Cars Odd. Your attention, please. Door Cars Odd for round number 1 of the Fall Fling 500K. You have been invited into the staging lanes. Door Cars Odd. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. If you are one of the odd numbered door cars, let's get you headed into the staging lanes. CJ Tapp out of Greer, South Carolina. CJ got lucky enough to get number 1, 2, 3. Not that it really matters, but it's just kind of one of those fun things. Stacy Hall, the American-built dragster over on the left side. We'll see who of our, I don't know, what we got, 10 pair, maybe, of new entry time runs that have found their way into the staging lanes. We'll see who gets to not only get a new entry time run here this morning, but potentially pick up a nice little gift certificate from Ultronics. Red light start for Stacy Hall by 10,000ths of a second. We'll run 4:58 at 146 miles an hour. CJ Tapp, 13 green, and then goes 6:04 at 110 miles an hour. So 0:13. That'll be our little mark. JJ's up here going, all right. I think it's definitely going to be better than the 13. Pick your poison. JJ's up here going, I don't know. So for the new entry time runs with this many cars, looking at who's out there, what do you think, 003? Best of the session? Possible. JJ is so non-committal this morning. He's like, I'm going to avoid anything. Well, that's not going to get us where we need to be. Jeremy Hancock, 43 on the tree and 570 at 121 miles an hour. 22 on the tree out of the right lane and 491 at 139 miles an hour. So once again, door car is odd. If your car number ends in an odd number and you've got a door car, you are the first group being called into the staging lanes for the 15th anniversary $500,000 day. We got Trevor Denton. We got Malia York coming in out of Indiana, and Denton still got the door open on the left side of the car. Looks like it is being a little cantankerous, and that's not what you want to see happen like first thing in the morning. So Malia off down and away with a 24 light, and then goes 530 at 126 miles an hour to get her day started. Trevor Denton ended up getting pushed back off at the starting line, and see what they can do about potentially figuring out what had happened. Possibly swing back in there for a new entry time run before the day gets underway. Hopefully. Brandon Jarrell and Chris Tapp. We had CJ roll out here as one of the very first cars. Chris going to run in, and Brandon Jarrell out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. We're just standing behind the tower taking a look around. I don't know if there's anywhere really in the state of Tennessee that doesn't have a Pleasant View. I just really don't know that there is. Chris is 11 red, goes 507 at 133 miles an hour. Brandon Jarrell, 26 on the tree, and then goes 674. And still that 013. Best of the session so far as we're looking to give away $250 worth of Ultronics gift certificates. Once again, door cars odd for round number 1 of the $500,000 race. We need to get you headed into the staging lanes, please. I don't even know. Do we have any takers yet? Ha! Jeff Burns and Braden Taylor, both 002. And side by side 002s. You know why they do that is because, Lello's like, hey, we're going to give away a $250 gift certificate, best reaction time of the session. Could have done a tiebreaker of like, hey, who did it first, except for the fact that they did it at the same time. Maybe not best of the best yet. Yeah. Lello's up here going, please. Somebody. Please. So Trip McCarty, Seth Lancaster. Seth is 009. Trip's 30. He goes 471, 147 miles an hour. Lancaster put up a 626. At 106 miles an hour. Well, that was beefy. That is the Holly Pond Elementary School principal on the right side, Danny Weaver. All I can say is this. I'm sorry. But if you're lucky enough to go to an elementary school where your principal is a drag racer, you go to the coolest school on earth. I mean, like, what does your principal do on the weekend? He drag races his Camaro. So with Thomas Davis and Danny Weaver, 6:56 for Weaver after the 019 reaction time. Davis, after the John Force style burnout, then goes 6:63 at 101 miles an hour. We've still got a few new entries that apparently didn't hear the call earlier. Be like, oh, I just turned on my radio. I just barely heard the call for new entries. Just woke up. Maybe they're saying, oh, man, I was up there getting muffins. I got coffee and donuts. I had to go back and get the car. So still sitting up there with Jeff Burns and Braden Taylor, both with a 002. Lela's going to have to dig a little deeper into the prize vault. Unless, I see like, I don't know, about 4 more new entries that rolled in here. Once again, door cars odd for round number 1. We should have you in the staging lanes, please. We continue to just kind of chip away at our new entries. We got a Vega, a Nova, a couple of dragsters. Before we call it good. And also, racers, by way of announcement, the fuel bin is going to be open until about noon today. That is kind of what I have been informed. So today the fuel bin will be open until noon. So if you are one of those that is planning on going a whole bunch of rounds and will need fuel to do so, you've got until about 12 o'clock today to get over to the fuel bin and get that taken care of. Get your fuel purchases handled. We've still got, speaking of like Fuel Factory provided us with a nice little handful of Fuel Factory cigars. And last night we started coming up with like things to celebrate. JJ's already said that, man, if I'm standing in the winner's circle tonight holding a $500K check, I'm lighting one of them things up, which is appropriate. I mean, you're over 18. We'll see.
Got a parts call.
Got a parts call.
For all of them, we need a dragster for David Brown. If somebody's got a spare dragster, David Brown is broke and needs a car.
All right, so as Big Jet had said, we need every part that would be combined and put together in the form of dragster, preferably already assembled. We don't want to have to put it together at this time. Yes, we do have a lot of time before, we run out of dragsters in round number 1. But David Brown is in dire need. Unfortunately, he's got a vehicle that is not going to be able to make the call here this morning. And we need a dragster. If you have got a spare dragster on property, David Brown is in dire need. Come up here to the tower. Let us know. David Brown needs a car. And if you've got a car that's put together and ready to run, come up here to the tower. We would love to help out our fellow racer and make sure that nobody misses out on round number 1 for mechanical issues. We want to at least give somebody a shot for something that they have put a lot of work into getting here. So again, if you've got a dragster that is going to be unused today and are willing to help out a fellow racer, let's get up here, let us know so that we can get David Brown back on the racetrack and give him the shot that he is so deserving of having. JJ said, I would love to help you out. Unfortunately, I don't have a dragster. JJ doesn't have a dragster. You don't? I don't know. I mean, you get a junior comp car. We've had junior comp cars run here before. I don't know if we've actually had them run here in Tennessee before, but I know that we had one in Vegas for sure. So it looks like we are down to our last 2 new entries, which means that if you have got a door car with an odd number on it and are planning on lighting up a whole bunch of scoreboards, It does start right now. The time is now. Butler's 016 red. Right side's 26 green. That goes 508. 135 miles an hour for Butler. The Nova, 553 at 123 miles an hour. That should do it for our new entry time runs here this morning. We've got a few lanes full of odd-numbered door cars. We need to get a few more lanes full of odd-numbered door cars. And then we are going to get underway. So again, last night we got started with our combined ATI and JEGS $100,000 race. We were able to get through round number 1 and the buyback round. It was a good way to get a bunch of cars down the racetrack after having not seen any activity on the racetrack for several days. This morning it's going to be totally different. Once again, door cars odd, door cars odd. This is going to serve as your final call. Door cars odd for round number 1. We do need to get you into the staging lanes, please. Door cars even, you are on standby. But we are going to get you headed this direction momentarily. Right now, we need all of our odd-numbered door cars into the staging lanes for round number 1.
a little bit.
All right, racers, once again, good morning. Welcome to Bristol Dragway. We are moments away from kicking off round number 1, and as Peter had kind of alluded to a little bit earlier in the week, we are going to have a very special national anthem. It's not time for it just yet, so you can, as they'd say at Disneyland, remain seated, please. But for right now, you can still just chill for a minute, but we wanted to take a minute and get to know a little bit about our national anthem singer. I'm joined up here by Brian Flynn, originally out of Indiana. The family are longtime drag racers, but outside of the world of drag racing, you have got quite a career going in the music industry. You toured with Toby Keith. You were telling me you toured around the world, had like a #1 music video on CMT. I mean, how do you combine the world of drag racing and music? What was that balance?
Hope you're home on the weekends, but unfortunately, most of the time you're not.
So hoping for the weekends, kind of, and that sounds like a great name for a country song. I'm hoping for the weekend.
Yeah, that's a good point. I need to write that down, Mark.
There we go. And I don't even need any, rights to that whole thing. You just take it, run with it, and I'll just be happy listening to it on the radio when I hear it.
Now, I'm in a band called Flynnville Train, which was on Toby Keith's record label for 3.5 years. My brother's also a drag racer. He's also a racer as well. And he's home building engines, and we're down here enjoying a vacation with our friends, the Yorks, Jeremy York and all the folks, and watching my old buddy Jeff Verdi down there, and Jerry Lone. So we kind of history with all these people, but we love to go drag races, and especially being here at the Fling this weekend and with all the rain, it's good to be here.
It is good, and I'm just telling you, that in the music industry, they might have a little bit better mics. Ours only pick up a little bit, so kind of a little bit louder. But man, so you're here with the Yorks. Your buddies with Jeff Verdi. Speaking of you've got #1 records. Jeff Verdi was the #1 guy to win $1 million in Vegas. So
yeah, he actually owns one of my old cars too, by the way.
Yeah, which one?
The gold GTO.
The gold GTO. I've seen that several times in Vegas. So that's what. So you had the old GTO. Your family's been in drag racing for a while, but tell me a little bit more about the music industry. You guys were just down in Nashville for a Toby Keith tribute.
Yeah, tribute. We've got a new single out now called "Preaching to the Choir," which is unbelievably at number 15 amongst all independent artists in the country right now. So we're pretty excited about all that.
That is cool. That is cool. So how diverse, I'm just curious, a lot of musicians, it's like, hey, well, I'm a percussionist, I'm a bass player, I'm a guitar player. What's your range? Are you mostly vocals, or what do you do?
I do all the vocals right now, but I'm also a drummer too, but I leave that to another guy nowadays.
Let the other guy worry about that?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. So you came up here with the Yorks. What got your family into drag racing?
That's a good question. My dad was, since he has since passed, he raced since the late 50s. All my uncles was racers. My dad raced here back in the late 70s, early 80s, running bracket finals and things like that. And plus, he was a class racer. My brother's a class racer as well. I don't know how it all come about, to be honest with you. We just did it. We weren't forced upon us, but we enjoy it.
You just did it. What's your favorite part about being at the racetrack?
Just being with everybody, seeing people you haven't seen maybe in a month or so, or even a year as far as that goes. All the racers are just good guys and gals to hang out with, and that's probably my favorite part of the whole thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's really cool that we are going to get the opportunity to have you, especially on a day like today. We've been at this now for 15 years in the Fling world. We pulled a $500,000 race about 5 years ago, and now at the 15th anniversary, we're doing it again. And to have somebody with your talent, with your credentials, being here to sing our national anthem, we are certainly appreciative of that. But I understand that it's not your first time singing a national anthem here at Bristol.
No, I actually did it over the hill back here for NASCAR. And it's funny, I was telling the guys, I said, where we were pitted all week, we did a concert for NASCAR for Great American Country, and the stage is setting basically where our motorhome's sitting right now. It's kind of strange.
That is pretty cool. Well, I'll tell you what, Brian, we are certainly looking forward to when we get to the national anthem to hear you do what you do. We're going to watch some of the best racers in the world.
Absolutely.
Racing it out for $500,000, and we're going to get what sounds to be one of the better voices in the world to sing our national anthem. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Look forward to hearing you here in a little while.
Yeah.
Racers, good morning. Welcome to Bristol Dragway on our 15th year of the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling. And this year, like we did 5 years ago, we will be racing for life-changing money. $500,000 is on the line. It was 15 years ago that Peter and Kyle first showed up at this racetrack with a dream, with a vision, and with a huge challenge ahead of them. Weather was playing into the game, and a lot of racers figured that they were going to sit it out. This year, it's kind of fitting that 15 years later, weather played a big part of it again, but the racers decided not to sit it out. They showed up in force. We had our challenges. We started strong last night, and we are going to finish strong over the next couple of days. Racers, please, I'm going to turn the mic over to Peter Biondo, as he would like to say a few things to you and show a little appreciation for you being here.
Yeah, guys, you know, when we dreamt up this 500K 15th anniversary event, I had no idea it would be this challenging. But you guys, I can't believe I'm saying this. We are on 500K day after everything we went through, after everything you went through and sat in your motorhomes for 2.5 days in the rain. If I don't get a chance to personally thank you guys, I'm doing it right now. You guys are the reason we made it 15 years. Good luck to everybody today. Make sure you have fun. I know you guys are all competitive as heck, but let's have some fun out there. Let's go after it, and looking forward to watching how this plays out. Before we turn it over to the prayer and national anthem, I would like to talk about just two people. Marty Williams from Trailer Ranch isn't doing well. He could use your prayers. He is the nicest guy. He is put it this way, guys, he didn't even want a refund, and the guy is very sick with cancer, and he said, you know what, just put it towards the racer party. So Marty Williams, everyone, let's give him some prayers. He could definitely use it, and let's have a moment of silence for one of the greatest, or arguably maybe he is the greatest racer of all time in the bracket racing scene, in the supercomp scene. You know, Scotty Richardson and I were fierce competitors, and we didn't always get along. But as we got older, we realized that we just came from different areas of the country, and we looked at things differently. And after a while, as we matured, we became closer and accepted our differences. And he left us far too soon. Let's please have a moment of silence for the late and great Scotty Richardson.
Racers, thank you. And thank you very much, Peter Biondo. It's obvious how much this means to him. It's obvious how much this means to our racers. And so in order to get things off on the right foot, we have been blessed with a beautiful day. If you have not done so, racers, please rise and remove your caps as we start things off with our invocation. And here to provide that invocation from Racers for Christ is Dave Fernandez.
Good morning, everybody. Father God, we just thank you for this beautiful day that you've prepared for us. Father, we just pray that your will is for a good and safe day, Father. And Father, we just ask your mercies over all those that are suffering, going through things, and have been displaced recently with the hurricane. Father, we ask your blessing over this track, over the Biondo family, all the track workers. We just ask that you would bless them abundantly. We ask the racers would have a safe and a long day here, Father, that it would be good for all of them. Father, we give you thanks for the opportunity to always be able to turn to you to put things on your shoulders. And Father, we ask that right now that you would just watch over our land, Father, that you would find favor in this mighty country that is broken right now, Father, that you would just lift us up and return this country to what you initially founded it to be, Father. And we just ask all this in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. Now we're going to go ahead and do the flag salute today. If everybody's ready, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate that. Racers, please rise and remove your caps. Let us remember that the reason we are here today is because we are blessed to live in this great nation. Those that have gone before us, who have fought and died for our freedom, have given us the right to be here. As we listen to the beautiful words of our national anthem, let us remember each and every member of our military service, those that are currently serving, those that have gone before, and especially those who have died to protect this country. As we get ready to go, please welcome Brian Flynn, country music artist and drag racer, who is here to provide today's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Brian, that was beautiful, man. Thank you so much. I got chills. Listening to that rendition of our national anthem. What a beautiful and appropriate way to start off a day as we get ready to go racing for $500,000. Our cars have fired up under the arch. And in the words of one of the greatest guys, in the words of one of the co-founders of the Flings, racers, let's roll. First pair of cars for a Rad Torque Systems $500,000 Saturday. Finding their way into the water box. I mean, you got to think about it. $500,000 is on the line. And Steve Sisko and Andrew Christofferson get to be the first two cars to stage it up and try to start their day off the right way. Get that first win light, get that momentum starting to fall your way. Andrew Christofferson, the little 66 Chevy 2, lining up on the right side, dialed in at 649. Steve Sisko in the 83-bodied Cavalier, rolling up with a 613 dial on the left as the tree prepares to drop for the first time on a beautiful Saturday morning on the mountain. Away we go. Advantage goes to Sisko as they leave the starting line, and the scoreboard will light up for Steve Sisko to start his day. 12 on the tree and 23 thousandths of a second above the dial. 6:15 on a 6:13 for Steve Sisko. Andrew Christofferson going to have to find his way through the reentry round if he wants a second shot at $500,000 worth of Moser engineering money. Here on the mountain is Garrett Browning and Brandon Jarrell. Going to be our next two. The pickup trucks are going to be side by side. I've noticed a growing contingency of S10 pickup trucks that have started to find their way into the door car world as a 647 shows up on the right side, that super grip side for Garrett Browning, and a 674. Oh, that right there is a painful way to start the morning. 001 red for Brandon Jarrell. Jarrell missed the tree by 1,000th of a second. Garrett Browning, 14 green, and goes 648 on a 647 to advance into round number 2. Brandon Jarrell, by 1,000th of a second, is going to have to find his way to the diva desk. And pay for a second shot at that 500 grand. Daniel Peary, Billy Lieber. Next two to roll up, the Tonawanda, New York-based Chevy 2, dialed in with a 615. Daniel Peary with a 634. And off and away we go. Everybody's just trying to get warmed up this morning, trying to get a little awakeness. We'll call it that. Awakeness. 636 on a 634. Peary, 2 above the dial. 027 on the tree. Was better than Billy Lieber with that 056. Lieber's 56 light. Then runs 616 on a 615. But it is Daniel Peary who gets to move on free of charge as Brian Kennedy and Matt Daddis. Right. Right. JJ's out here going, man, this is the earliest we've started this week. This is new territory. I'm going in blind, man. Don't know what to do. There's sunshine in the morning. It was like John Denver would be like, sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. What? Yeah. We had sunshine yesterday afternoon, but we decided not to race until it got dark. Maybe that wasn't why we decided to do that. There we go. Now we're awake. Brian and Matt Data separated by 1,000th of a second, and it's going to be Brian Kennedy lighting up the scoreboard. 006 and 568 on a 568. He is dead on 9. To be 15,000 total, Matt Daddis was 005. Ends up running 624 on a 626. Gets to the stripe first by 22 thousandths of a second. Breaks out by 12 thou. Win light's going to belong to Brian Kennedy as Stace Schroeder. And Carson Neely. Neely in the white on red Camaro. Right side of the racetrack, coming in out of Berlin Heights, Ohio with a 640 dial. On that super grip side of the racetrack, the Ballot Health Lane. Left side of the track here in Bristol, dialed in at 527. Head start goes to Carson. Tree begins to drop. Carson is away, and here comes Stace. They are separated by 2,000ths of a second. Win light's going to turn on for Schroeder. Margin of victory, 14 10,000ths of a second. Stace was 29 on the tree and dead on 5. To be 34 thou total. Carson Neely was 31 on the tree and dead on 4 to be 35 thou total. Margin of victory, 1,000th of a second. Win light to Schroeder as we move on to Sean Lingerfelt and Mark Siegel. Siegel out of the right lane this time. 624 dial in for the Camaro out of Frenchtown, New Jersey. If we have Frenchtown, do we have like Italianville? Greek Hood? I don't know. Lingerfelt coming in at a Piedmont. South Carolina, 568 dial on the left side. No good for Sean. 23 on the tree and 2 above. Comes up 24 thousandths of a second short of Winlight. Mark Siegel, 005 and 21 thou above to be 27 total. And moving on to round number 2 is Sean Carpenter and Doug Moles. Moles out of Morriston. The cool little Chevy 2 going up against the Camaro with Sean Carpenter. Carpenter, 588 the dial on the right side. Doug Moles, 569 the dial on the left side. Advantage at this end of the racetrack belongs to the Camaro, and the win light falls that direction as well. 19 dead 4 for Sean Carpenter. Ends up 23 total. Doug Moles had an 0:31 reaction time and unfortunately had no way of trying to light up that left lane scoreboard. It was all Sean. From start to finish, the Camaro moving into round number 2 is Randy Biddle and Michael Miller. Miller coming all the way in out of Moriarty, New Mexico. Speaking of guys that are like educators for a living. Well, we had the principal from the elementary school. Which elementary school was it?
Holly Pond,
Holly Pond.
Alabama.
What other ponds are in Alabama? Probably lots of them.
There's probably a lot of them, but there's no cities or towns named after them.
No, that's the only city or town named after a pond? I don't know. I think they need to change the name of some place. It needs to be Frog Gig. I've never gone gig in frogs. Well, actually, I have gone gig in frogs. Anyway, Michael Miller dialed in at 587. Speaking of guys that kind of made their way up through the education world. Going up against Randy Biddle in the Malibu. Red light start for Biddle. Another one. Second red light we've seen that was off by just 1,000th. Oh, Randy. 001 red, dead 9. Going to have to find his way into the buyback window. Michael Miller is 28 green and 21 thou above. Biddle was dead on the number, but let go 1,000th of a second too soon. Michael Miller moves into round number 2 of the $500,000 Moser Engineering Saturday as T.G. Pascal and Danny Odom are going to be our next 2 to go after it. TG on the right side, Danny on the left side. 11 thousandths of a second was the difference in reaction time, and Danny Odom's going to light up his scoreboard, 17 and 23 thou above. Getting there second for the win. TG had the 028 light. Take 20 thou at the stripe to break it out by 8 thousandths of a second as Barry Teachy and Paul Moore. So Barry Teachy, 612 is the dial over on the left side. Paul Moore, 584, and somebody is perfect. Perfect will convert to a win light. Paul Moore trip zip 587 on the 584 for Moore. Barry Teachy was 21 green and ends up 2 above, 614 on a 612 out of that left side of the racetrack. But Paul going to get himself a 000 hero coin plus the $50 bonus that goes with it for turning on the scoreboard or turning on the reaction clock, turning off the reaction clock. How would you say that? It just turned off, like clicked off the reaction clock? Anyway, he had 3 zeros. And that gets him his Seipel 000 hero coin and a win light and a trip into round number 2. So 587 on the 584 after being perfect on the tree. As William Daniels and Michael Carpenter. Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida. A little Vega wagon on the right side of the racetrack with a 622 dial. 7 flat the dial for William Daniels in the 77 Ventura. Oh, 6/100ths of a second left out on the table by William Daniels as he had an 0.69 reaction time. And Michael Carpenter with a double 09 light goes 6:24 on a 6:22. And Daniels is going to be doing that kick myself dance. Dead on 8, 7:008 on a 7:00 and missed it at this end of the racetrack with an 0.69 light. Carpenter moves on, advances as Dustin Chestnut, Lucas Bell. Bell in the Malibu out of North Carolina, dialed in at 6:33. Dustin Chestnut in the door truck, dialed in at 5:67. Head start will belong to Lucas Bell in the Malibu. $15,000 the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Chestnut. 5:67 on a 5:67. 14 and 5/1000ths of a second above the dial. Ends up 19 at total. Lucas Bell with the 0.29 reaction time. Basically had 10,000ths of a second out there going neener, neener, neener. Just not quite going to work. Dustin Chestnut moving into round number 2. And I'm certainly going to agree. And as we get Howard Westbury and Carson Brown. Brown in the step side. Pickup truck with a 623. Westbury in the copper colored shoebox Chevrolet, dialed in at 5:67. 44,000ths of a second differentiate them in reaction time. The win light's going to belong to Brown. 10 on the tree. Gave him a 44,000ths of a second advantage coming out of the hole. Goes 6:25 on a 6:23 and lights up the scoreboard by 13,000ths of a second. Westbury ended up with an 0.54 reaction time and then puts a 5:66. Tried to make up for it a little bit. Ran a little bit too quick, ends up 5 thou under. And checks out here in round number 1 is Tim Wirtz and Jim Laney. Laney out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Tim Wirtz coming all the way in out of Nampa, Idaho. 5:16, the dial for the topless Corvette on the right side. 6:15, the dial for the 67 Mustang over on the left side. Red light start out of Jim Laney by 6,000ths of a second. Both drivers are going to run too quick down at the big end of the racetrack. Wirtz with a 5:15 on a 5:16 after the 0.27 green light moves into round number 2. Jim Laney moves into line at the buyback window as he runs 6:13 on a 6:15, but it was the 006 red light that ended up ending the morning for him as Ed Nemick and Paul Warwick. Warwick 582 the dial for the Blue Nova. Lining up on that super grip side of the racetrack, and Ed Nemick 539. Dialing for the Corvette out of Hampshire, Illinois. 542 on the 539. We'll turn on the scoreboard for Ed Nemick. Nemick was 002 on the tree, giving himself 13,000ths of a second advantage as they left the starting line. Paul Warwick ended up getting to the finish line first by 24,000ths of a second, breaking it out by 6,000ths of a second. Oh, I like that. Good morning to the chat bleachers. For those of you watching along on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson live feed, we're in Strange Engineering round number 1 on a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday as Caden Harrell turns it red by 10,000ths of a second. Hands the win light over to Sam Stevens out of Sugar Grove, North Carolina in the Battle of the Door Trucks. So many of those S10s have become so popular in the world of bracket racing. 610 on a 612 for Sam Stevens as he gets the win light, moves into round number 2. But we've got our next couple, Billy Varner Jr. and Mike Barber. Barber Mustang right side 626. 500ths of a second quicker dial belongs to Billy Varner in the 1968 Barracuda. Oh. Billy Varner puts up the second perfect reaction time of the session. And Mike Barber missed it by 1,000ths. He puts up the third 001 red of the session so far. 001 red, dead 4 for Mike Barber. That'll have you talking to yourself all the way back down the return road, all the way back to the pit, all the way up into the motorhome, all the way up to the buyback window. 001 red, dead 4, no good. Ouch. Ouch. 618 the dial for Matt Cook and the Vega wagon coming out of the left side. 534 the dial for Tommy Zimmerman. Out of the right lane, and the win light belongs to Tommy. 12 green. That was 20,000ths of a second better than Matt Cook, who was 032. Zimmerman 12 green and 1 above. 535 on a 534. Scoreboard lights up right side for Zimmerman. Matt Cook had the 032 reaction time, runs dead on the dial, but comes up 10 thou short down at the stripe. You know, I don't know that we've got the swear jar in use here today as we, again, say hello to all of our friends out there in the chat bleachers. What's happening, Funny Car? Mr. Chris checking in from not too far down the road in Gleason, well, at least, you know, compared to where I normally live, he's not too far down the road. Randy Lynn Ship, 52 green, 546 on a 548, wins it on a double breakout. Randy Lynn had dialed 548, runs 546, gets the win light. Glenn Williamson was 31 on the tree and goes 675 on a 678. Double breakout math falls to the advantage of Randy Ship. She moves on to round number 2. As we'll bring up Thomas Davis and Nick Folk. Folk and Little Cobalt. 566 dial in on the right side. Thomas Davis, one of our new entries this morning. As he gets it in staged and set. 663 to a 566. Ooh. 41 thou the difference in reaction time, and how about that? Peter Biondo's favorite thing to see on a scoreboard. 6666. Thomas Davis, 005 on the tree, and ends up with quad sixes on the top side of the scoreboard. Nick Folk was 41 thou behind at the hit with that 046 reaction time. Bails out of the throttle, ends up with a 633 on a 566 dial, but Davis gets her done in round number 1. As we continue to roll on through with Todd McKinney and Big Jed in Big Red. Jed rolls up, dialed in at 599. Todd McKinney. The little yellow door car, 5,000ths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Jared Pennington, win light to Big Jed. He's 10 on the tree, 1 above. 6,000 is the number that he puts up on the scoreboard. Todd McKinney was 15 on the tree and 21 thou above the dial. So McKinney comes up 16,000ths of a second short of turning on a win light as Big Jed rolls into round number 2 as Bristol Maddox and Samantha Pollard. But a lot of racers that last night were able to put a couple of good laps on the scoreboard. A bunch of racers put 1 good lap on the scoreboard. Said, look, I won in round number 1. Done. Other racers that were not quite as successful in round number 1 were able to race their way through the re-entry round, and that's kind of where we left it last night on the combined $100,000. As soon as we get done with a 500K, we'll get back to that one. But Samantha Pollard punches her ticket to round number 2. 12 on the tree and 650 on a 649. Pollard good by 27,000ths of a second. Bristol Maddox had an 041 reaction time and then runs 618 on a 617. So Pollard sneaks through to get the win line is Wes Weaver and Chris McGuire. Weaver in the Camaro out of the left lane, dialed in with 555, showing up on the bottom side of that Ballard Hill scoreboard. And for the Super Grip side of the racetrack, a 571 number going to be showing up for McGuire. Identical reaction times. Both of them were 10 on the tree, and McGuire is going to be 10 total. Oof. 10 and then dead on 0. 571 on a 571 for Chris McGuire. Put a 0 in the little number column, and he moves on. Wes Weaver was also 10 on the tree and ends up one above exactly. 556-0 on a 555. Identical at this end. 10th difference at that end. Chris McGuire is moving on as Dylan Kaiser and Scott Sanders. Will be next. The fourth 001 red of round number 1 pops up this time for Dylan Kaiser. Kaiser 001 red and goes 656 on a 658. Scott Sanders is 006 dead 3 to be 9 total. 9th out total, the number for Scott Sanders. 001 red, the number that is going to send Dylan to the buyback round. As Lou Greco and Pearson Deming. Another of those Nampa, Idaho-based cars rolling up on the left side. Pearson, who made that long trip after picking up some nice money at one of Chris Forsyth's races down in Bakersfield back in May. Lou Greco's dialed 582. Pearson Deming's dialed 668. Pearson's in a little bit of trouble here, and Pearson will have to go to the buyback window. Deming 666 on a 668. Gets there first by 24 thousandths of a second. Lou Greco goes 584 on a 582 after the 012 reaction time. Greco had 15 thou in his pocket, gets the win light, moves to round number 2 as Bill Lewis and Pete Diagnolo. PDD dialed in at 594, left side of the racetrack. And the racing pedigree that follows Pete Diagnolo on that left lane. Well, that 594 going to be on full display here is Bill Lewis. Lewis dialed in at 555. Hey, racers, listen up. Your attention, please. We're running a little low on left lane door cars. Pete Diagnolo, 11 dead, 1 is 12 total, getting the win light by 0.05 of a second. Bill Lewis 32 on the tree, but 11 dead, 1, 12 on that side. Locks Bill Lewis out by 20 thousandths of a second. Lewis has got nowhere to go except to come up and visit the Divas at the desk to get back in for $500,000. Once again, racers, we are low on left lane door cars. So if you are a door car that has not yet come up to run and are looking to be a left laner, go ahead and come on up. If you are a left lane running door car, we are a little low on left laners. Let's get you headed up this direction, please. Yeah, even if you're like an odd number. Just saying. Even if you're an odd number, let's get you up here, get you into position if you want to run in the left lane door car. Door car, left lane, come on up. 42 thou separate Darren Lotz and Lenny Wisniewski. 558 on a 558. 43 on the tree and saves the run by going dead on 6. And when I say saves the run, Darren Lotz was 001. Led him all the way down to the stripe. Lotz dumps and gives it back by 11 thousandths of a second. Lenny dead 6. Moving on to round number 2 is Dylan Witherow and Jeremy Bargo. Again, if you are looking to be left lane in a door car, haven't made your way up to the staging lanes yet, ought or even go ahead and come on up. So door cars, left laners. Let's get you headed up this direction. Bargo dialed in at 622. Witherow dialed in at 596. As we continue with the Door Truck Nationals. 7th thou, the difference in reaction time. Wind light turns on for Witherow. 16 and 596 on a 596. 2th thou, the true margin of victory. Down at the finish line, Witherow with that 016 reaction time ends up getting out of the gates 7 thousandths of a second before Bargo. Bargo ends up dead 4. 23 dead 4. Gets taken out by 16 dead 9. Come down to that 2 thousandths of a second as Jeremy Hancock and BJ Vangsness, I think. So a 609 out of the right lane, 571 out of the left lane. And again, man, it's like those little S10s. They're just peppering themselves in everywhere. Everywhere. 611 on a 609. BJ gets the win light. Jeremy was 22 green. BJ was 16 green. 6th thou was the split in reaction time. Margin at the stripe was 18 ten-thousandths of a second. BJ 611 on a 609. He's 2 above. Moving on to round number 2. Jeremy Hancock was 22 on the tree and then 17th thou above. To end up finding his way to the buyback window is Timmy Miller and Robert Strom. Robert coming in out of Seattle to race here today, and Robert's got a big chunk of change in his pocket. 508 on a 506 for Strom. Strom was 19 thousandths of a second behind the green light. Timmy Miller, unfortunately, was not. Miller ends up 4 above the dial. But had given up 68 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time with an 087 light. Miller will pay for that one in the form of making a trip to the buyback window as Race Tarleton and Blaine Parrish. Parrish rolling up on the right side. 621 going to be the dial for the little blue Mustang and for Race Tarleton. He's got that 506 showing up the scoreboard left side. .22 thousandths of a second the difference in reaction time. Blaine Parrish getting the win light. 10 on the tree. Ends up 26 total as he goes 622 on a 621. And with a 26 total, Race Tarleton at the 032 reaction time was pretty much just in the way. Burning gas making his way down the racetrack is Jerry Lone and Kenny Underwood. Kenny on the right side. Out of Indiana, dialed in at 599. Jerry Lone. Out of Rockville, Virginia, dialed in at 594. 11 thousandths of a second. Difference in reaction time between the two. Win light's going to belong to Underwood, 33 and dead on 4. Kenny. Ends up 37 thou total. Jerry Lone was 44 green, had nowhere to go as he ends up with a 92 on that 594 dial. There's now Kevin Crawford and Brooke Warren. Brooke right side dialed 525. Kevin Crawford left side dialed 612. 4 thousandths of a second the difference in reaction time, and it's going to be a win light for Brooke Warren. 17 green and 526 on a 525 for Brooke. Scoreboard right side lights up, pushing Brooke into round number 2. Kevin Crawford was 13 green and 3 above. Not going to light up the scoreboard here in round number 1 is Steve Helton and Jessica Biddle. Helton in the S10, dialed in at 619. Jessica Biddle out of Christiansburg, Virginia, dialed in with a 641 in that two-tone. Black top, wheel standing Nova wagon. Unfortunately, Jessica goes red by 0.09 of a second. Runs 640 on a 641. 6 thou under and 9 thou early for Jessica Biddle. Steve Helton was 14 green and 622 on a 619. To pick up the win light, moving to round number 2 is Bug McCarty. And that beautiful, I mean, like gorgeous 67 Camaro. Going up against Dean Williams. Dean out of Kingsport, the Tennessee-based Vega. 586 dial in over to right side. Buck McCarty with a 498. Rolling up in the left lane. Win light belongs to the wagon. Dean Williams 13 on the tree. Take 5 thou at the stripe to be 1 above. 587 on that 586. Bug McCarty 005 on the tree and 500 on a 498. Bug's going to have to try and buy back. To race in the re-entry round is John Budakowski and Billy Ray Varner. Billy Ray in the wagon, left side of the track. 634 going to be the dial-in, getting a sizable head start of about 1.4 seconds. Almost a tree's worth of head start is John Budakowski dialed into that 497. Not quite, but close. Finish line says Billy Ray's moving on. 635 on a 634 for Billy. 005 the reaction time for Billy Ray. Budakowski was 11 thousandths of a second behind that with an 016 line, and goes 496 and a 497. John at the finish line first by 11 thousandths of a second, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Gage Birch and Tommy Plott. Tommy on the right side dialed in at 537 in that flat black Mustang. Gage Birch with that 615 dial out of Florida. I was going to say, I just hope that everybody down in Florida is able to dry out real soon, because that was just a whole lot of water that rolled up through there. Gage Birch with a 12 thou reaction time, 618 on a 615. Tommy Plott was 16 green. Takes a chunk too much down at the finish line to break it out. 635 or 535 on the 537 is Garrett Griffith and Danny Bastianelli, the Delaware Destroyer. Going up against Garrett Griffith. Garrett has found his way into the winner's circle here before, back in like with the fall fling 3 years ago, picked up 25K. Today there's a little bit more than $25,000 on the line. I mean, today in like a 500K race, $25,000, they're like, ah, that's round money. That's change, right? That's round money. Bastianelli's kind of moving all over the place. That car is fighting him all the way down the racetrack. He was red by 14 thousandths of a second. Garrett Griffith, 25 green and 643 on a 644 as we bring up Doug Linden and Clifford Davidson. You know, Jed's got Big Red. He said Big Jed and Big Red. If this guy's name is Clifford and he's got a red Camaro, you guys figure out whatever you want it to mean, but I mean, come on. Clifford. He got a red card. Doug Linden out of Bergen. Is that Bergen or Bergen?
Yes.
Both? Well, he's 009 and then gets to the stripe first by almost 0.06 of a second. Breaks out by 0.04 of a second. 585 on a 589. Clifford Davidson, 537 on a 536. Zach Fulcher and Marty Wright. So Big Jed, after lighting up the scoreboard, has found his way up here. And I was overhearing you guys last night say that Marty is quite the golfer. Is that like kind of what he does when he's not racing?
Well, for fun, yeah, but not. He plays a lot. Whatever he does for a living allows him to play a lot.
Well, I thought whatever you did for a living. I mean, you're a sales guy, right? You're selling stuff. You take clients out on the golf course, take them out to lunch. You spend your days. No. Don't be shy. 27th out of the reaction time for Marty Wright. Goes 529 on a 528. Will not light up a scoreboard on that right side of the racetrack. Zach Fulcher 006 and then goes 593 on a 592 to win it and move on as Tanner Miller and Vinny Guido. I'm just saying, sales and operations, you claim that you have stuff to do. But you're like, nah, I got to go to lunch. I got a client that wants to meet me for lunch. I'm going to buy him something really nice, like Subway.
Yeah, well, you're IT.
Take you out for a buy one, get one free. Huh?
You're IT. You talk over everybody's head. They don't understand what you're saying.
We have to do that. Otherwise, they'd see right through us. They'd see right through us if we didn't do that. Tanner Miller, 20 green, moving on as the win light illuminates left side of the racetrack. Vinny Guido's red by 0.010 of a second. Again, red and dead on. I don't know. Red is red. But then to go down and be dead on is not the greatest thing in the world. I know you got to get the data and run it out, because if you're going to buy back, you need to do that. Somebody asked how many S10s were racing here today. The answer is all of them. Dylan Biondo and Tim Sansone. Tim out of Maryland dialed in at 617. Dylan, who was the first car down the racetrack last night and went trip zip perfect on the tree. Not quite the first car down the racetrack today, but goes 10 total. How about 004? Take fourth out at the stripe to be dead on 6. Tim was 20 on reaction time and went, okay. It was a nice little warm-up lap, and I'll go donate for a second shot at it. Apparently the answer is do not line up against anybody with a last name Biondo, because I don't think it matters. Whether it was Dad, whether it's Sal, whether it's Peter, or now whether it's Dylan. Just don't do it. Cliff Davis's nickname is Spoon. Ricky Pennington. Hey, look at that. 002, one above. And somebody with the last name of Pennington had a reaction time that started with 00. That's pretty good. Nope. David Ollinger had a Jed light, 40 on the tree, and then goes 671 on a 672. I say it because I can't do it. Once on the practice tree, I got it. Dickie Kiersey and Ken Sweo. Sweo coming all the way in out of Oregon City, Oregon. They got real original name in that town. So where are we at? Oregon. Great. This is the city. 19 on the tree, and then goes 592 on a 591 to light up the scoreboard left side. Dickie Kiersey, 43 on the tree, and 603 on a 602. There's Jay Hill and Jeff Verdi. Verdi, who's hanging out here with country music stars, like big names, like Brian Flynn, who sang our national anthem today. That was pretty amazing. to have a guy that has toured the world with Toby Keith, sang the national anthem over at the other track here at Bristol, and then came over and sang our national anthem today to get us off to a good start racing for 500K. Jay Hill in the Honda. Something different about that car. Uh-oh, Jeff. Uh-oh. That's not going to work out. 619 on a 616 after the 040 light. Jay Hill 009 and 674 or 574 on a 574. 15 total for the Honda, which don't know what happened. William Rosenbaum rolling up here with a 584. Mia Tedesco, Team Fuel Factory, rolling up with a 589. As we're in staged and set. Morning, Umbrella Man. Glad to see you and 966 others have checked in online. I've also noticed that 890 of you have not yet liked the feed. We've tried begging. As Jared said the other day, we are going to go start pulling cables. We will take away one angle of the live feed every hour. Robert Gregory and John Siegel. Siegel in the station wagon. 573 the dial on the right side. Oh, see, now that's cool. I do like the progressive brake lights. And a station wagon that does wheel stands. 5 thou separate them. Robert is 005 dead on 9. Excuse me, 004 dead on 9. And turns on the scoreboard after being 13 total. John Siegel is 009. Take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 11 thou down at the finish line. Gregory moves on as Ronell Bowden and Dwayne Patton Sr. I have no idea if that's Ronell, whether it's Bowden or Bowden. But we'll have to wait until second round before I can attempt to destroy your name again. 28 on the tree and then 575 on a 577 for Bowden. Dwayne Patton was 10 on the tree and goes 610 on a 613. And that'll be that. Shannon Waycaster and Jason Rich. Waycaster in the S10. Another one of them. Again, it's here. Jason Rich's car is definitely not an S10 pickup truck. That is the 39 Chevrolet. That has got to be one of the coolest cars on property. No matter where that thing rolls into, it's got to be one of the most unique cars on property. And it's fast. 498 is the dial and 498 is the run. Oh, Jason Rich, 498 on a 498. Just let go at 10th late. Shannon Waycaster is 18 green, dead 7. Gets a win light as Bill Conley and Bubba Browning. See, that's the thing. And I love it. But it's a thing. Right? You get down here into this part of the world, we get some pretty awesome names. So Bubba Again, those are names we don't get back home. I don't get many Bubbas. I don't get many Bugs. I don't even get many Jeds. We just don't get that. Bill Connolly's 008 goes 576 on a 572. Bubba was 33 green and bows out here in round number 1 as Eric Thomas and CJ Tapp. Trying to think, what are some of the other more regional names that we've seen out? I mean, we got Bug, Bubba. I know there's more that are going to pop up, but I'm just saying. We are about there. I'll finish things up. Eric Thomas, 585. CJ Tapp, 585. And how about 585-0? Eric Thomas, 21 total. 21 on the tree, dead 0. CJ Tapp is 18 green, goes 582 on a 585. And, well, that is going to get us over to like the swap spot. It's not the sweet spot, but it's the swap spot. Big Jed's going to roll in here. He's fresh off of a win light in round number 1. JJ's rolling around in there somewhere, and oh, this is a perfect swap spot then.
Thank you, Nate. Yeah, JJ's about 3 pair back, so get to announce my boy, see if he can turn on a win light. I got Kurt Harrington and Stephen Dunn. Harrington in the left, Dunn in the right. 13 thou separate them. Harrington out in front, but breaks it out. Dunn is 14 dead 2. Pretty nasty lap there, 16 total. Harrington's 001 up front, gets there 34, breaks it out 19 thou. Had to take 15 or less. So tough lap there for my dog, Kurt Harrington. Next up would be Todd Whited. Todd dialed 541 in the left lane. Matt Costable in the right. Out of Canada, dialed 536. A couple of hard charging door cars here in round 1 of the Moser 500K. Constable's given up 500 head start to Todd Whited. Look at that dude in the burnout box in the right lane. Love that kid. What's up, Jonathan Rogers? All right, chat bleachers, we're not going to go through this garbage again today where I'm begging you to like it. Like the feed. Hit the thumbs up. 8 thou separates them. Advantage Costable. Win light Costable. 16 dead 1. Nice 17 pack for Matt Costable. White's 24 up front. No chance. Got there thou. Broke it out 8 thou. Anytime you break out more than you take, that is a non-winning situation. Matt Costable, 17 total to round number 2. Jesse Edens in the left lane. JJ got a tough one. Jesse, one of the local tough racers here at Bristol Dragway. 621 is his dial. JJ Pennington right side, dialed 652 in the Sten. 9 thou separate them. JJ out in front, and JJ turns on the bulb. 13 dead 5, that's my boy right there. You can't imagine how cool it is to announce your son's 18 pack in round 1 of the Moser 500K to send him to round number 2. Edens 22, 12 thou under, got there 8 thou, but JJ packaged him up. 18 total for Jage and 22 tree for Jesse Edens. David Lowe. All right, Nate has laid down the gauntlet. David Lowe and Seth Lancaster. Lowe in control, and Lowe gets it done. 006, 1 above, 16 pack for David Lowe, taking 5 thou to stripe. That was nasty end to end. Seth Lancaster let go 28, got him in the hole, and he couldn't make it up. 7 thou under and still didn't get there. All right, so Nate has laid down the gauntlet. He has said, if you do not hit the like button, he's going to get some nippers, aka wire cutters, and he's going to start clipping wires out there and shut the feed down. Just shut it down. We need your likes. So get those likes coming. Tim Combs in the left, Danny Weaver in the right. Combs moving on to round number 2, 20 up front. He'll advance to round 2, 10 thou above. Danny Dream Weaver lights at 5 thou pink and dead 7. That one's going to leave a little bit of a mark. But look, he's a winner. He'll get back in this thing. He'd be hard to handle. What's up, Umbrella Man? Great to have you tuning in. We miss you, bro. Here's my dog, John Smith in the left lane. 552 is the dial. He's the mayor of Bowersville, Georgia. How many mayors do we have racing here today? Shannon Walker in the right, dial 537. Six thou separates them. Advantage Smith, win light Smith, double breakout. John Smith advances to round number 2. 10 up front and 11 thou under. Walker 16, gets there nothing, takes 0009 at the stripe to be 17 thou under. He was 6 thou behind at the starting line, so he had to be 6 thou or more behind at the stripe, and he got there 0009. John Smith, Macaroni and Cheese Man, moving to round 2. Sean Harp next up in the left. 533 is the dial. Chad Duke in the right. Chad dial 591. Fairly even up front. Only 7 thou separating them. Duke had the advantage, but the win light goes to Harp. 18 and 5 thou under for Sean Harp. He moves into round number 2. Chad Duke is 11, take 22. To be 20 thou under. He had 7 thou advantage up front, had to take 7 or less or get behind. He got there 22. Logan Westmoreland. This kid has spanked me every time we've raced. Dial 555. The Rabbit, Kevin Brannon. Dial 515 in the right. A couple of South Kakalaki boys getting after one another. I think they've met. Mason Motorsports is asking Big Jed what Bama's going to do tonight. They're going to have their hands slam full, Mason Motorsports. Slam full. I expect it to be a very competitive game, but I do know how good Georgia is, so not real sure how that one's going to turn out. But nonetheless, roll tide. Only 1 thou separate them, and both of them are really good up front, and Brannon makes it happen. 10. Dead 9, 19 total for Kevin Brennan. Logan Westmoreland was 11, take 10 to be 2 thou under, had to take 8 or less. They done come out here ready to go. They swinging in round number 1. Jamal Woodridge next up in the left lane. 686 is the dial. Brian Martell spanked me like I owed him money last night. Dial 599. Danny Hoff, I would contact Emily or somebody in control of this thing. I am not sure who can get that to you, but I am sure who can't, and that's me. Woolridge getting 87 Hun head start. Win light to Woolridge, 006 and 11 thou over, 17 total. Martell, 3 thou red and 25 thou under. Brian Martell will visit the buyback window. Jamal Woodridge advances to round number 2. All door cars have been called for round number 1. All door cars have been called for round number 1. Well, Dion Brooks, I don't know if that was just a play to get me to talk to you. Those are some extremely kind words, but it worked. I appreciate you, sir. Hope you're enjoying the show. Matt Weston in the left, Chris Crosby in the right. 15th out, separate them. Weston out in front, and Weston, don't mess those up very often. 16 takes 6. Very well done for Matt Weston. He's my dog. 18th out above. 31, dead 9, 40 total for Crosby. Had him 6th out behind at the stripe. Shout out to one of my longtime dogs. Appreciate the text and the kind words, Anthony Fetch. Glad you're tuning in. Glad you're enjoying the show, my friend. Hope our paths cross sometime soon. Noah Pollard, left lane. 648 is the dial. Aaron Vale in the right. Dialed 655. Nasty. It's 2 words. Nasty. In both lanes. About a double breakout. 004 and 9th thou under for Pollard. Moves him into round number 2. Aaron Vale's 007 take 18, but was 3 thou behind at the starting line, so had to be 3 thou or more behind at the stripe and took 18 to break it out 3 hun. Here's Doug Howe in a cool little Corvette there, Roadster in the left lane. 541 is the dial. Michael Jackson. What a great name. That's top 10 name. It's not like super uncommon, but it's legendary. Michael Jackson wrecked this place a couple of years ago, and he's moving into round 2 of the Moser 500K. 14 and 10 thou under for Jackson. 006 red for Howe and 22 thou under the dial. Charlie Crosby next up in the left. 605 is the dial. Brian Adkins right lane, dialed 545. 6/10 exactly head start to Crosby. Shout out to my man, Kelly Estes. Kelly Estes tuning in. And I appreciate the well wishes, and I appreciate the like on the live feed. And Kelly, you just crushed it all the way around, my friend. Way red for Adkins. Crosby, 32 and advancing to round 2. 22 thou above, 54 total. Was not the lap he was looking for, but he was looking for that big green stripe on the top of his scoreboard, and he got it. A second over the dial for Adkins, way early. Just all kind of troubles there. I'm wondering if Adkins, well, I'm not real sure. Shout out to Rachel and Todd tuning in. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Barry Anderson. I'm sure you'll hear it somewhere there, AD. Seth Street coming up in the left. 634 is the dial. Seth has turned on a lot of wind lights here at Bristol Dragway. Shelly Elrod, American Race Car Chassis, entry out 614. Love this Chevy twice in the right lane. And I love this setup that they use. Really cool. And Shelly drives the wheels off of it too. She's got her hands full with Seth Street in the left lane. Winlight going to Seth Street, double breakout, 19, take 14 to be 10 thou under. Elrod's 33 and 10 thou under. So if you've been listening to me announce for a while, I tell you, whatever your advantage is on the tree, if it's a double breakout, you got to take that or less or get behind. Seth Street had 14 on the tree, double breakout, took 14. Nailed it. Cody Wiggins. Seth Street moves on. Cody Wiggins left lane. Look at this cool El Camino. Dial 552. Travis Laster in the right. Dial 590. Laster is in a world of trouble right here. Wiggins 5 dead, 8, 13 total. Laster gets there 11 thou but breaks it out 53 thou. Left him no chance there. He's 55 up front. Caroline McCarty next up in the left. McCarty Auto Parts entry down 620. Beautiful Rambler wagon. Right side, that's John LaBouse. John dial 591 in the Mopar truck. 6 thou separate them up front. Caroline with the advantage and the Winlight. 18 and 26 thou above on the drop. LaBouse 24, take 31 to be 11 thou under. Had to take 20 or less. I think Caroline dropped him off down there. And Caboose comes up a little short as Caroline McCarty takes the McCarty Auto Parts entry to round number 2. Robert Hyman, that's my dog right there in the left lane, dial 580. Scott Albrecht in the right, dial 598. Hyman giving up 1800 head start. Welded together on the starting line. Winlight to Albrecht. 11 dead, 1. Nasty lap there for Scotty Albrecht. 12 total. Hyman is 11 up front as well. Gets there 10 thou. Breaks it out 9 thou. He had to go dead 0 to guarantee the win. Dead 1 would have been a 000 finish. So that was a lot of work to do there for Hyman. He did well, but Scotty Albrecht did weller. Dustin Long in the left. 618 is the dial. Sherman Adcock in the right. That's my dog in the right. I used to drive for Sherman. Drove a Super Stocker. He's 001 and 3 thou under. He nasty. Sherman nasty. Brown paper bag nasty. I agree, JJ. If he were a hamburger stand, the grease stains would be on the bag when you take it out of the restaurant, because it's nasty. 2 red for Long and 25 thou under. Sherman Adcock advances. Benny Ulmer, Kick Booty Motorsports in the left, dial 550. Marty Dabney in the Vega right lane. Yes, it's a door car Vega, and it's not like a funny car, but he's dial 493 on the mountain. Must be a big block. Giving up 5700 to Benny Ulmer. Shout out to my dog, Steve Riggins. Yeah, I got a lot of DAWGs, a lot of dogs. Appreciate you tuning in, Riggs. And yeah, those pep talks definitely working. 10 thou separate them. Dabney with the advantage and Dabney with a Winlight. That rocket ship is 008 up front and 7 thou under. Beats the double breakout where Benny Ulmer was 18 and 21 thou under. Ulmer was 10 thou behind at the starting line and had to be 10 or more behind at the stripe. Kelly Estes, oh my goodness. Bro, got that grill going. Wish you were here. Ohio's a long way for me to get some of them groceries. Ernie Humes in the left. 624 is the dial for Little Ern. Brian Folk in the right. Folk Race Cars entry dial 539. 14 thousandths the difference at the starting line. B Folk with the advantage and B Folk with a win light. 004, dead 5, 9 total for Brian Folk. Nasty lap there for B Folk. Humes, 18, 10 thou under. Got there a thou. 18 take 1 is not a bad lap at all. But it doesn't work when your opponent's laying down 9 total, which is half your reaction. Little Ern will buy her back in. Thanks, JJ. JJ told me that was good math. I appreciate it, bro. Joe Foley, Joe Bob in the left lane, dialed 6 flat. Philip Truitt, right side, dialed 591. Shout out to Jimmy Sweet. That's another one of my dogs. Jimmy, I hope you're doing well. I wonder if I could tell your joke on the live feed. I think I could. It was really good, by the way. 6 thou separate them advantage going to Joe Bob, and Joe Bob turns on the win light. 10 dead 4, 14 total for Joe Bob Foley. He's on a bit of a heater. He's had a really good year. 16 and 15 thou under for Philip Truitt. Did not matter. Didn't matter what he ran. He was 16 up front, and Joe Bob was 14 total. Foley to round 2. Joe Tilley in the left. 639 is the dial. Scott Tate in the right. Dial 564. So we got 1,200 watching and 284 likes. Y'all serious? Are you serious right now? Nate's getting the nippers. Right lane, Scott Tate, 27 and 18 thou above, 45 total. Joe Tilley let go a little late there with a 68 bulb. 12 thou under the dial. Send Scott Tate into round number 2. All right, so Jimmy Sweet said, how did the Burger King get the Dairy Queen pregnant? He forgot to wrap his Whopper. I don't know if I could have said, I don't know if I should have said that. When it actually come out of my mouth, I thought, you know what, that was a mistake. Odell Davidson and Harold Bell. Odell Davidson, 19 and 33 thou above. Moving into round number 2. Harold Bell is 12, take 49 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 40 or less. Harold got too much of that stripe. Buyback windows open. Come see them at the Diva desk. Get yourself back in the program if it didn't go your way in round number 1. And take your shot at $500,000. Don't let a non-win light in round 1 impact you. Get yourself together, get back up here, see them at the Diva desk, and take your shot at $500,000. All right, racers, we're going back to back with flips in the lane, so please stay near your car. Racers, please stay near your car in the staging lanes. Jason Subchinski, that's my boy there in the left lane. He ain't my dog yet, but we're getting there. He's 20 up front, and he's got a win light. 21 thou under the dial for Jason S.O.B. Chinsky. That's how you spell it, S.O.B. Chinsky. Kyle Bigley in the right lane, lights at 5 thou pink and goes 18 thou under. Kyle will be back. Subchinski will be back. Richard Duke's left lane, 554 is the dial on that beautiful, I mean stunning Chevy Twice. Only problem for Richard is he's going to leave first by 93 hundredths because Doug Ferrace is dialed 461 in the Corvette. Doug turns it red. I just peed a little when he left. And Richard Dukes moves into round number 2, 009 and 8 thou under. Ferrace is 11 red. and 27 thou under. That thing was super mad when it left. Yeah, and just a little spot. It wasn't a big P, but it was a little spot. Just, you know, like that scared P, you know. You can't get a whole scared P out. You know, you can only get a little bit of that out. So Brian Griffin, 611 dial in the left. James Holmes in the right, dialed 602. Shout out to Chester Lay. Chester's one of my longtime dogs. Been hanging out with him for quite a while. Appreciate you tuning in, Chester. Appreciate your support of our foot brake races here on the mountain as well. Griffin getting a 9 head start. Holmes made up a couple of those right off the hit. Perfect reaction, 000 reaction for Holmes, and goes 14 thou above, taking 10 at the stripe. That one was solid end to end for James Holmes. 14 total, puts him into round 2. Griffin's 25 up front, breaks it out a thou, but really didn't matter a whole lot what Griffin was doing on the dial. As James Holmes laid him down a perfect reaction, he's going to get him a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50 for his 000 win light. David Onspach, 551 in the left. Dallas Cherry in the right, dial 593. I think Dallas Cherry's a top 10 name, and Dallas Cherry got some win light. 009 and 3 thou under for Dallas Cherry. Oh man, I want to say it so bad, but you know what? It's just 10 and 12 thou under in the left. No good. Was 1 thou behind at the starting line. Needed to be 1 or more behind at the stripe. But he took 8 thou. So a 9 thousandths win light to Dallas Cherry. Michelle Martell, that beautiful S10 left lane. Richard Alford Jr. in the right, dialed 610. I think that's slick. He was in a dragster yesterday. I don't think he loans this car out, so it's probably him. Going door car today. He got his hands slam full, but so does Michelle Martell. Win light to Martell, 002 and 15 thou over. Richard 009 up front, but sets down to go 6 above. Puts the win light in Martell's lane. Michelle Martell, pretty nasty 17 thou package right there. Seth Phillips next up in the left lane. 619 is the dial. He's one of my old-time dogs. Good to see Seth here. Joe Jolsrud in the right. Dial 565. Joe giving up 54 head start. I know y'all coming at me pretty hard here on the chat bleachers, but I'm not really. Nate's got the print like he's trying to hide it from me or something. Can't really hardly see it. 31, dead 8 for Seth Phillips. He moves into round number 2. Seth advancing due to that 15 thou red light of Joe Jolsrud. Joe goes 12 thou above and 15 thou red. Josh Lynch, that was something that felt right when I said it, but I do apologize for saying you had Sasquatch feet. That was unacceptable, and I deserve no smoke baloney next time I see you, but please give me one. 32 and 35 on the tree, and the 35 gets it done. Mark Price, 35 and 4 thou under, beats 32 and 17 thou under. Double breakout. I think the humidity's lifting. I think they getting just a tick fast out there, folks. What's up, Tony Miles? Good to see you tuning in. 331 on the likes, 1,200 watching. That's bull crap. I mean, I'm just calling it like it is. I'm just saying it, bro, because I won't be back on the mic for God knows how long. That was terrible of me to talk about Josh's feet. Mike Whitaker, 555 is the dial. Kevin Pollard in the right, dial 562. 21 thou separate them, and Pollard has the advantage in a win light. 008 did 9, 17 total for KP. 29 and 18 thou under for Mike Whitaker. Left him no chance as Pollard was laying down 17 total. Oh, thank God. Josh sent me the laughing face emoji, so I think we're okay. I forgot that he could donkey stomp me with one massive arm tied behind his back. I forgot about that when I called him Sasquatch feet. So, Josh, thank you for taking that one in stride, bro. That's means a lot to me. I won't have to be super nervous next time I see you. There's John Corbin in the left lane. John's one of my dogs. He's dialed 592. Josh Harper in the right, dialed 636. Yeah, maybe so. How about odd number dragsters, odd blue dragsters to the lanes for round number 1. Odd blue dragsters to the lanes for round number 1. One of them was a third of what the other one was, and he gets the win light. Double breakout, 13 and 3 thou under, taking 13. Harper's 39 and 16 thou under. He was 26 thou behind at the starting line, had to be 26 or more behind at the stripe. And he was only half of that, 13 thou behind. Corbin powers his way into round number 2. Delaney Bishop, 578 down the left lane. Ron, like capital R, capital O with a little N, like Ron Horwath in the right. 5 thou separate them. Very uncomfortable saying it, but Horwath moves into round number 2. 16 and 12 thou under for Horwath. That's one crazy Horwath in the right lane. Bishop's 21 and 23 thou under. Horwath advances. Jeff Serra. This is my webmaster in the left lane. He's dialed 525. He's one of my dogs, big Georgia fan. So I have to say, roll tide, Jeff. They're squaring up here in a little while. I'll be John Brown in the right lane. 508 is the dial. I wonder how many times I've said that for John. I probably said that 200 times for John. Yeah, I bet he's a Dogs fan too. Roll tide, John. I don't see it on the chat, but I saw Tommy Jackson say something a while ago about Alabama, but I didn't know what he said. I don't know, Tommy, but roll tide. Win light going to John Brown. 10, 21 thou above, 31 total. Sarah, don't do this very often at all. 14, take 23 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 17 or less. John Brown advances. Eric Aman. Used to be one of my foot brake dogs. Now he's all top bulb. 541 is the dial, and he's good at it. Chuck Sanders in the right, and he was good at foot braking. Sanders dialed 626. Yeah, that's right. Eric Aman cashed in for 50 G's at Galat earlier this year. Trying to do 10 times that today. Got his work cut out for him. Chuck Sanders didn't leave him any room. 005 and 8 thou under on the double breakout. Hey, folks, it's smudge fast. Aman 14 and 11 thou under. Sanders 5 and 8 thou under. Even in Alabama, 8 is less than 11. And Sanders moves on. That winds are picking up. Humidity's lifting. and they getting fast. Hank Premov, left lane. 571 is the dial. Chris Burden in the right. Dialed 667. Chris is from Lafayette, Tennessee. It would have been way cooler if it was Lafayette. Appreciate that, Brian Browning. I think I just sniffed in the mic. 11, take 1 for Chris Burden. 10 thou above, 21 total. Nasty lap there for Burden. 11, take 1, gets you a lot of electricity. Run your electricity bill up. 28 and 6 thou under for Premov. Didn't get there, couldn't win. 21 total in the right, 28 tree in the left. Yes, Phil Green. Thank you for tuning in, and I certainly do have a complete, full dog pound. Ken Clark in the left, William Roberts in the right. 15 thou separate them. The worser light was 15. The more gooder light was perfect. 000 and 18 thou above, 18 total. Wind light going to Roberts. 15 on the tree for Clark. Gets there 5 thou, breaks it out 2 thou. Had to take 3 or less. Appreciate you, Jay Fisher. We trying, bro. Thank you for tuning in. Paul Burris, 5'10" in the left. Paige Brown, 6 flat in the right. 9/10 head start to Paige. $17 thou the difference. Paige Brown with the advantage. Paul Burris wins another double breakout. It's fast. Come on, guys. 1,300 watching and 365 likes. If you don't like it, leave. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. Whoa, I got a little too big for my britches there. I apologize. Nobody go anywhere. Keep watching. Well, please like it. I mean, I've got on y'all, fussed at you. Now I'm begging you. For Big Jed. Just for Big Jed. Gabe Taylor in the left. JJ's liking it. Joe Meese in the right. Meese getting a 2/10 head start. Left 8 thou too soon, and Gabe Taylor moves on. Taylor's 12 up front and 22 thou under. Meese got the message, had her dialed in perfect, goes dead 1, but left a little too soon. It's a little fast, so you got a little more power when you leave. You might have to throw you a couple of thou, in the box, and dial her down 1. You're going to be set up tight. Gabe Taylor to round number 2. Van Greer, the legend. His father's name hangs over the grandstands in the left lane. Obviously, son of Sherrill. 643 is the dial for Van. Boo Washington in the right. Dial 592. Boo got some work to do. And Van gets it done on the double breakout. Another one. 008 and a thou under for Greer. 29 and 26 thou under for Boo Washington. Wesley Washington Jr. breaks it out too much and puts the wind light in Van Greer's lane on the double breakout. Thank you, Stephen Bryant. Thank you, Laurie Smith Deal. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Your very kind words are humbling. Dustin Smiley in the left, 550 is the dial. Trevor Denton in the right, dialed 644. $5 thou red for Denton. Smiley moves on, 001 up front and 13 thou under. Denton is 005 red and 11 thou above. So Denton turns her 5 thou pink, and Dustin Smiley with a nice 001 reaction moving into round number 2. All right, that was an action-packed segment right there. Got dragsters in the lanes. Blue odd dragsters for round 1 of the Moser 500K. I'd like to thank the great folks at Moser. What an awesome place, awesome people, family owned, family operated, care about their customers, great service, fast service, great pricing, and the products are unmatched. What else could you ask for? And then they come out and support what we do at a very high level. They support so many races at a very high level. So thank you, Moser. We appreciate you guys coming on board for today's 500K, and we certainly appreciate the awesome service and products that you put out. Thank you, Alan Williams. You know, we're here racing, so you'll probably get to hear me announcing a lot, because I probably won't get to race a whole bunch. I mean, I did somehow squeak out a win light in round 1, but those things are hard.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. James.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
I'll whoop this boy silly if he acts up. He big as I am. Tony Miles, I was talking about whooping JJ silly, but then I looked at him, what size he is, and I thought, you know, never mind. I don't need to get tangled up with anybody. So, he wouldn't question it. I'll just tell him when his shift starts, and he'll just get in here and go to work. He won't even question it. He got him a win light in round 1. He's 18 total, 13 dead 5. This boy's just full of confidence and ready to race. Speaking of my dogs, this is one of my dogs for show in the left lane. This is Julio Meeks. Hugh Meeks in the Glenn Smith Chevrolet entry left lane, Dow 460. I love Julio Meeks. I love Glenn Smith. And I'm not really pulling for anybody, but I really like this guy in the left lane. Now, this is Daryl Wirtz in the right. I like Daryl. Daryl's a cool dude. He's out of Idaho. All the Idaho racers are cool. Daryl's dial 464, so I can't lose here. No matter whose win line comes on, it's all good. 5 thou separate them, and Daryl Wirtz gets it done. 18 dead 7, beats 23 dead 4 by 2 thou. Daryl Wirtz lays down a nice lap there and puts the win light in Idaho's lane. Nice lap for Daryl, nice lap for Hugh, but left him a little bit behind at the stripe. There's Matt Lee in the left lane. Siegel just got on me bad. I mean bad. 472 for Matt Lee in the left. Jacob Stolworthy in the right. Now 468. I heard I got 15 minutes left. So I'm out of here at 10:38. $15 minutes of dragsters. What, that'd be about 3 pair? I shouldn't have said that. I take that back. Matt Lee, 11 and 1 thou under. He moves into round number 2. Jacob Stolworthy's 1 thou red, dead 5, needs a bucket. And this probably going to need to be, if he had breakfast, it's going to need to be a big bucket. Wes Weaver was the best losing door car package in Strange Engineering round number 1. He gets $500 in a small Fling check. Congratulations, Wes. Not really what you wanted there, but your $500 will allow you to visit the buyback window without coming out of your pocket. So not too bad. Well, no, you have to come out 100. My bad. I was thinking this was the 100K, but still all good. Dylan Biondo's in the tower. He's making me nervous. Brian Folk had the best door car package in round 1, 009 total. He wins $250 contingency from our great friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Had 2 009 packages, but the reaction time was a tiebreaker, and Brian Folk gets that done. Skylar B in the left lane, moving into round number 2, 54, dead 4, 58 total. Gordon Bovin, right, was 49 and 12 thou above. Comes up 3 thou short at the stripe. So Dylan Biondo comes in the tower and shows me this incredibly beautiful and great craftsmanship on this Biondo Elite Outlaw shifter with solenoid that is going to be given away as a random prize to the buyback racers. Wow, what a nice prize. What kind of value are we talking about there, Dylan? That thing's probably, I bet it's $800 or $900. Yeah. Wow, and yeah, it's got a nice design on it. Keith Thomas moving into round number 2. How about 8 total for Keith Thomas? 7 dead 1. Michael Boswell's 22 and 6 thou under. Didn't have any chance as Keith Thomas laid down 8 total. Yes, Britt Sinclair, you are absolutely right. He wants me to let everybody know if you ain't getting there, get out. And that's not like get out of the car, but like let out. Shane Maddox, 447 in the left. Cooper Chun, 487 in the right. Chun leads it 3 thou pink. Maddox moving on, 13 up front and 26 thou under. Cooper was 3 red and 27 thou under. Yeah, I got JJ. It's my son. You know, I got to make sure he understands, not get out, not hit the eject button, but like let out of the gas. Y'all don't know the pressure I'm under right now. My wife is sitting literally 3 feet from me, and everything I say stupid, she just looks at me like, what are you, stupid? That's so much pressure. Robert Houston in the left, Jeff Taylor in the right. I'm glad I've only got 10 minutes left. No, I got 12 minutes. Pete's looking at me like I'm stupid. Nasty in both lanes. 004, dead 3 for Robert Houston. Jeff Taylor gets a puke bucket lap. 7, dead 8, and could not win. Was 8 thou behind. His opponent laid 7 total. He's 7 on the tree. He had to go dead on with a donut, as Pete would say. But he goes dead 8 to be 8 thou behind. Wow. Nasty lap right there. Scott Trent, appreciate you tuning in, brother. We sure miss you, but I totally understand. Prayers still go out to you and your family, and I know it can't be easy, my friend. Here's Hunter Patton, Honey Wayne in the left lane, dial 457. Doing a little blinky blink on the tree. Sugar Shane said, don't impress me much, like Shania Twain said. Sugar dial 454. They're 13 thou apart. And Honey Wayne gets the double breakout win. 001 and 3 thou under. Gets by 14. Take 1 for Sugar. Nasty lap. But not good enough as he's 17 thou under. He had to be 13 or more thou behind at the stripe, and he took 1. Honey Wayne moving into round number 2. David Gladwell, there's no chance of that. That is certainly high praise and could never get there, but you know what? Still feels good to hear you say it. I appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to get my old Ragley trailer down to Glidewell Trailer Sales and fix some damage I did. Tyler Mosley in the left, Josh Baker in the right. 6 thou separate them, and Baker moves on. 10 and 12 thou above. 22 total for Josh Baker. Tyler Mosley, 16 and 22 thou above. All right, so they just brought something in the tower. Either somebody out there's had hemorrhoid surgery and you're missing the thing you sit on, or they say it's like a neck brace thing that you put on. We never seen anything like that in Alabama. So if you're missing your hemorrhoid donut or your neck brace, it's probably the same item, and we've got it here in the tower. Come see us. Absolutely could, babe. Bruce Holland in the left. 450 is the dial. Blake Johnson in the right. Dial 471. Got 9 minutes left, JJ. 9. This is going to be the best darn 9 minutes I've ever given anybody on the mic. Let's do this. Welded together on the starting line. 11s in both lanes. Double breakout. All right, folks. Double breakouts. Pair after pair after pair. Either stop down there or dial it down. 11 and a thou under beats 11 and 13 thou under. I got to get something to eat. Bruce Holland advances to round number 2. I don't want no Bowberry beer. I got to have something to eat, girl. I mean something real. Clayton Roberts in the left. 449 is the dial. There's the OGCG, Chris Galletti. Can't wait to see Chris or hear Chris get on the mic. This cat's awesome. 449 is his dial as well. Both of them flat nasty. How about 8 dead 1 beats 002, take 13 to be 6 thou under. Galiti had to take 7 or less as Roberts laid him down 9 total. Nasty lap right there. Galiti comes up a little short. Jack Ostrowski in the left lane, 452 is the dial. Durant Cottingham says he's from Thomasville, North Carolina, but he's got to live in the Hamptons in New York. Durant Cottingham, that sounds like a filthy rich family. Filthy. Dial 467. $12 thou separate them. Ostrowski with the advantage and a win light. 13 dead 8, taking 8. Pretty solid lap there for Jack Ostrowski. Durant Cottingham is 25. Had her dialed really good. Goes dead 4. But left a little bit late at the starting line and had a deficit he couldn't make up. Gets 8 thou behind. Left lane, Ostrowski packaged him up. 21 total versus a 25 tree. Ferndale, are you listening? Are you tuning in? Champ, I shouldn't say that, but what the heck. Champ said 9 minutes is about triple what he could give. Oh, there's no way they're going to let me back on the microphone after Jimmy Sweet's joke and some of the stuff I've said. I've enjoyed it, y'all. It's been a good time here at the Fling. My time's probably coming to an end. Cody Strickland in the left, 449. Gary Ingold in the right. Dial 465. $12 thou separate them. Ingold with the advantage. Win light to Strickland. 20 and 22 thou above puts Cody Strickland in round number 2. Gary Ingold is 008 up front. Got there 35. Broke it out. 1 stinking rotten thou. Needed to take 34 or less. All right, Fern. Appreciate your message. Thank you for tuning in. My old buddy Ferndale Flyer wanting to call me about supporting our BTE Thanksgiving Foot Brake Challenge coming up at Piedmont Dragway November 29th and 30th. 220 granders. What a shameless plug I'm getting in my last 5 minutes. It's 220 granders Thanksgiving weekend. Off the bottom, doing it old school, foot braking, swapping feet. If you like to do that, come see us. Gonna be an awesome time. Ray Miller III and Tim Thomas. Ray. 21 thou out in front and a win light, 33 thou above. Tim Thomas is 34 and 19 thou over. 7 little ones at the stripe goes Ray's way. Chevy Reeves, top 10 name from Canada. That even makes you a little bit cooler. 492 is the dial for Chevy. Gene Drugan Jr. in the right from Quakertown, Pennsylvania. That's a top 10. I like Quakertown. Yeah, it is not Chet Dragon. It is Gene Drugan. 499 is the dial for Gene. So Chevy Reeves leads last, dial 492. It's all in how you pull in the lanes. Ooh, left last by too much, I believe. Right lane, Drugan, 005, 18 thou above, moving on. 25, take 5 for Reeves. No chance, he's 7 thou under. 23 total in the right, 25 tree in the left. Jake Clayton. Jake's one of my dogs in the left lane. Mad at him for not driving his door car. Pops wheelies and looks like fun, but whatever. Just getting the dragster. Style 469, Paul Campanella. Love Paul. Cool dude. He's from Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. They named the city University. Okay. 459 is Paul Campanella's dial. Not sure if you're talking to me, Jay Cooley, but appreciate that. Red for Campanella, bad red. Let go on nothing. 10, dead 1 for Clayton. Campanella just probably need to get that one out of his system. Clayton laid him down 11 total. Jake moves into round number 2. Campanella, way red, and 12 thou under. Okay, 1,400 watching, 437 likes. It doesn't make sense, folks. The math isn't mathing. Tony Inskeep said we need me and JJ to announce together. I'll give you a few pair of that. We'll do a few pair together. Michael Combs and Drew Smith. That's my dog in the left lane. Combs is 5 red, dead 8. Tough one there from my dog. Drew Smith leaves 001 up front and then goes 37 thou under the dial. Combs let go just a little too soon, or didn't have enough in the box, one of the two. Kevin Bennett, he's one of my dogs from back home, from Hueytown, Alabama. Hueytown's where the Alabama gang was from. The Allisons, the Bonnets. Those guys were legendary on the NASCAR circuit. They've won a ton over here behind us at the Roundy Round. Brooke Gary in the right. My dog getting roughed up right now. Getting roughed up. Brooke just slapped him around a little bit. 10 and 13 thou above for Brooke Gary, 23 total. Bennett, 42, dead 4. Just not getting it let go in time. He'll correct it. This guy won the championship at Montgomery International Dragway this year. Talented racer. He'll figure it out. Odd Orange Dragster, round 1. Odd Orange Dragster, round 1. Odd Orange Dragster, we need you now, please. Round number 1. Strange, round number 1. Moser, 500K Saturday. Buddy Dial in the left lane. 482 is the dial. Frank Falter, the 4th. Right side, dial 459. 33 Hun head start. It's 10:38. My shift is not going to end just yet, but we're going to give you a hot mic. 15 thou separate them. It's in your lane, bro.
Falter 10, take 11 to be 1 above 3. She's 23 total as dial 25 and was locked out. Put it dead on 9, no good. Frank Falter, the 4th, will advance.
So, got Larry Cox here in the left lane, dial 480.
Right side, my dog, Antoine Jett, dialed 492, even if he's a Cowboys fan. Still my dog.
Speaking of dogs, I mean, you're my dog. You're my number 1 dog. You're my lead dog.
Right.
I obviously got my wife over my right shoulder. I don't think I can call her my dog, but probably shouldn't call her my kitty. So this is my home girl. This is my home girl.
Okay.
Over my. Am I Robert Domino right now?
Yeah, it feels like you are.
What am I?
I don't think. This is rough.
You're my dog, and you know you can't imagine how good that felt to sit here and call your 18 pack. And
I went back and listened to it. You sound like you were pretty excited. Ivy Brandon came to me and said that you seemed like you were pretty happy. And I said I've done a lot for him over the years, so it was your turn.
Yep, I was very happy about that. How about Larry Cox, 001, 27 thou above, taking 19 at the stripe. Antoine Jett's 26 up front. Left him a little bit of a chance, but not really, because Larry killed that. Twan goes 21 thou over, and Larry Cox advances to round number 2. But yeah, so I know how much this means to you. You're 18. You're all racing all the time. You're living for it, and your old dad gets to sit in here and call your lap at the Moser 500K at the red Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. I mean, this is a big deal.
Yeah,
a
it's
big
huge.
deal. And your dad got to call your 18 pack there to get that win light in round one. So thank you for providing that moment for me.
Hey, you know, I try.
Tom Dauber, the red rocket in the left lane, 475 is the dial.
Alexis Thompson in the right, dialed 458. As she turns it 18 thou red.
The red rocket moves on, 23 up front and 16 thou under the dial. And Tom Dauber will advance. Alexis Thompson from the Silver State Refrigeration Gang comes up 18 thou red on the let go. Had her dialed really nice. Dead 3. She'll get back in the program. Be hard to handle. You just wait and see.
But yeah, I really tried to make a good run for you because I didn't want to do you like you did me last night when you made me call that 40 bulb.
I mean, I was having a very tender moment where you just all nice and soft, and my eyes got a little moist. And then you're going to talk about my 43 in round one?
But then I got to call your 11, take 11.
Oh, okay. Well, if you got
So
to call,
yeah, I got to call both of
if
them.
you got to call my 11, take 11.
Yeah, you redeemed yourself.
Oh, yeah. Totally redeemed myself. Oral Chambers in the left, dial 453.
Paul Riddle in the right, dialed 507. Yeah, Riggins, I kept myself from getting a pep talk.
Here's a question. What's the criteria for becoming one of y'all's top?
It is totally by feel. It's
Yeah,
all in
100%,
the heart.
all in the heart.
Win light goes to Chambers, 24 and 6 thou under. Riddle's 14 up front and 7 thou under. Riddle had 10 thou to work with on the starting line, so it's double breakout. Had to be 10 or more ahead, 10 or less, excuse me, ahead at the stripe, and took 11. Got Will Cawthon left lane, 451 is the dial.
Donnie Burleson in the right, Donnie B dialed 455. Burleson getting the 4-hun head start right here. And Burleson gets the win, 21 and 3 above as Cawthon. Not sure what happened when the tree fired. It rolled in deep. Not sure if the trans brake didn't quite hold to perfection, but hopefully nothing major wrong with the hot rod. He'll be able to get that one fixed and bring it back around. But nevertheless, Donnie B advances into round number 2, buyback free.
Donnie B got there full track and give him a couple of rhythmic skiddies down there.
He did give him a couple of rhythmic
I know you're
skiddies.
sitting at the starting line, but watch this right here. Go 3 above. He blackjacked him.
He did. He
21 up
blackjacked
front.
him. Yeah,
So
he
Donnie
was
B
going.
not going to lose no matter what.
Right, right.
Unfortunately, Will Cawthon looks to have it locked up a little bit out there on the starting line. So we'll see if they can get that straight. Hopefully they can. Donnie Burleson powers his way into round number 2. Thank you, Kim Thompson. Whew.
Wow. Are you okay?
I had a mini stroke.
Are
Kim
you okay?
Thompson Leisure. She's. So I mean, I don't want to call female my dog because you know what a female dog is.
Right.
That is not Kim Thompson Leisure. But she's my dog. I mean, she was an original flinger here 15 years ago. We danced, we partied, we had a great time. I drank Coke. She probably drank Diet Coke. It was an amazing time. And hadn't seen Kim much since, but that's the connection that the Fling makes for people. We're still dogs after all these years.
So
thank you, Kim.
Speaking of dogs, all these people that you're calling your dogs are obviously your DAWG. But what about your DOG?
Oh, my DOG is my real dog. And that's my
Right.
Chloe girl back there. Now, she has, I mean, I'm just going to go and say it. She's dropped a deuce in the staging lane this weekend, and she dropped one right in my pit right in front of the car today. And I'm not real happy with her. There's not enough grass for her right around us, and, you know, sometimes she's just struggling a little bit. So she's a little girl, just a tiny girl, and, you know, she's got to get rid of it. So
Right.
She's getting rid of what she's holding, which I'm proud of.
Right.
But I'm not real proud of where she's putting it because I'm running around here with napkins, you know, cleaning it up everywhere. And almost got one hit by a car out here a while ago. And I just had to step out there and put myself in danger. Scooping one up. But I still love my Chloe girl. She's my number 1 dog, my DOG. And I can't wait to get back there and see her.
I'm sure she's looking forward to seeing you.
Yeah, we're locked up out here for Will Cawthon. Will not move. Got to get the dollies. Going to jack it up, put it on the dollies, and roll him back. Unfortunate break there for Will. Hate to see that, but I hope it's something that he can get straightened out in a hurry and get himself back in the re-entry round. Get back around for this 500K here on Moser Saturday. It is strange. Round number 1 here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. Oh man, yeah, Nate just popped the top on a Coca-Cola, and I mean that thing was, it sounded amazing. Well, I don't do the silver cans, but I do plenty of those Cokes, too many of them. So getting Will moved back off the racing surface, we have called odd orange dragster. So odd blue and odd orange dragsters have been called. And we have the lanes slam full of them dragsters. Don't take long with those old long hot rods to fill up some lanes. Oh, that's Riggins DOG. That's a beaut right there. Yeah, he's got some DOGs. I know I'm his DAWG, but I'm not his DOG. Oh, that's right. They don't do the DAWG in the north, in Yankeeville.
Yeah, he's in Hoosier country, so you know that's they enunciate up there. So you're probably still his DOG.
I love Hoosiers.
Me too.
Big fan. Riggins just confirmed it. He said, "You are for sure my dog," and it was DAWG in all caps. He yelled that. Wow. Yes, thank you, Riggins. Love me some Steve Riggins. I know that Steve is becoming a very popular announcer on the big bracket racing scene, and couldn't be happier for my dog. He deserves it and does a fantastic job. So really enjoy listening to my man Riggs. Just like having him around, you know. Riggins, that guy you just like to have around. He's just so positive and always having a blast, and
always got a smile on his face.
always smiling, likes Bowberry biscuits and stuff, and he buys a lot of them, so there's always some of those around.
Right.
Always something to eat around Riggins. Don't get much better than that.
It don't get much better than Steve Riggins.
He's that kind of guy, and then he'll hold church service for you right there under the tent when he's here. So we love us some Steve Riggins. Speaking of church service, that will be at 7:45 tomorrow morning under the tent. Church service from our great friends at Racers for Christ. It'll be a non-denominational church service under the tent at 7:45 a.m. You know, we've obviously seen quite a bit happen here this week on the mountain, but look around you. God is good, and He is blessing us every day, every hour, every minute. So let's give God His time with the Racers for Christ church service at 7:45 in the morning under the tent. They are getting a wheel rolled off the racing surface. Hopefully, again, they can get that straight. If the Cawthon team needs any parts that we can help with, please let us know. I can't say that, Troy Inskeep, but it is funny. Back at it here with Dan Davies in the left lane. 413 is the dial. Dan in his own chassis, diamond chassis race car over there, going really fast.
Jackson Waters right side, dial 5 flat. Going to get an 8700ths head start from Davies left side.
You know, you're 18, you're in college, so that wasn't super impressive that you said 8700ths head start. That was pretty easy math, but the impressive part is you've been doing that since you were about like 8 or 9, and that's impressive. I mean, you picked this math up in a hurry, bro. I mean, I know I'm building you up, probably blowing smoke up your skirt here a little bit.
Right,
but,
yeah.
But you do the math well, my man.
Well, the guy I learned from is okay at it. He's not terrible at it.
Yeah, I agree. Nate is good at
Yeah,
the math
Nate's pretty
himself,
good.
so-
Nate and Riggins are pretty good
Yes,
at
Nate
it.
and Riggins, yes, they do great. Great point. 5 thou separate them. Advantage going to Davies.
But the
Win
win
light
light
did
goes to
not.
Orders. Orders 11 dead 6 gets their first 15 thou in front as Davies 006 and 2 above 6 no good. Win light goes to Jackson Waters.
Pretty good lap there for Waters. Mike Rogers next up in the left. Out of New York, dialed 481.
Vince Schroeder in the right. The Shank out of Pennsylvania dialed 468.
Well, Daniel Blackwell, I won't try to convince you otherwise, but I'm sure glad that they decided to do it because we're having a blast.
Riggins said that you taught him everything he knows and he's in deep trouble.
Oh, boy. I'm sure I've caused a mess there. Advantage for Rogers, win light for Rogers. 009 and 12 thou above, 21 total. Taking 22 at the stripe. Vince Schroeder in the right is 25 and 18 thou above. Comes up a couple of huns short.
Yes, thoughts and prayers, Steve. Thoughts and prayers. Race Kid right side, dialed 462.
I got Rick Harbaugh in the left. No kin to Jim. He's dialed 471. Or John. Well, I don't know. John coaches in Maryland. Rick lives in Maryland. Could
Maybe.
be cousins or something.
Could
I
be.
mean, really could.
Could be.
He's getting a 9 hun head start. Thank you, Evan Kirk. We appreciate you, my man. Proud of this kid. 12 or 11 thou, 8 thou. I'll get there in a minute. I'll get that math. I
Yeah,
needed
you got-
Riggins here.
you
or
got there.
Nate to help
Yeah,
me with the math.
exactly.
It was 8 thou difference. How about 5 take 6 for Harbaugh? That was flat nasty. 11 thou above, 16 total. Race Kid was 13 up front. Goes dead 9, 22 total. Pretty solid lap. Pretty solid lap for Race Kid. But got him cut short there by a few thou. Harbaugh advances. Ryan Sparks left lane, 447 is the dial.
Dakota Wells on the right, dialed 455.
$11 thou separate them. Advantage Sparks. Win light Sparks. 002 up front. 13 thou over. 15 total for Ryan Sparks. Dakota Wells was 13. Take 7 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 2 or less, which is a major challenge. I had to trim that finish line up by at least, or basically about 30% of where it was. So that is extremely difficult challenge. Take 2 or less. And Sparks advances with a solid lap right there. I got Brittany Ulmer in the left lane. 489 is the dial out of Ohio.
Buddy Fleener in the right, dialed 472.
1,400 watching, 475 likes. Serious? Are y'all really serious right now? 12th thou separate them. Fleener having some trouble, has to coast through. Brittany Ulmer, 16 and 27 thou above. She'll move into round number 2 as Buddy Fleener left 004, had 12 thou to work with there, but gave it all back and another 5 seconds basically to go 974 on the 472. Coasting on through. I'm literally 18 minutes over my.
Yeah, you going way past.
I clocked out 18
you
minutes
clocked
ago.
out
I'm
18
still
minutes
here
ago.
Sweeping the floor and mopping and cleaning the sink.
You're working overtime right now.
Yeah, I'm working overtime. This is my dog, though. I guess I need to call
Yeah,
this
you might
one.
as well.
This is Mr. Fling, Tommy Cable. Cable. I don't know how many 61-year-olds there are here this weekend. I imagine there's quite a few. He's the absolute best looking one. I'll lay my wallet on it right now.
I mean, I'd go in with you on that one. I'd
This
say
cat. JJ.
Yeah, I've seen him.
I mean, he makes me really feel like I'm doing life all wrong. He's dialed 473.
Michael Howard in the right, dialed 460. Yeah, I mean, like, for instance, he only eats half the sleeve of the Chips Ahoy cookies.
Yes, that's what he said. He ate half a sleeve, like on the ride down. Like, okay, well, there's one of the problems, because I would have eaten the whole sleeve and been wondering where the rest of them were. And I would have been dipping them in whole milk, red top milk, because that's the only milk they make.
We would have stopped it after the half, like you said, and then our stomachs and minds would have kept telling us, no, why are you stopping?
Yeah, I would have drank the milk after half a sleeve, filled it back up with some new milk, and put the other half sleeve in.
Exactly.
Tommy Cable gets it done. How about 8 total for this cat? Oh, my goodness. Nasty lap there for Tommy Cable. 4 dead 4. He got him 41 at the stripe, but none of that matters. If you don't break out, it does not matter how much stripe you take. Howard is 33 and 16 thou above. I think I'm going to shut it down after this one, bud.
Think so?
I'm going to hand it off to you. Hand you the baton.
Sounds good.
I got Josh Lutke in the left lane, part of that Law Chevrolet race team, dial 457.
Tucker Cancelar right side, dialed 462.
Steve Law goes right out there. I mean, he's smelling the fumes out of the headers. He goes right out there with him every run. I want Steve to go out there with me.
He's out there.
Just tell Steve, follow me out there one time. I think it'd make me race better.
I mean, it works pretty well for Josh.
It seems to work very well for Josh. He'd probably get tired of the disappointment of turning around walking.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too happy with us.
Yeah.
9,000 separate them up front.
He might have one of those moments here. Nope, Lutke. He pulls it out. 25. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. 25 and 12 thou above, 37 total. I got to shut down. That's
you got to stop. You got to.
Lutke takes the win. Tucker Cancelar, the 50K shootout winner, 16. Take 31 to be 10 thou under. Had to take 21 or less. That wraps me up. Y'all make some cool moments. We've got Fuel Factory Celebration cigars in the tower. We got Todd McKinney going to get one. They've saved JJ's for his 500K win light tonight, final win light. Nate's got one he's going to smoke with him, but we got quite a few left. So if y'all do something super special and we recognize it as a Fuel Factory celebration moment, come up here and get you one of these cigs.
JoJo Gary left side, dialed 447, and Braden Bowden in the right, dialed 446. I got a message on Messenger. My dog, Britt Sinclair, tuning in with us. Appreciate it, Britt. I've announced with Britt a couple times before. He is my dog. Win light goes to Bowden, 004, dead 0, 4 total. I think that's worthy of a cigar. 4 total. Well, there you go. 4 dead 0. Braden Bowden. Yeah, he's one of. Yeah, that's a cigar right there. Braden Bowden's won himself a cigar. Go Joe Gary. Whoa, excuse me. 8 takes 7 is not a bad laugh at all. Puts him 11 thou under, no good. Braden Bowden laying down 4 total. Donovan Williams, left-hand side, dialed 490, taking on Greg Hicks in the right, dialed 491. Nobody wants to stage first. It's all right, guys. We got all day. There we go. 21 thou separate them up front. Winlight Williams 7 and 2 above 3 gets it done as Hicks 28 take 10 puts him 8 thou under no good. Donovan Williams moves on. Buddy Fleener, we have your fuel cap. Buddy Fleener, we have your fuel cap. Would appear that it came off on the racetrack and we have retrieved it. So Buddy Fleener, come see us and get your fuel cap. Buddy Fleener, we have your fuel cap if you want to come retrieve that. Cliff Carr, left side, dialed 435, and Anthony Bertozzi, right side, dialed 476. Bertozzi 15 and 17 thou under gets the win. Carr 4 thou red and 17 thou under no good. So Bertozzi advances. Bring up Tanya Pruitt left side, dialed 460, and Vicky Johnson right side, dialed 472. Pruitt 11, dead 0 gets the win light as Johnson 12, take 4 to be 5 thou under. No good. Nice lap there, didn't get the win light. Tanya Pruitt advances. Corey Costin left side, my dog, dialed 465, and Jamie Holston right side. Oh my goodness, my other dog. Jamie Holston, dialed 457. Now I'm in a dog fight. But, I mean, Jamie's wife makes chocolate chip cookies for us. So, I haven't either, but Heather's down there. I see Heather. She's over here on the access road. She's watching. You know, I think first round win light, you know, he got one last night. I think if we get one again, we deserve some chocolate chip cookies to celebrate. It's 500K Saturday. 2 thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Costin 13, dead 0 gets their first 17 thou. As Holston 11, 1 above 9 does not get it done. Win light goes to Corey Costin. Gavin Wisnett left side, dialed 480, taking on Dylan Howe on the right, dialed 454. 15 thou red for Hal, Wisnett 001. And 23 thou under. We'll move on via the red light from Hal. Bailey Ferraro left side, dialed 444. Taking on Jeremy York in the right, dialed 461. One thou, separate them up front. Winlight Ferraro, 009 and a thou under gets it done, as York is 10 and 19 thou under, no good. Double breakout Winlight goes to Bailey Ferraro. Ian Woods left side, dialed 481, and Ryan Stifler in the right. Stifler dialed 471. .32 thou, separate them up front. Woods got him covered up. Woods gets the win. 001 dead 7, 8 total gets it done. As Stifler 33 dead 2, no good. Ian Woods will move on. David Wright left side, dialed 448, and Michael Shoup right side, dialed 488. Thou, separate them up front. Right with the advantage. Right with a win. How about 2 total? 002 dead 0. Take 8 thou for David Wright. Michael Shoup 16 and 6 thou under was locked out. David Wright. You know what? I think that deserves a cigar too, Nate. So David Wright, come get your Fuel Factory cigar to celebrate that 2-pack and moving in round 2. Mark Butler left side, dialed 497. Hayden Dial on the right, dialed 490. Attention in the pits, got a parts call. Parts call, got a racer in need. Need a set of big block Chevy pre-made spark plug wires. If anybody can help us out with that. So again, we need a set of big block Chevy pre-made spark plug wires. Big block Chevy pre-made spark plug wires. We've got a racer in need. If you could help us out. Need some big block Chevy pre-made spark plug wires. If you could help us out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Winlight goes to dial 27, or 24, excuse me, and 27 thou under. Mark Butler, 9 thou red, and 2 above. Uh-oh. Is it time? It's time. I'll get this pair, and then I think we'll get rolling. Paul Rich, left side, dialed 468. Brent Martin in the right, dialed 474. And so it is almost that time. After this pair, it will be that time. The first of the weekend since I've been here, Galitti Hour. It's the first one all weekend. He don't have an hour, he said. Win light goes to Paul Rich, 27 dead 5. Brent Martin, 009 and 5 thou under. Rich moves on.
All right, so at this moment, JJ's stepping away from the mic. I'm stepping away from the mic. Jared's already stepped away from the mic. And as they posted on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen, the following comments do not represent the views or opinions of those of us here at the Fling. If you have small children, cover their ears. The next few moments will be one for the history books here at the 500K. We're going to turn the mic over. It's Galitti time.
OGCG here. Morning, y'all. We got J.R. Learcamp in the right lane. He's dialed 455. Connor Grizes. Connor dialed 424 in the blower car on the left side. 424 on the mountain, y'all. That's rolling out. Good matchup. OGCG took a beating this morning. Coming back for the buyback. Double red light, advantage to the left side. Connor was less red. Connor lights it up, 1 over with an 8. J.R. Learcamp, 2 over with a 4. Both of them missed it on both ends. Connor Grizes moving to the next round. $500,000 to win today. No joke. Left lane, Tyler Smith, dial 474. Beautiful painted dragster there if you haven't taken a look at it yet. Severn Johnson, right lane, dial 471. Slight head start to the left lane, 300s. Beautiful day we have here. We all sat in the rain for a few days. All of us get a little testy. Everybody gets it. Left lane turns it red, 14th thou. Tyler Smith not going to make it through here. Going to look at the buyback round. He's 6th thou under. Severn Johnson had a little heat in his pocket. 468 with a 7 on a 471. 009 tree. Severn moving to round number 2. Avoiding the buyback there. Buybacks are available. See the Diva desk. Next pair up. Left lane, Cameron Manuel. Dial 448. Right lane, Shane Blackburn. Shane dial 458. 1/10 head start going to the right lane. Pace is a little mellow this morning. OGCG likes a fast pace. As my wife would say, 4 bulbs lit, trees coming down. Right lane, 1 thou red for Shane Blackburn. Heartbreaker for 500K, 11 thou under. Cameron Manuel, 19 thou under with a 005 light, was ready to rumble. Cameron Manuel moving to the next round. Shane Blackburn headed to that buyback window, 500,000 to win. Don't miss that buyback round. If you lost, get in that buyback round. It's 500,000. The 600 small in comparison. I am looking at a beautiful main event trophy, $500,000 Fall Fling 500K, sponsored by Rad, none other. As you all know, I'm affiliated with Rad. No, I don't own it. Very good friend of mine, Dan Provo, does. Dan and I have been working together for a couple of decades. Total of 3 decades, 2 decades on our own. Right lane, Chase Learcamp. Chase dialed 464. Takes on Jesse T. Long. Jesse Long dialed 476. Jesse gets a free pass to the next round. Chase Learcamp's 2 thou red. Chase 1 thou under, 2 thou red, was dang near on a perfect run there. Jesse Long 2 thou under with a 15 bulb. Going to move him to the next round. Next pair up, right lane, Mark Horton out of Florida. Mark dial 469. Left lane, Champ, Stephen McCrory. Champ dial 479 out of Georgia. In the Team Overkill, Okie Dokie ride. A little bit of pressure setting in. First round, no doubles. Buyback round only. Tree comes down. Advantage, Stephen McCrory, 7th thou. Win light, dead 4. Stephen 5, dead 4 for 9 total. Locks out Mark Horton, who's under by 15th thou with a 12 bulb. Champ lays one down first round, moving on. Mark Horton going to hit that buyback window, try and get back in it. Next pair up, Vinny Domino. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. OGCG, lived there at one time. Loved the area. Went to Numidia, had a great time with the Dominos and the Beyondos. Chris Reynolds, Chris Wilson, all of them. Good time out there. Right lane, Christopher Garrett. It's dial 439. Couple of fast dragsters up here on the mountain. Mr. Garrett out of Kentucky, taking on Mr. Domino out of New York. Right lane out first. A little bit of advantage, 10 thou. Right lane, 15, take 16. Christopher Garrett moving the next round. Vinny Domino, 25 up front. Dead 7 to no avail. 16 thou behind at the stripe. Vinny going to hit that buyback window. Christopher Garrett moving to the next round. Next pair up, David Brown in the left lane, driving the McCarty Auto Parts dragster, looks like. Takes on Ali Pettit. Both of them dial 489. Heads up. Thank you. Appreciate the Fling staff giving me the opportunity to wear out the microphone for a moment. David Brown definitely saw a squirrel, rhinoceros, double-winged dragon. Left lane, David Brown, 1 thou under, pulls it off. Ali Pettit, 35 up front, 4 thou under, takes 87 stripe. Tough break for Ali Pettit. Didn't look over his shoulder, took a ton down there. I can't say I haven't done it myself. David Brown, 1 thou under. He definitely saw a squirrel. He definitely saw a rhinoceros. He definitely saw that double-winged dragon, still got it done. Tough task out here for 500,000, guys. Next pair up, Scott Sanders, 475 down on the left lane. Right lane, Robbie Hamilton, down 483. Robbie kicks at 5 thou red, not going to work out this morning. 5 thou red, dead 1. Tough break for Robbie Hamilton. Scott Sanders, 471 2 on a 475, definitely carrying some heat. Scott Sanders moving to the next round. Next pair up, Wes Siegel in the beautiful undercover dragster. If you haven't seen this car, it's a beaut. Love the colors. Dial 472 in the left lane versus Dale West. Mr. West and I used to run the Little Top Sportsman together. Great guy. Dial 458 in the right lane. That parts call for spark plug wires no longer needed. Got them. Got a pair of them. Everything's good there. Appreciate that parts call. Tree comes down. Wes Siegel out first. Got him covered up by 37 thou. Is he going under? He does not. He's 1 over 6. Kicks at a time or two. 17 stripe. 003 light for Wes Siegel moving to the next round. Dale missed it a little bit. 4 thou under. 17 thou behind at the stripe. Dale, we know. We saw a squirrel. My bad, buddy. Hate that for you. Dale West looking for the buyback. All right, guys, I want to call dragsters even. Blue run sticker dragsters, even dragsters. Blue run stickers. We need you to come up to the lanes. Blue run sticker dragsters, come on up to the lanes. Next pair up, another top sportsman buddy of mine, Marlin Goats. We've ran a few decades together. Marlin dial 493 in the ex Corey Galletti car. It's an Ezel car. Was a good one for Corey. Hopefully it'll be a good one for Marlin. Marlin dialed 493. Richard Green, right lane. Richard dialed 527. Slight advantage, slight head start to him to the right lane. Richard out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Marlin Goats out of Troy, Texas. They light the top bottom bulb at the same time. Marlin gets a free pass. He missed it up front. Richard missed it up front even worse. He's really red. Richard's 500ths under. Marlin nearly 500ths under as well. Marlin carrying heat, making it work, moving to the next round. Richard Green moving to the buyback window. Next pair up, Timmy Markaglu. Tim dialed 446 in the Ultratech car. Beautiful machine. Stop by and take a look at it if you haven't. Right lane, Franklin Di Bartolomeo. That's a tough one for me. I rarely can get that one out. Franklin dialed 474. Right lane will be moving first. Franklin out of Huntersville, North Carolina. Timmy, Staten Island, New York. Dominos live out there as well. Love to see the New York boys. Timmy, 10 up front, gets a free pass, lights it up, 2 under. 444.5, I'm sorry, 5 thou under for Timmy. Franklin, 38 under, 008 red. Touch up that delay box, get back on up in that buyback window. Franklin can get it back done, just got to go through the buyback round. Timmy Markaglu moving the next round. Next pair up, a little more of Texas, Haltom City, Texas, Spencer Massey. That's right, the top fuel, Spencer Massey. Got the blower on it, feels right at home. It's a little blower compared to what he's normally running. Nathan Martin, also Kennedale, Texas. Two of my Texas buddies square up against each other this morning. Nathan dialed 477 to Spencer's 463. Nathan out first. Good race up front. 2 thou separate him. Finish line. Nathan Martin, double breakout run. Nathan gets behind there. 13 thou under with a 5 bulb. Moves into the next round. Spencer Massey, 003 up front. 21 thou under. Little too far in front. Needed to kill some more. 10 thou in front. Puts him under by more. Next pair up, Hammond, Louisiana, Slate Cummins. The Moser machine. These guys been with Moser lots of years. Both of them been good back and forth to each other. Slate in the blower car dialed 444. Right lane, not on file. Wish I would have got a peek before he went up. I probably would have known who it was. He's dialed 482 in the right lane. Here we go. 2 thou separate him. Right lane advantage. Left lane double breakout. Left lane under by less. Right lane 005, take 006. Not going to work out this morning. Slate Cummins 007, 6 thou under. 4 thou less than the right lane. Slate Cummins moving the next round. Next pair up, John Smith, left lane, dialed 457. Takes on Jake Hodge. Jake named me Popeye, chewing the cigars. Just put one down before I came in here. Can't stay away from it, been a minute. But I had to have one this morning thanks to the Fuel Factory, gentlemen. Fuel Factory, handing out them cigars. Can't say I don't like them. $30-minute call on fuel. If you are needing fuel from Fuel Factory, 30-minute call. They will be packing up and heading out. 4 bulbs lit. Right lane out first. Good race here. 7th thou separate them. Left lane 4. Dead 0. Takes 28 stripe with confidence. Jake Hodge drops him off. 2 over with an 11 bulb. Jake Hodge not going to work out this morning. John knew he wasn't going to break out. Drove through like Burger King. 004. Dead 0. John Smith moving on. Fuel total, fuel factory 4 total, get you a cigar every time. Just go and ask. Next pair up, familiar face up to me, Corey Galletti, CG, Dowd 448, Tomball, Texas. Right lane, Mitchell McKinney. In the dragster, Dowd 521. 2 shoots, looks fast. Playing tricks out there. May not be wide open, may be in high gear. We'll see here in a moment. Mitchell out of Newland, North Carolina. He's out first. Corey goes after him. 3 thou separate him. Left lane advantage, left lane win light. Corey 009, dead 6 for 15 total. Mitchell McKinney 12 up front, takes 31 stripe to go nearly 300ths under, 28 thou. Mitchell McKinney hitting that buyback round window. Corey Galletti saves himself $600. Moving the next round. Way to go, son. 2 shoots had me fooled. Corey got by. Next pair up, P.J. Rains. In the left lane, Dowd 473. Right lane, 466 for Joey Harrison out of Whitehall, Maryland. Taking on Monroe, Georgia. P.J. getting a slight head start in the left lane. Pace is a little slower than OGCG prefers. It's 500,000. I'm not going to pressure you too bad yet. Not yet, anyway. Good call. PJ puts it in. Joey should be in behind him. Here we go. Left lane out first. 28 to a 19. Not good for the right lane. Good for the left lane. 28 dead 1. I don't know how I knew that was going to happen, but PJ, 28 takes 7 thou, turns the win light on. Joey Harrison, 17 thou under with a 19 bulb. Possibly dropped him off. Tough run. PJ moving the next round. Next pair up, Tommy Norton. Tommy out of Huntingtown, Maryland. Dowd 453. Takes on Cody McDaniel out of Corryton, Tennessee. Cody, Dowd 461. Tree comes down, y'all. Right lane out first. 007. Left lane 25. Left lane pulls it out. 25 take 12. 453.8. Cody drops him off hard. 135 mile an hour on a 464. 007 tree. Made a decision down there. Didn't work out. Cody heading to the buyback round. Next pair up, Andy Morris, left lane, 485. Right lane, Josh Kanzler out of Iowa. Andy out of Washington. We're in Tennessee, y'all. These guys made the haul. Kanzler crew been on fire this year. Went out to Iowa, had a great time with them at the 100K. Good stuff. Looks like they want to argue over who's going to stage first. Andy don't want to argue. Left lane out first. Andy Morris in big trouble down there. Josh Kanzler, 007, turns the win light on 5 thou under. Andy Morris, 41 up front, 300ths under. Behind on both ends, y'all. Andy not going to make it through. Kanzler moving to round number 2. Andy Morris going to hit that buyback round. Next pair up, Jimmy DiGiaco. Jimmy, notorious slow on the backup. We beat him up on it regularly. We became friends over it. Jimmy, dialed 448. Versus a familiar face to each other. Steve Witherow out of Summer Duck, Virginia, dialed 478. Jimmy out of Fishkill, New York. Couple of right coasters. Personally witnessed Witherow win 50 grand at one of the flings. Gave me goosebumps both times. Him and Sarah did it. DiGiaco turns a 007 red. Is under by 17 thou. Steve Witherow, 100th under on the red light. Flat-footed, 20 up front. Steve Witherow moving the next round. Jimmy going to hit the buyback window. Next pair up. Little more team okie dokie, overkill. G-Dub, Gary Williams, dial 460 out of Bradenton, Florida. Takes on Sean Schaefer. Sean out of Boise, Idaho, dialed 460. Heads up. Let's do it, y'all. Sean did win one in Vegas this year at the Fling. G-Dub, no doubt he's hit a winner circle or two, or three, or 200, or it's been a bunch. G-Dub got a bunch in his pocket up front. G-Dub turns the win light on. He's 3, take 2. Making Sean look a little silly out there. Sean is 100th under with a 27 bulb. G-Dub doing what G-Dub does. Moving the next round. Sean Safer going to hit the buyback window, see if he can make something happen out here. Left lane, Mike Harbaugh. Harbaugh dialed 470. Right lane, Teddy Atkins. Teddy out of West Virginia, Organizer, West Virginia, that is. $502 in the right lane. Maryland takes on West Virginia. Maryland left lane, Mike Harbaugh. Right lane out first. 5 thou separate them. Advantage, right lane. Win light, right lane. 21, dead 7. Good for the win. Mike Harbaugh, 26 up front. 1 thou under, takes 3 thou. Need to take 2 thou or less. Tough run for Mike. Teddy, you get it moved on the next round. Mike Harbaugh going to hit the buyback window. Next pair up, Brandon Bachmeyer. Brandon out of Virginia, Fredericksburg. Dial 477 takes on Tim Kelly. In the right lane out of Cincinnati, Ohio, dialed 455. Anybody get a hero coin today? Any perfect lights? If you haven't got one of them coins yet, it's pretty cool. Got a couple myself, sitting on my desk at home. Treasure them. Left lane's moving first. Slight advantage to the left lane, 16 to a 31. Left lane, 16 dead 0. Takes 23 stripe with confidence. You don't have to lift if you're going dead on, y'all. Brandon, 16 total. Locks out Tim Kelly, who's 31 up front. Dead 8. Tim Kelly heading to the buyback window. Next pair up, Shannon Gilmore in the right lane out of Maryville, Tennessee. Shannon dialed 469. Left lane, Will Hallman, Willie Wood. Willie dialed 456 out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Slight head start to the right lane. Left lane turns it red, Willie Wood. He's 22 thou under. 005 red, Shannon Gilmore makes it happen. 18 green, 8 thou under, moving to the next round. Want to remind y'all, racers, be sure of your dial-ins. Crew, watch out for your driver if you can. We are a little distracted at times. We see squirrels, rhinoceros, and double-winged dragonflies. We realize you guys are running for a lot of money, and we'll get 99% of them right. That being said, we have a human typing this in, and we all know what happens when we have humans involved. We have dial boards in a burnout box. If you recognize your dial is wrong, don't do your burnout. Make sure that's straightened out before you go up. Do not pre-stage if your dial-in is wrong. You have accepted your dial-in if you pre-stage your car. William Waters, right lane, dial 494. 18 bulb, dead 1. Barry Brown, 446.7 on a 446, 25 up front. William, 18, take 13, moving to the next round. Barry Brown headed to their buyback window. Next pair up, Don Buckowitz. Don, dial 483 out of Perrineville, New Jersey. Takes on Kevin Burnett. Kevin, dial 453 out of Parker, Colorado. Looks like Kevin's hopping out of the car here. We're going to have an issue. Hopefully nothing down on the track. 2 shoots. Love seeing him. Tough break for Kevin Burnett. Don, $600 free round here. Gonna leg it through, I'm sure. Here we go. Buckowitz. 480 with an 8 on a 483 dial. Don saw a squirrel. Not gonna work, not a great light, but it's gonna work out for the win for him. Next pair up, Braden Taylor, son of OGBT. Takes on Mela York. Did I say that right? Malia York. Thanks for the help there. Dial 530 in the right lane out of Selma, Indiana. Hopefully we were right there. If not, I apologize to the Yorks. Braden, dial 481 out of Woodland, Alabama. OGBT's got to be watching somewhere. Right lane out first. Double red light. Braden was worse. York moving on. 2 thou under. 003 red. Gonna work out. York moving on. Braden Taylor moving the buyback window. The views were not.
Is it about 4:20 in the afternoon?
We're close. Next pair up. Lee Dixon, dial 460 out of Chesterfield, Virginia. Takes on T-Dub, Troy Williams Jr., $468 out of Bradenton, Florida. Slight head start to Troy Williams. Lee puts it in there. Here we go. Lee, 2 thou red. Troy Williams, 11 green, 17 thou under. Moving the next round for T-Dub. Lee Dixon moving to the buyback window. Next pair up, Kyle Contreras, left lane. Contreras brought me some lobster. Kyle drove my carbon car at the Million. Sent me a favor, a big bag of lobster. I'm going to be eating it here shortly. Thanks again to the Contreras. Kyle Dog 464 out of Maine, Elliott, Maine. Pretty good haul over here. Mary Muller. Miss Mary dialed 481 out of Pinellas Park, Florida. All right. 4 bulbs lit. Trees coming down, right lane out first. Big trouble, 19th thou, separate them. Advantage, left lane, win light. 007, take 001 to be 5 thou under. Mary, 26 up front, 478.7 on a 481, substantial amount under. Not going to work out for Mary. Kyle Cotrera moving to the next round. Next pair up, Terrell Sinkler. Sorry about Terrell. I screwed that up. I'll try better next time. Dial 480 in the left lane. Takes on Shannon Justice out of Lexington, North Carolina. Shannon dial 493. Little windy out there, I noticed today. Nothing like yesterday. Likely to die down a little bit in late afternoon. Just like yesterday. We got some sunshine, a little bit of clouds in the background. Going to be a full day of racing after a full week of raining. Hopefully we can get tomorrow in as well. Finish the 100K. Right lane out first. 20 bulb up front. Left lane got the advantage. Left lane, 4th thou under with a 008 light. 008 take 009, good for the win for Terrell. Shannon Justice, 20 up front, 7th thou under, 9th thou behind up front, at the finish line. Not going to work out for Shannon. Left lane moving to the next round. Shannon moving to the buyback round. Next pair up, right lane, Bill Prest. Bill dialed 455. Takes on Trip McCarty Auto Parts, Hazelhurst, Georgia. Trip, dial 473. Advantage, head start left lane. Two thou separate them. Advantage, right lane, win light. Trip McCarty, 13, dead 7, 20 total. Bill Prest, 11 up front, takes 12 stripe to be 3 thou under. Bill lays down a pretty good lap there, not going to work out. Trip McCarty saves himself $600 on the buyback. Trip, 13, dead 7, moving on. Next pair up, right lane, Dennis Long. Out of Maryland, dialed 499. Takes on Taylor Holland. Taylor, out of Lexington, South Carolina, dials 446.
OG, baby. Tree drops.
Tree's coming down, right lane out first. 2 thou separate him. Advantage, right lane. Win light, right lane. He's 12, dead 3 for 15 total. Taylor was going to have a rough go at that. He's 14 up front. Drops him off, gets behind 14 thou. Not going to work out for Taylor. Dennis Long moving to round number 2 of the 500K. Little pressure, guys. 500,000 to win today. Anybody won 500,000 recently? No pressure. OGCG would like to win 500,000 today. I got to take a swing in the buyback round first. All right. That's what they think. Clay Combs, right lane, dial 520 out of Alamo, Tennessee. Takes on Joe Peters. My buddy Joe had a motorhome fall on him. Is here racing. Joe Peters out of Greenville, Texas. 003 up front, takes 21 stripe to be 2 over with a 1. Clay Combs, 12 up front, 3 over with a 3 for the loss. Clay Combs moving to the buyback round. My buddy Joe Peters moving to round number 2 of the 500K. That's right. Joe Peters had a motorhome fall on him as he was working on him. Somehow he came out from under it, broke all his ribs, broke his sternum, tore him up good. Joe Peters, glad to have you out here. If it was raining, he'll tell you he's happy to be here. That's Joe's outlook right now. Good to see you win, buddy. Next pair up, Jags. McKenna Brown, left lane. Dialed 462. Heads up. Vance Houston out of Spruce Pine, North Carolina, also dialed 462. Four bulbs lit, trees coming down. Slight advantage to the right lane. Wind light, left lane. McKenna Brown, 27 up front, 1 over 0. Takes out Vance Houston. Vance, 2 thou under with a 4 bulb, takes 25 stripe. Had to take 23 or less to turn the wind light on. McKenna Brown moving to round number 2 of the 500K. Vance Houston moving to the buyback round. Next pair up, CJ Tapp, right lane out of Greer, South Carolina, dialed 508. Takes on Bo Butner. Bo knows. Bo out of Clarksville, Indiana, dialed 453. Bo has won the $1 million at the Fling in Vegas. Was a good time. Was cool to see. They say Bo knows. Bo knew that day. Bo's out second, turns it pretty red. Right lane CJ Tapp 007. 504 with a 4 on a 508. Takes 8 thou stripe. Didn't matter on the stripe. Bo's red. CJ moving the next round. Bo hitting the buyback round with OGCG. Next pair up, Ivy Brandon in the left lane. Dialed 438. 1 carburetor, naturally aspirated. 438 on the mountain. No joke, y'all. Jessup, Georgia. Ivy Brandon takes on Todd Stevens out of Sugar Grove, North Carolina. Todd dialed 466 in the right lane. Tree comes down. Right lane's moving first. Right lane, if he turns the wind light on, gets the coin. Turns the wind light on. 000, dead 9. That's 000, take 004. Tough to beat out here. Todd Stevens lays it down. Ivy misses a little bit up front, 25. 12 thou under. Out of the gas for sure. Couldn't make it happen. Todd Stevens lays down a coin receiving lap, first round of the 500K, moving to the next round. Next pair up, Joel Hubbard, one of my buddies, in the blower car, dialed 453 out of Lancaster, South Carolina. Takes on another buddy of mine out of Canada, Jamie Bridge. Jamie dialed 487. Was ready to rumble in them bulbs quick. Jamie's out first. Advantage, left lane, 13 thou, left lane, 21, take 004 to be 400s over. Jamie Bridge missed it up front, a little bit off on the other end. Jamie going to hit the buyback window. Next pair up, 470 Fred, 470 not on the mountain, my friend. 492 for Fred Hagberg out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Seen Fred win one here recently. I can't remember where we were. He was laying it down. He was at the Sean Sarah race. That's right. At Darlington. Left lane. In Mario Gonzalez's. Donnie Burleson Dragster. Johnny Ezel. Johnny Bracket Racer dialed 483 out of Louisiana. Right lane out first. Something happened. If he drives through, Fred won't. He does not. Fred's red. Johnny had a problem. Is 3.94 in the tree. Idles down for the $600 savings. Johnny Ezel moving the next round. Fred gonna hit the buyback window. Knows how to get this done. He'll be back. Next pair up. 2 shoots galore. Timmy Thomas, right lane, dial 455. Out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Left lane, Travis Coangelo in the OGCG Dragster. Dialed 457 out of Point Clinton, Ohio. Travis a little weak in the burnout, throwing water all over my car. You're going to have to pull out 10 feet from that water to keep it clean, my friend. You'll live and learn. We'll clean it. We'll clean it. Adam Keir says he'll clean it. Appreciate that, Adam. Tim Thomas, 455. Travis Coangelo, 457. Slight head start to the left lane. Ohio versus North Kakalaka, as my buddy Jed says. I've said North. Anytime I say Carolina, I got to say Kakalaka now. It's just the way it is. Let's see which two-shoot car will win. Adam asked if I rode the bull. I said, hell no, I hurt myself brushing my teeth. I stayed off that bull. All three guys from the announcing booth rode it and was hurt. Travis saw a squirrel, saw a double wing dragon, lands at dead 5 to lose. Timmy Thomas wasn't great up front, 24 dead 0. 24 take 20, getting it done for Timmy Thomas. Travis in the OGCG ride, headed for the buyback round. Hate to see it, buddy. Just part of it. Next pair up, Racing Jason. Lynch, dialed 455. I used to call him Chasing Jason. I chased Jason all over the country in 2007 for an IHRA World Championship. That, Jason Lynch won OGCG. Second place. Bridesmaid. Didn't get it done. Still think about it. Way to go, Jason. Was happy for you, bud. Left lane, John Parks. John Doll 447 out of Cadillac, Michigan. Good race up front, y'all. Good lap. Good lap. Jason Lynch, 007. Gets behind 007. 1 over with a 4 for the win. John Parks, 447, is under 5 thou. Taken 24 stripe. Tough lap for y'all. Couple of Vipers there. Hey, Troy Stone. And my buddy Marco. Next pair up, left lane, Talon Farmer out of Tuscola, Texas. Takes on Carol Click out of Seaverville, Tennessee. 456 down in the right lane to a 478 in the left. Trees coming down. Left lane out first. 009 red for Talon Farmer. Going to move the buyback window. Carol Click, 28 up front. Missed it. 1 over with a 9. Not a great lap on both ends for Carol, but moving to the next round. Talon hitting the buyback window. Thanks, Pop. Cost you 600. Left lane. That is not Ron Lane. Who's in Ron Lane's car? Got it on the tip of my tongue. It's a wheel standing red Mustang. What's that boy's name? My bad. 480 in the left lane versus Scotty Bodner. Scotty dialed 483 in the right lane. Fourth out, separate them. Winner picker, right lane, 16, dead 7. No good for the left lane. He's 11th thou under with a 20 bulb. Scotty moving to the next round. Next pair up, Sonny Boy, Sonny Barclay out of Crockett, Texas. Sonny dialed 472. JC's got to be either watching the TV or nearby watching. I don't see her out there. Hey, JC. Right lane, Cody Witt out of Kermit, West Virginia. Cody dialed 496 to Sunny Boys, 472. If you haven't seen the inside of Sunny Boy's trailer, I'm telling you, motorhome, you got to go see. I got to go see. I'm only told about it. Right lane out first, got 20 in his pocket, gonna make it work likely, and he does. Cody is 2 over with a 0 at 25 bulb, takes 20 stripe. Sunny Boy 2 over with a 0 with a 45 bulb. Sunny saw a squirrel, not gonna work out, moving to the buyback window. Next pair up, Bodie Bennett. Bodie out of Shallow Water, Texas. Bodie is dialed 457. I'm sure Papa Bennett's watching. He sent the boys with the farmer. Boys, gutsy move, Dad. Gutsy move. These boys stay up late. Right lane, Mike Coltrane. Mike dialed 450 out of Boise, Idaho. Little Idaho and Texas over here in Tennessee. Looking to make something happen for $500,000 today. I'm glad you guys gave me the opportunity to talk on the mic. It's been fun. A little quiet for OGCG on a Saturday morning. Good race up front. 3 fouls separated from both of them. 0-0. No good for Bodie. Bodie's under. He's 004. Takes 005. No good. Double breakout. Mike Coltrane. 007. 15 thou under. 5 thou behind at the stripe is under by less. Mike Coltrane moving to the next round. 2 thou less on him for the breakout. Good job, both racers. 004 to 007 hitting it up front for sure. Right lane, next pair, Brandon Lane out of Pikeville, North Carolina. Brandon dialed 453. Takes on Chase Conley. Chase out of Martin, Kentucky, dialed 468 in the right lane. Right lane, 003 red, good for Brandon. Brandon saw a rhinoceros. He's missed it bad up front. Brandon, under, heat in his pocket and all. Brandon moving the next round. Chase Conley, 3 thou red, 466 with a 6 on a 468 dial. Knows where he's at. Just got to go back to the buyback round and make it happen. Water would be great. Next pair up, Keenan Myers. Keenan in the left lane dialed 5 flat. Out of Madisonville, Tennessee, Keenan. Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa, Idaho. Dustin in the beautiful blower car. Originally built for Kanan Barrio. Kanan bailed, good friend of mine. Dustin picked up a really, really nice car. Dustin on the mountain dialed 443. Takes a bit of horsepower to run 440 anything out here on the mountain. That's an expensive task just to run 40s. A lot of them running faster than that this week. Left lane out first. 1 thou separate them. Left lane slight advantage. Left lane 24, dead 7 for the win. Dustin Wirtz. 23 up front. Under 100, takes 18 stripe. Could have made that happen, didn't make that happen. Dustin Wirtz moving to the buyback round. Keenan Myers moving to round number 2 for $500K. Next pair up, Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia, dialed 474 in the left lane. Takes on Rick Hustaway. Mr. Hustaway out of Safford, Virginia, dialed 493. Hustaway gets in at the very last minute. Only running today. Looking for $500K. Tree comes down. Right lane out first. Turns it 005 red. Hustaway gonna kick himself. Colby Fuller misses it terribly. Gets to leg it out. Goes 469.4. Little bit of work back there. Corey and Colby and the crew been working on that thing. Colby saw the rhinoceros up front, was able to make the wind light come on. Lucky for him, Rick Hustaway was red. Hustaway 489.5 on a 493, carrying a little heat. Left lane, Lane Dickin at 11 on Tennessee. Lane, dialed 459. Takes on Joshua Owens in the right lane out of Hampton, Tennessee, dialed 478. Joshua's way red. Lane Dickin, 002 green. 457.6 on a 459. Moves him on to the next round. Joshua Owen heading to the buyback round was 1 over with a 2 with a really bad red light. Next pair up, Noah Lewis. Noah out of Clarksville, Tennessee, dialed 455. Takes on Kyle Hustaway. Kyle dialed 491 in the right lane out of Stafford, Virginia. I gotta admit, if you're out of Virginia or Tennessee, or at least Eastern Tennessee, you're pretty local here. A little bit of debate over who's going to stage first. Right lane's in first. Tree comes down. Kyle Hustaway got a little in his pocket, 9 thou. Can't make it work. Noah Lewis, 455.5 on a 455 with a 14 bulb, 19 total. Kyle's 005 up front. Bails out, looks like. 2 over with a 4. Not going to work out. Noah Lewis moving around number 2, 500K. Next pair up, Denise Young in the left lane out of Louisville, Tennessee. Denise dialed 454. Takes on Josh Dykes out of Kingsport, Tennessee. Kinsport, sorry about that. Josh dialed 457 in the right lane. 300's head start to the right, slight movement to the right. You'll see it. Unless someone misses it. Let's hope they don't. Denise puts it in there first. Josh in behind him. Trees coming down. Slight advantage. Good advantage to left lane. Oh no, is under. Denise, 009 up front, takes 24 stripe to be under by 13 thou. Right lane, 28 up front for Josh, is under by 8 thou. Josh, under by less, moving to the next round. Next pair up, Gerard Hamlick, out of Hampton Bays, New York. Another New Yorker. Gerard, dialed 498, takes on Jessica Bennett, out of Bergen, New York. Jessica dialed 490. Couple of New Yorkers doing battle. OGCG, born in New York, raised in Texas. A little partial to New York and Texas. Sorry about that, y'all. Jessica, 10 thou red, going to make her way to the buyback window. She's 7 thou under. Gerard Hamlick, 25 up front, 5 thou under. Good for the win light. Gerard moving around number 2 for 500K today. Next pair up, Mike Larkin, right lane, out of Salisbury, Maryland, dialed 447. Ryan Barnes, left lane, Hazelhurst, Georgia, dialed 464. 4 bulbs lit. Ryan's leaving first. 008 green for Ryan. 26 for Mike. Ryan, 008, take 32 stripe to be 1 over. 135 mile an hour tells me he's way out of the gas. Ryan Barnes moving around number 2. Mike Larkin headed over to the buyback window. 26 up front, 2 over with a 4. Not going to work out for Mike. Next pair up, Cassie Lewis in the right lane out of Fairmont, North Carolina, dialed 482. Takes on Stacy Hall. Stacy out of South Carolina, dialed 450. Stacy and I did a lot of top sportsman racing years back. Stacy's still doing it. OG's not. I found my home. It's definitely in big money bracket racing. A lot more fun for a lot longer. For a lot more money. Don't doubt the guy's still doing it. Still watch it. My brother still does it. Stacy giving up 3,200s up front. Stacy with the advantage. 27 to a 35. 27, dead 9, good for the win, takes 10 stripe. Cassie Lewis, 35, 1 over with a 1. Not going to work out. Stacy Hall looking for that 500K. Next pair up, Blaine Mayer. Blaine in the left lane out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Dial 482. Takes on Matt Shell. The Shell Crew out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Dial 490. Oh, flicker galore on the 2-second bulbs. Neither one of them missed it. 1 thou separate them, 9 to a 10. Win light, Matt Shell, 9, dead 3 for 12 total. Matt's 9, take 12 to be 12 total for the win. Blaine, 10 up front, 1 over with a 4. Behind at the finish line, not going to work out. Next pair up, Will Kriesman in the right lane out of North Carolina, dialed 457. Takes on Sean B. That's right, 584 out of Indiana. 584 to a 457 in dragster's a strange look. Anyone that's done it. Big mile an hour separation down there. Big separation up front. 007 for Will. Dead 9 taking 68. Straight up confidence on the finish line. Drives through like Burger King for the win light. 68 stripe is Burger King win light. Left lane, Sean B. Definitely saw a squirrel. 2 over with a 9, not going to work out. Will Kriesman moving on. Next pair up, Jason Dawson out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Jason, dialed 461, takes on Jeff Burns. Burnsy, dialed 445 out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Tree comes down, left lane out first. 10 thou separate them, advantage, left lane. Win light, right lane, Jeff Burns. 26, takes 004 to be 2 over with a 2. Jason Dawson, 16, 3 over with a 6. Not going to work out for Jason this morning, heading over to the buyback window. Next pair up, left lane, Chris Johnson out of Moorhead, Kentucky. Chris Johnson, dialed 477, takes on Nick Warren in the right lane out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. Couple of cars out of Kentucky. Nick, dialed 464, giving up a slight head start to the left lane, dialed 477. Tree comes down, double red, win light, Chris Johnson, 005 red, Nick Warren, 008 red. Nick under, Chris under. Both of them set up. Nick going to try it in the buyback round. Chris moving on to round number 2 for 500K. Next lane, Paul Mosley. Paul out of Inman, South Carolina, dial 474. Takes on Gary Wamble. Gary out of Colorado, Arvada, Colorado, dialed 464. Quite a few cars here from Colorado, from the center of the country. Handful of them out of the West Coast. Love seeing the left coasters show up over here. Not going to give them the kind of heck that Ryan Gleckhorn would, but I like seeing them over here. Right lane, 10 thou red. Paul Mosley picks him up a 000 coin. He's perfect up front, 2 over with a 5. Paul Mosley with the coin in hand, moving around number 2. Gary Wambolp heading to the buyback window. Next pair up, Travis Nelson in the left lane, dial 465. Takes on Brian Howe. Brian out of Junction City, Oregon, dialed 455. 1/10 head start going to Nelson in the left lane. Tree comes down. Advantage, left lane, substantial. Win light, right lane, Brian Howe. 39 up front, 1 over with a 9. Takes the win light. Saw a squirrel, gets it done. Travis Nelson, 20 up front, takes 46 stripe to be 8 thou under. Hate to see it for Travis. Brian Howe moving the next round. Next pair up, Tony Morris, TMC Carburetors. In the left lane, dial 482 out of Winter Garden, Florida. Takes on Josh McDaniel out of Corryton, Tennessee, dial 461. Left lane out first. Saw a squirrel. Josh did not. Josh 007 green. 2 over with a 4 for the win. Tony Morris missed it up front. 1 over with a 9. Heading for the buyback window. Mr. McDaniel moving to round number 2 for $500K. Next pair up, right lane, Jason Sizemore out of Cowles Ford, Tennessee. Jason dial 486 in the right lane. Takes on Carl Jones out of Mulvane, Kansas. I know my casinos. There is a casino in Mulvane, Kansas. Kansas Star. Frequently. You know it? A cool place. Takes my money every now and then. Left lane, down 457 for Carl Jones. Tree comes down. Right lane out first. 10 thou separate them. Right lane has the advantage. Right lane turns the win light on. 25, dead 4. Takes 48 stripe with confidence. Jason Sizemore moving the next round. Carl Jones moving to the buyback window. Carl was 4 over. Dropping him off, knowing he's in trouble. Missed it up front. Next pair up, Michael Paschal. Michael out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Dialed 454. Takes on Frank Falter III. Frank out of Mount Airy, Maryland. Dialed 487. Michael, I'm not going to sing you happy birthday like Jed would because it would sound terrible, but happy birthday, my friend. I know you can't hear me in there pre-staging. I probably shouldn't even be talking. Tree comes down, right lane out first. Birthday boy's got a bunch in his pocket up front. Birthday boy with confidence. 005 takes 10 stripe, dead 5. Frank. Almost 200, 18 thou under with a 38 bulb. Missed it up front. Michael Paschal, birthday boy, moving to the next round. Next pair up, left lane, Alexis Whitaker out of Tennessee, dialed 466. Takes on John Taylor Jr. John out of Arizona, dialed 479. 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Alexis way red. John Taylor 005 green was certainly ready. 1 thou under. Looking to put up 5 total, a thou short of it. John Taylor Jr. moving to the next round. Alexis going to hit the buyback window. See if we can get back in here. Next pair up, OGBT. Dialed 480. Roanoke, Alabama. Takes on Riley Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington. If you've made the drive from Olympia, Washington to Bristol, Tennessee, it took you 3 days. Unless you really worked at it, it's going to take you 2 days. Riley dialed 469 to Brandon's 480. Brandon, 00. Riley, 00. Winlight, Brandon Taylor, 005. Take 009 to be 1 over with a 3. Takes out Riley Learcamp. Riley, 007, 2 over with a 0. 9 thou behind at the stripe. Not going to work out for Riley. BT, moving to round number 2. Next pair up, Rocket Ship, Pro Charger, 417 dial, Chris Stein, out of North Manchester, Indiana. The Rocket Ship taking on Dwayne Patton Sr., out of Virginia, dialed 499. There may be a 40-mile-an-hour spread down there, my guesstimation. Is guesstimation a word? Vocabulary, OGCG, guesstimation. Chris Stein gently puts it in there. That sounded bad. Guesstimation is a word. We've looked it up. All right, trees coming down. Right lane's out first. Oh, no. Stein blows the tires off. Homeboy. Homeboy, sorry about that. Right lane, I thought he was driving through. He's 36, way over for the win. Chris Stein knocks the tires off. Skip the homeboy. Sorry about that. 14 up front. 818 on a 417. Not going to work out for Chris Stein. My bad, y'all. Not supposed to say homeboy, I guess. Next pair up, Lester Atkins. Out of Corydon, Kentucky. Lester dial 447 in the blower car. Still waiting on Stein to clear the racetrack. Stein got off the gas before it knocked the headers off of it. Lots of power. Rocket ships do that every now and then. Right lane, Nick Womack out of Lillington, North Carolina. Dial 461. Lester cards. Lester Bratkins, two parachutes. Loved seeing 2 shoots. Don't know what it is. Lester puts it in there. Nick's in behind. Nick's in behind now. Tree comes down, right lane out first. 003 red, good for Lester. Lester saw a bird. Lester's 445.9 on a 447 for the win. Nick Womack, 003 red, dead 3. Tough break for Nick, moving the round, the buyback round. Lester, 500K in your crosshairs. Next pair up, Party Marty Martin. Party is dial 456. Takes on Corey Manuel. Corey, dial 477. Little Maryland versus North Carolina. Maryland in the left lane. North Carolina in the right. Kakalaka, sorry, I almost missed that. Right lane out first. Got a slight advantage in the tree. Right lane, 9 dead 1 for 10 total. Locks out Party Marty. Party is 20 up front. 18 thou under, taking 8 stride. Corey Manuel moving around number 2. Next pair up, Holden Dial. Holden out of Maxton, North Carolina, dial 499. Takes on Rob Leipzinger. Mr. Leipzinger dialed 474 out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. Left lane, 008 red. Gives Rob Leipzinger a free run. 13, 1 thou under. Leipzinger knows where he's at. Good run for him. Moving around number 2, Holden. Kicks it red, 17 thou under. On the dial in. 8 thou under on the green, on the red, on the tree. Holden going to move on to the buyback round. Next pair up, Glenn Ferguson Jr. This may be senior, I'm not sure. Glenn dialed 469 out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Takes on the G unit. Gabe Torres in Spencer Massey's dragster out of Valinda, California. G unit dialed 501. Tree comes down, left lane's out first. Gets a free pass. G unit, 19 up front. Is 400ths under. Little heat in his pocket. Glenn Ferguson, heat in his pocket. 466 out of 469 with a 7 bulb. 7 red, that is. Gabe moving to the next round. Glenn moving to the buyback round. Next pair up. Steve Law in the left lane, dial 471 out of Boonville, Indiana. Takes on Courtney Grizez. Courtney in the rocket ship blower car, dial 424. Nearly a half-second head start to the 470 car. Left lane's leaving first. Green light, 13 bulb for Steve Law. 26 bulb for the right lane. Courtney under 100th. 7 thou behind on the finish line. Steve Law under 4 thou with a 13 bulb. Takes 7 thou stripe. Turn the wind light on. Steve Law moving around number 2 for 500K. Courtney going to go hit that buyback round. They are contenders. They will get up in there. Left lane, Taylor Strange. The next pair up, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Taylor, dialed 454. Takes on Michael George out of Ruther Glen, Virginia. Michael dialed 471 in the right lane. We'll tell you all about the 2-shoot conversation later, but I'm looking for 2 shoots over here. Anybody got 2 shoots? Right lane, advantage, 009 tree. Turns the wind light on 009, take 008 to be 3 over with a 3. Taylor Strange, Taylor, 455.8 on a 454 with a 32 bulb, missed it up front. Not going to work out. Michael moving around number 2 for 500K. Next pair up, TB, Tyler Bohannon, half a Taylor of TB Promotions. Tyler, dial 464 in the right lane out of Louisville, Kentucky, or Louisville. Left lane, Jaden Lawler out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Dialed 456. 800's head start to the right lane.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
Everybody just told me Jake Clayton was driving Ron Lane's car. I jacked that up. Glad somebody reminded me. Few pairs back. Not good for Jaden Lawler. Saw a squirrel. Can't turn the wind light on. 1 over the 7. Right lane, TB. 10 bulb. 1 over the 0. Takes 29 stripe off the gas. TB Promotions. Right lane moving to the next round. All right. What color? Odd number door cars buyback round. Odd number door cars need you to the lanes. Odd number door cars, come on down. Buyback rounds coming up. Next pair up, left lane, Elizabeth Salmons, dialed 486 out of Harrison, Ohio. Takes on Jesse York out of Muncie, Indiana. Jesse, dialed 487. Let me get that. Perfect. Left lane turns the wind light on 487.0 with a 17 bulb. Elizabeth makes it happen. Turns on the magic. Goes to the next round. Jesse York, 12 bulb. Had her covered up. 3 thou under, takes 18 stripe. Jesse needed to take 15 thou or less at the finish line. Can turn the wind light on, does not. Jesse moving to the buyback round. Elizabeth, round number 2, 500,000. Next pair up, Coy Collier. Coy in the manpower ride, dial 484 out of Bossier City, Texas. Could have swore that would have been Bossier City, Louisiana, but maybe I got that wrong. Right lane, Jay Ralston out of Warrior Run, Pennsylvania. Jay Ralston dialed 445 in the right lane. We are at the Rad Torque Systems 500K. Coy Collier's out first. Looks like he's out there a ways. He was. He's 004. Take 37 stripe to be dead 6. Coy Collier moving to round number 2 of the Rad Torque Systems 500K. Right lane, Jay Ralston. 1 over the 9 with a 28 bulb. Not going to get it done this morning. Look to get it done in the buyback round. Next pair up. Couple of blower cars. No 2 shoots yet, but I'm looking for them. Ty Farmer right lane out of Tuscola, Texas, dial 454. Mini blower against mini blower. Jerry Brewer right lane, 456 dial out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Get ready to hear 2 blower motors ripping it through there between the mile-an-hour light and the finish line cone is my bet. I think they both have heat in their pocket. Trees coming down. We got 2 green lights. One of them is really, really bad. 475 on a 454 for Ty Farmer. Good for the win. Jerry Brewer having some kind of issue there. Certainly wasn't a squirrel. Next pair up, Dustin Hentages. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington. Dial 492. Takes on Connor Calder. Connor out of St. Paul's, North Carolina. Dial 472. Exactly 2/10 of a head start going to the left lane. Right lane, 002 red. Not going to work out this morning. Left lane, 20 bulb. 1 under, 1 over, 1 under. Good for the win for Dustin. Drives all the way for Olympia, Washington to turn on the win light in the first round of the Rad Torque Systems 500K. I can't believe how many times I've said 500K without mentioning Rad Torque Systems. Right lane, Connor. Gonna head for the buyback window. Dustin headed for round number 2. Can go take a nap. Got to go through the whole buyback round. Left lane, Blake Combs. Out of Bluff City, Tennessee, right around the corner. You could almost spit on it from here. Dialed 472. I think we are in Bluff City. Takes on Kevin Burkett. Kevin out of Vanceboro, North Carolina, dialed 481. If the wind blows hard, I can make it to Bluff City. Right lane out first. Blake Combs has an issue up front. Hate to see it. Not going to work out. Right lane, Kevin Burkett. 483.0 and a 481 with a 21 bulb. Taking 68 stripe. That tells you how far behind Blake was up front. Hate to see it for him. Next pair up, Shane Thompson, Silver State Plumbing out of Henderson, Nevada. Shane, dial 467, takes on Ken Batchelor. Ken out of Leland, North Carolina, dial 445. Good matchup here. A couple of my fellow gray faces. You're going to finish this out with no 2 shoots. Sometime later, I'll tell you all about 2 shoots versus 1. Ken Batchelor, if he turns the wind light on, going to get a coin. He gets a coin. 000 green, perfect. 1 over with a 1. Takes the wind light. Shane Thompson, not a bad lap. 16 up front, 100th under. 16 take 005. Not going to work out for Shane. Shane will hit the buyback window. Ken Batchelor. Moving on to round number 2 of the Rad Torque Systems 500K. Here's our buyback run. I'm sorry, here's our buyback run. Sorry about that, Scott Neal. You're going to get a free run here to round number 2 with your buy run. Buy run and buybacks. Close. Sorry, guys. Scott Neal out of Statesville, North Carolina. Got a 461 dial up. We are finishing up Strange round number 1. I should have mentioned Strange 100 times over. Did not do it. They sponsored round number 1 today. I'm a rookie. Everybody else isn't on this speaker. Scott Neal, 3 over with a 0 with a 10 bulb for his free run into round number 2.
So we are wrapping up the OGCG time here on the mic. And I got to tell you, man, it's been a pleasure to sit and listen to you. But I gotta ask a little bit of this, right? I mean, Fling's been around for 15 years.
Yes, sir.
They had the same title sponsor for a lot of time. That spot opened up, and Rad Torque jumped in there right away. And you guys were like, look, we got to get in here. We got to be part of this. I mean, obviously, we all know it's a great event. It's a great promotion company. It's a great deal to be involved with. But you guys said, man, that spot is for us. What was it that prompted that decision to be like, that's got to be us?
Well, I got to be honest. Dan Provo, the owner of Rad Torque Systems, became a drag racer when Chris Scaletti, OGCG, took him to the racetrack about 20 years ago. I said, Dan, you ever driven a race car? He said, no, I haven't, but I've ridden a dirt bike or 2. I said, well, it's kind of close. Why don't we go run my car here?
Kind of.
Wednesday night test and tune. We put Dan in a 780 dragster. He could only run 820 because every time the car left, it'd knock his short ass off the pedal, and he couldn't hold it to the floor. So, in all honesty, Dan got hooked on drag racing because of myself. I'm 100% guilty. Dan got involved in drag racing 20 years ago, hadn't done it before, and I've done it my whole life. So I showed him around what we were doing. Dan got involved, got his own car. Now he has a handful, he probably 5 or 6 race cars. I'm not sure how many Dan has. I know I'm going to go pick one of them up and take it home next month. The old Camaro we had, the old Camaro I had that I got from Glenn Butcher, ran in Top Sportsman. But we're going to bring it back and get Corey Galletti in the door car. Get him to make some fast laps. I know he's looking forward to it. But Dan got involved in drag racing, and you couldn't get him out of it. You look on the Division 6, 7 side, Rad Torque Systems is all over.
They're everywhere.
Cars.
Yep.
He is he's a very generous guy who loves helping anybody out, who loves being involved. Peter and I were talking, and Peter, myself, Dan Provo got involved probably 3-4 years ago now, and just glad to be a part of it. The biggest deal I got is I can't get Dan out here to Bristol. He's tied up at the mine show this week, which was big business for us. The mining industry is really big business for Rad. Rad's in its 30th year. I'm involved 20 years with Dan. I'm selling for Dan my product or his product through my company, Torque Tools Incorporated, for 20 years now, and we've both grown. Both of our companies have grown into a major industry standard, to be honest with you. And I'm super proud to be involved with Rad. If you notice, all my cars have it on it. All my buddies' cars have it on it. I'm not paying all my buddies. Dan definitely helps out a lot of people, and I'm glad to see him do it. I'm glad to see him be a part of the Fling. Peter knows we're going to be involved next year as well. Hopefully we can be involved in the bigger race like we are this year. Peter gave us that option, and we seized that opportunity.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's definitely cool to see that happen. And again, hearing the story of, for I think probably 90% of the people out here be like, hey, what got you into drag racing? Well, my family, some family connection somewhere, right? Like my dad took me to the track, or I did this, or I did that. But to have it actually spread beyond kind of the family lines, I guess I would kind of say it this way: for Dan, you were his dealer. You gave him the first hit, and then after that he was hooked, and now he's got to keep coming back. And on behalf of all of us that are out here, thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We're really happy to be involved.
Yeah, thank you for getting the guy hooked. Thank you for getting him to be part of the Fling family. And hopefully someday we can get him out here to race a little bit on the East Coast.
We definitely will. The
This is done early. Matt had a 625 dial, was 15 green, and ends up 1 hun under. Down at the finish line, just wasn't going to get there. Glenn Williamson, 004, runs 676 on a 677 to be 6 thou under. And oh man, Brandon Jarrell. Rolling up in the pickup truck. Going to wait it out here for a minute is Bill Lewis. Left a whole lot of water under the tower. Started rolling towards the water box. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of trying to catch his attention. These guys are crawling under the car here in front of the tower, and they're actually going to give him a little bit of time to see if they can get this figured out. In the meantime, we are going to roll the next pair forward. It's going to be Andrew Christofferson and Chris Tapp. Man, you got to admit, and trust me, I am not saying anything in any way, shape, or form against any other form of motorsports. But in the few years that I was announcing out at the Bull Ring in Vegas, or some of the other things that I'd seen happen, if you're getting up there and one of your competitors is dealing with a broken race car, there is no way that those guys would say, you know what, I'll wait. Let's see if he can get it fixed. There's no way they would have done that. But here in the world of drag racing, they're doing just that. Gerald is backed up, said, look, I'm going to give Lewis an opportunity to see if he can get this thing fixed, because if we're racing for $500,000, I want him to have the exact same opportunity. You know what? That's a celebratory moment right there. I'm sorry. You, no matter what happens here, you're going to have a celebratory smoke. This is crazy. 225 on the tree for Andrew Christofferson. He just missed it. Chris Tapp gets back in, 29, and then 591 on a 582. But what am I counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including Big Jed rolling out there, saying if we can get these things fixed, here they're all coming up. It's like a swarm. Bill Lewis's car is being swarmed in front of the tower. Oh my goodness. Gerald is getting a few, I mean, he's getting a cigar or two. But absolutely, man. Tim Sansone, Wes Weaver, they're up on the starting line, and I don't know, you know, we're racing for $500,000. Jarrell could have easily just said, nope, stage it, I'm back in. Now we got folks running over to the Fling Fix-It station. Again, big thanks to the folks at East Coast Alternator for setting up the Fling Fix-It station off to the side of the staging lanes as Tim and Wes leave identical on the tree. 0-14 at this end of the racetrack. Wes ends up 13th thou above the dial. Samson ends up dead 3. Win light goes to Tim. And we're going to continue to run pairs of cars until Bill Lewis has got this thing fixed and they can go racing. This is just, I got to tell you, man, gives you that warm fuzzy inside. Just that warm feeling. I have seen something like this once before at a national event. It was in Dallas. We were racing for an opportunity to come back on Sunday. And they just said, nope, we'll wait for them to fix it. We're going to run for it. So Brandon Jarrell is waiting this out going, I'm going to give you the time you need. Brandon, I'm going to tell you this. If you are on property and you see Brandon Jarrell running around anywhere, give that man a high five and a pat on the back. Red light start for Race Tarleton. Missed it by 16 thousandths of a second to be dead 8 and no good. Nick Folk, 20 green, goes 563 on a 568. This is, yeah. This is what racing at the Fling is all about. Again, we've called our odd door cars into the staging lanes. We will now take even door cars into the staging lanes for the buyback round. If you got a door car with an even number on it, let's get you into the staging lanes, please. Even door cars for the buyback. Come on back. Matt Cook and William Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum on the right side. 005 red light for the 66 Chevelle out of Kingsport, Tennessee. The day comes to a close. Matt Cook. 001 in the Vega wagon, and then goes 618 with a 9. 001 missed the dial by 1,000th of a second. But the important thing is, lights up the scoreboard. How many people we got down here now? Still 12?
I just counted 10 that are like
Is that officially like a tribe? What number do you get to be a tribe?
It's like a gaggle.
It is definitely a gaggle. It's bigger than a, well, I don't know if it's bigger than a herd.
No, it's not quite a herd.
Todd McKinney and Brian Martell. By the way, again, Braden Bowden, David Wright, and John Smith. We've got Fuel Factory cigars up here for you guys. So we got those 3 set aside. That one is for Brandon Jarrell. We got like 1 Fuel Factory cigar left. 5 thou separate them in reaction time. Yeah, those 2 have to be saved. And an 8 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. Brian Martell, 10 and 2 above. Getting there by 8 ten-thousandths of a second. I'd say Todd McKinney gave it back 8 10-thou. He was 005 and goes 675 on a 672. But we are still looking at Bill Lewis's car going, can we get it? They're starting to put it back together. The disassembly part has come to a close. We've entered the reassembly stage here in front of the tower. Where's the camera? We need to get that mobile camera over here and have him take a look at what's happening right in front of the tower right now. I'm telling you, that warm, fuzzy feeling of racers helping racers, it's pretty awesome. Darren Lotz.
There's nothing warm about right now because it's cold.
No, for them. But for me, Hank Bremoff trying to get back in for $500K. He'll make the buyback pay off. Hank 027 on the tree, 4th thou under, winning the double breakout affair. Darren Lotz was 65 green, just missed it at this end of the racetrack. And you know, JJ, you being a racer on the regular, when you miss the tree, it's one thing. When you miss the tree in a re-entry round for $500K, that's something you're going to think about for a little bit.
I think about it all the time.
You're going to think about it for a lot of bit?
First round for 1,500.
Still, you're going to think about it. Ernie Humes, Phil Truitt, separated by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light's going to turn on for Truitt. 007, dead 4, take 2 thou. That is a nice little re-entry lap. Nice little re-entry lap. Ernie Humes is 12 dead 1. 12 dead 1, and unfortunately your $500K chase comes to a close here in the re-entry round. 13 total, and boom, boom, ba-doom. Wah. One of those things, man. You rolling up here dialed in, you get down to the finish line, you screaming to yourself, no whammies, stop. That's exactly what it is, man. Red light start for Joe Tilley. Tilley turns it red by a bunch. Had an 053 red light and goes 636 on a 640. Travis Laster, 27 green and 586 on a 587. John Siegel got the station wagon rolling up on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 571. Dylan Kaiser with that 657. And I'm telling you this, I didn't say anything while they were sitting out there in front of the tower, but those of you that were paying attention to your text messages, you already know that for that incredible, amazing, fantastic display of sportsmanship, Brandon Jarrell, he's going to get $500 worth of strange gift certificates. I mean, we watched what, 7 or 8 pair? 9 or 10 pair? go down the racetrack as Brandon Jarrell said, nope, I'm going to give you a chance. Great race between Keyser and Siegel. Siegel 008, 572 and a 571 will win it. As now we bring up Brandon Jarrell and Bill Lewis. That makes my heart smile. It really does. It makes my heart smile to see that type of stuff happen in a race for $500,000. Bill Lewis making his way down the racetrack, and Brandon Jarrell was 23 and goes under by 9 thousandths of a second. Bill Lewis, 003, dead 7, puts up 10 total. But I'm saying this, again, if you see Brandon Jarrell anywhere on this property, first things first, he is going to get that Fuel Factory cigar. He's getting $500 worth of strange money. And he should be getting a high five and a pat on the back from every single person on this property. And I promise you, Bill Lewis is going to be giving him a big old hug, if not more. But I'm just saying. Bug McCarty and Danny Bastianelli, the Delaware Destroyer, taking on the Auto Parts guy. They were identical on the tree. 12 thou apiece leaving the starting line. Bug McCarty one above, 500 on the 499, gets himself a win light. Bastianelli took 25 thou at the stripe to be 7 thou under down at the finish line and bow out in the buyback round of a Moser Engineering $500,000 Saturday. Kevin Crawford and Joe Julesrud. Joe J. .612 the dial in over on the left side for Kevin Crawford. I did. I went golf cart grazing without the golf cart. .007 and 612 on a 612. Crawford puts up a nice lap. 7 at this end, dead 5 at that end, gets himself a win light. Joe was 24 green and then goes 5 at 64 on the 566 to end up 16 thou under the dial and calling it good here as we're in the Cascade Trailer Sales re-entry round on a Moser Engineering 500K Saturday. Again, we're at the Rad Torque Systems 15th anniversary of the fall fling is Jeremy Bargo. Little S10 pickup truck on the right side going up against Josh Harper out of St. Mary's, Georgia. $10 thou separate them in reaction time. 635 is the number that Josh is chasing. 622 is what Jeremy is chasing. They both run quicker than that. Josh Harper was 13 on the tree. Jeremy was 003. Jeremy takes that 10 thou advantage, gets to the finish line first. Both break out. Jeremy's 620 on a 622. Josh is 634 on a 635, and the win light belongs to Harper. He's under by 7 thousandths of a second. Jeremy under by 12 thou. Win light goes to Harper as Bristol Maddox and Bubba Browning. Bubba's got a cool race car because it's a 66 Nova. And that's the thing. Like Jessica's car, the Nova wagon, black top, white underneath. I like that. I like that paint scheme on those cars. Bristol Maddox 006 wins it on the double breakout. 619 was the dial. Take 2 thou at the stripe to be 5 thou under. Bubba was 13 green and exactly 10 thou under the dial, getting there second. So late comparatively on the hit, gets there early, gets there second. Here's Pearson Deming and Marty Wright. Marty and the Monty. Marty's Monty. That's what I was trying to say. Marty's Monty. Well, the Monty by Marty. And Pearson Deming in the Nova. Even Pearson admitted, you know, of all the Novas that are out there, maybe 1977 wasn't their best year. Maybe 1977 wasn't their best year. Oh, Pearson Deming tried to woo it down at the finish line. You could see the bumper doing the dance, but it was not going to be enough. Pearson Deming, 40 on the tree to Marty Wright's 037, so separated by 0.03 of a second. Marty goes 5:29 on a 5:28, but Pearson gets there first, gets there early, and breaks out by 0.03 of a second. How about the little Chevy 2 of John Budakowski going up against the Chevette of Kurt Harrington? I told you this before. I had buddies in high school that had Chevettes. There was no way that body style was ever rated to do more than 72 miles an hour. Because if that thing gets going more than 72 miles an hour, it will shake itself apart. Kurt Harrington's got it doing the right thing. 6:15 on a 6:17. Harrington gets the win light. After the 005 reaction time, Budakowski was 22 on the tree and then 497 on a 498. I'm not kidding. That Chevette that a buddy of mine had in high school, you get it up on the freeway, if you were doing like 75 miles an hour, you were going to experience kidney failure because they were being abused. It was terrible. Terrible. It was terrible. Yep, it was a Charles Barkley terrible kind of moment. Billy Lieber and Barry Tichy. Tichy going to bow out here, 6:11 on a 6:15, 23 on the tree, and too quick down at the finish line. Gets there first by 31 thou to break out by 33 thou. Billy Lieber, 42 on the tree, and goes 6:12 on a 6:15. Lieber's back in for a cool $500,000. Paul Warwick and Benny Ulmer. Benny in the long top, 67 wagon out of Appling, Georgia. Benny, do not leave that car unattended for any period of time whatsoever. Two total for Benny Ulmer. 001, dead one. Paul Warwick had two of the same numbers in his reaction time. It's like about as close to two as we get with that. He was 77 on the tree and goes 581 on a 579, but Benny Ulmer just saying. Just saying. That car will do two total. It's beautiful. It's a Nova wagon. I will come up with an excuse like, hey, Jed, we're going to go out golf cart grazing. And as soon as I see your car, I'm bailing out of the golf cart and headed straight for yours. Mike Barber gets the win light as Doug Linden goes red. Red by 11 thousandths of a second. Dick, you were saying who was going to run super gas in theirs? You talking about like a Chevette? Yeah, I mean, you know, they got the Jelly Bean up there in Colorado. Brandon Umberger's Jelly Bean. Yes, you got to love that stuff. Linden 11 red, 586 on a 586. Mike Barber, 16 green, gets the win light as Sean Lingerfelt and Kyle Bigley. Bigley out of, is that Secaucus? Okay. Red light start for Bigley by 17 thousandths of a second to be dead on 8. Sean Lingerfelt, 21 green, 566 on a 568. All right, so listen up. We got a lot of stuff up here in the tower that people need to come claim. We've got Fuel Factory cigars for Braden Bowden, David Wright, John Smith, and for Brandon Jarrell. We have got Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coins for Sean Harper, Billy Varner, William Roberts, Todd Stevens, Paul Mosley. We got 000 Hero coins for you. So we got cigars, commemorative coins,
just a jolly good time.
and great stuff. Yeah, you can come see the Divas. Every time I see that, they had a commercial for a Kia dealership in Vegas. It'd be like, come see a Kia, come see a Diva, come see a Kia. I got so tired of that commercial. Carson Neely trying to get it done against Jerry Lone. Lone is in control of this one. 006 and dead on 9 for Jerry. The big chief car moving into round number 2. Carson Neely was 22 on the tree and 1 above. No good, no go. So wait, no, we had 1 left, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we still got 1. But yeah, come see a diva. If you are Sean Harper, Billy Varner, William Roberts, Todd Stevens, Paul Mosley. All right, that car is cooler. Wheel standing, 66 Nova wagon. 639 was the dial, 14 on the tree, and 637 down the racetrack. Tommy Plott, or as we said, Tomas. Tomas is 534 and a 536. Hey, final call, door car buybacks. Final call, door car buybacks. We need you into the staging lanes. And I believe it said first call, odd dragsters. Something like that. Shelly Elrod and TJ Pascal. Oh, TJ. 004 dead 0. That'll work. That should work. Was it Kyle Seipel would say something to the effect of that would light up 93.92% of win lights. There you go. TG, you can get that one. 004 dead 0.
The other 2 are pending.
They are pending. All right, so now we got a cigar up here in the tower for TG. So Braden, Bowden, David Wright, John Smith, TG, come on up here to the tower, get your cigars. Eric Amon is red by 0.08 of a second. Say amen. Game over. Logan Westmoreland, 14 and 1/8 under, moves into round number 2. I like that. So Huffman's going to race his Chevette in super gas. Why not? I got 31 minutes left. 30. Okay, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. 2 thou separate Delaney Bishop and Aaron Vale as Vale tries to get back in. He will. 11 take 4 thou to be 1 above with a 655 on a 654. Delaney Bishop was 13 green and goes 576 on a 575. We're going to slip into some of the old Saturday Night Live skit things, man. Be like, what was that subliminal message guy? Oh, you might not remember the subliminal message skit, but there was a guy who would throw subliminal messages in on everything. Just occasionally here and there. Jesse Edens and Chris Crosby. Jesse's red by 0.12 of a second. Chris Crosby is back in the game with a 40 light. The big Jed and the big 4.0 light. 620 on a 625. Chris Crosby. Big Jed and a big 40. Jesse Edens 12 red and goes 619 on a 620. Doug Howe and Vinny Guido. I don't even know if they do that anymore. Like the top 40 countdown. Yeah. Do they?
Yeah, I hear it on Saturdays.
Who does it now? Do you know who the DJ is? Are you listening to the country top 40? Yeah. Because I remember ours was, I'm Casey Kasem. And this week's top 40. Starting things off at number 40. Michael Jackson once again hits the charts. Doug Howe trying to get it done against Vinny Guido. Guido is in control by 46 thousandths. Oh, Vinny. Vinny cannot get the chips to fall his direction at all. 003 takes 600 at the stripe and goes 626 on a 628. Doug Howe was 49 green and goes dead on 0. Following him through to light up the scoreboard. Bobby Bones? Oh, it's still, that's in Vegas too. It's Bobby Bones. Bobby Bones. Yeah, I remember that. 3 thou separating Timmy Miller and Doug. Doug goes 466. Is it for ace? Unfortunately, Doug didn't win that for race. 466 on a 464 was 10 on the tree and comes up 17 thou short. Timmy Miller, 13 green, dead 8, gets him a win light and gets him another shot at $500,000. I'm not saying, yeah, I remember those old Casey Kasem you'd be listening for him on Saturday morning. Of course, that's back when we, tried to get a song on a cassette tape. You had to wait for it to play on the radio, and you always missed the first part of it. Wow. Big wheel stand out of John LaBoose's car. He's 17 on the tree, goes 592 on a 591, and he hates that wheel stand. Dustin Long, 005, one above. Oh. Dustin Long, 005, one above, gets the win light. That's right, Steven. The American Top 40. And it was, I'm Casey Kasem.
Wait, Bobby Bones was country top 30.
Oh, country top 30. Well, they cheated you out of 10 songs then. If they're only doing the top 30, they cheated you kids.
I think the 40's like Buzz Brainerd or something.
Oh, he did 40. Buzz?
Bobby Bones always did 30.
Buzz Lightyear? What? Buzz who? Buzz Brainerd. Okay, good. Robert Hinman and Chad Duke. Did Chad blow the window out of the back of his car? It's been gone for a while. Fair enough. 001 and 581 on a 580 for Hinman. 16 thou above the dial after the 001 reaction time. Adds up to 17 total. Chad Duke was 18 on the tree. And according to Jared, the math isn't, what did he say earlier today? The math isn't mathin'? The math ain't mathin'. Well, the math didn't math. Which could lead to math hysteria back in the pit area. Wesley Washington dialed in at 590. Paige Brown dialed in at 595. 11 thou the difference. The win light goes to Washington. 004. And then 3 above the dial. 593 on a 590. Thank you, Jansen. I appreciate that. Yeah, Stephen, I don't use that term. That's Jared's term. That's one of those things, mathematically ineligible. They'd be sick. Yeah, I mean, if you were to, JJ's asking, we've got all of these, like, Fuel Factory cigars. There was 5 of them, and JJ said, what if somebody smoked all of these at the same time? Have you ever seen somebody turn green? They would. You would see it. They'd look like the Grinch. And maybe even hairier than the Grinch. Shannon Walker, 008 on the tree and 539 on a 535. For Shannon gets the win light over Mike Whitaker. Whitaker let go late, 31. And then goes 558. Good question. Good question, Stephen. What's for lunch? That's a great question. I bet Jeff Serra rolled up here in round number 1, had technical issues. We got KFC? But we're in Tennessee.
So wouldn't it be TMC?
How'd we get Kentucky?
I don't know.
They drove a long way.
They did.
Because I drove to Kentucky the other day when it was raining. That's a long way. Through backwoods of coal country. And saw, yeah. 26 thou separate Todd and Jeff. Jeff's going to be back in. And everybody else in the pits goes, oh, goody. Jeff Sarah's back. Oh, how exciting for us. 3 thou under. Win light belongs to Sarah. After he was 10 on the tree. Gets himself a win light. Todd Whitehead was 36 and runs 5:39 on a 5:41 as Richard Alford Jr. and Ken Clark. Yeah, JJ's thrilled. He's like, you know what, my luck, I'm going to roll up into the staging lanes for round number 2 and get to shake his hand. All for 001, 615 on a 614. Gets himself the win light. Ken Clark was 14 and then 642 on a 641. We'll bring up Brian Adkins and Joe Meese. Meese is dialed 625. Brian Adkins is dialed 644. All right, so basically like Braden Bowden, David Wright, John Smith, that was like, you know, dead zero, and I believe you were 4 total or 2 total, something like that. TJ Pascal. TG, I'm sorry. TJ just seems a little more southern. But like, who did he? Okay, well then, fine. We'll go with that. 647 on a 644. Brian Atkins gets a win light and an invitation to round number 2 of the 500K race. We are getting down to the end of our door cars. All that's left, I believe that I see that because they are pulling up. Really? We got to finish off our door car run with a couple of classic Barracudas? I like it. That's cool. Meese, 624, is under and out. As we'll bring up Harold Bell and Doug Browning. Browning, dialed 682. Harold Bell, dialed 540. Win light belongs to Harold Bell. They were almost identical at this end of the racetrack. 12 to a 10. Harold had a 12 light, goes 541 on a 540. Doug Browning, 10 on the tree and 3 above the dial to end up 18 thou behind at the finish line as Brian Griffin and Trevor Denton. The Vega versus the Grand Am. Trevor dialed 645. Brian Griffin dialed 511. Oh. Brian Griffin is going to be unhappy. Trevor Denton will be just fine. 13 dead 1 for Trevor, who had issues with the car in the first go-round. Gets back in by putting a 14 pack up on the scoreboards. Brian Griffin, 73 on the tree, and he's going to be thinking about that one for a while. How about this? We're going to finish it off with David Olinger and David Onspach in what could be like, I'm pretty sure they should both have Hemis in them. I don't know if they do or they don't. One of them may have been swapped. But it'd be like the Hemi shootout at Indy. 671 to a 549. Yeah, it's kind of like the Hemi shootout at Indy. 23 to a 35 and 671-0 for David Olinger. He goes 6-7-1-0 for the Olinger. 23 green. David Onspach was 35 green, goes 549 with a 3, and that is going to wrap up the Cascade truck body and trailer sales Re-entry round for the door cars. We got dragsters lining up back in the staging lanes, and I do believe what we have been looking for so far were what, our odd dragsters? Dragsters, odd-numbered dragsters to the staging lanes for the buyback round. Odd-numbered dragsters to the staging lanes for the buyback round. And we have been digging into the treasure chest. We've been digging into that $62,000 worth of racer appreciation giveaways. Thanks to the folks at Regiels, we've given away dragster scoops already, Crew Chief Pro, gift certificates. We've been giving away Larice Motorsports, contingency prizes. Thanks again to the folks at Larice Motorsports Insurance for sponsoring last night's Racer Appreciation Barbecue. Had a lot of really, really good food as we were watching round number 1 of that combined ATI and JEGS $100,000 race play out. We had the mechanical bull. We had axe throwing. Got through the re-entry round last night, put it on pause right there, and we are working our way through the re-entry round of a $500,000 to win Moser Engineering Saturday. Again, thank you very much to Warren and his team for that live feed that's been going on. JEGS, Mickey Thompson, making sure that anybody that is not available, can't be here, is being able to watch online. I mean, there's not many times, and I don't know, maybe those of you that are trying, like from the Gulf Coast area, down there, Florida way, whatever, you'd be like, oh yeah, we sat through a hurricane at the racetrack. We sat through the remnants of a hurricane yesterday in the morning. By the time the lights came on, we were racing that night for round number 1. So for everybody that works here at Bristol Dragway, for the folks at Total Venue Concepts, man, they put a lot of blood, sweat, and I'm guessing even somebody probably shed a tear or two to get this track put back together so that we could go racing last night. And then this morning for the 500K, rolled into sunshiny skies, perfect temperatures. And it was just, I don't think it got much better. I don't think it got much better than that. So Lane, just a quick little recap for you. Essentially, obviously everybody knows, had a lot of weather. We combined the ATI performance products $50,000 Thursday and the JEGS $50,000 Saturday into one $100,000 race. So we had a $100,000 race that we started yesterday. I want to say that, well, we maybe put the first car down the track around 7 o'clock-ish, about the time that the Racer Appreciation Party started. I think they were about the same time, maybe 6:45. I don't care about the new entry time runs. Yeah, the important stuff started around 7. We raced until just before 1 a.m. Got round number 1 in the re-entry round done for the 100K. That is now on pause. Started the 500K this morning. We've made it through round number 1. We've made it through door cars in the re-entry round. We've now got all of our re-entry, well, not all of our re-entry dragsters. We've got our odd-numbered re-entry dragsters. Getting ready to go for the Cascade Truck and Body, or Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales. We've been giving out a bunch of our prizes, again over 62,000, and watched one of the best displays of sportsmanship, proving why drag racing is by far the greatest motorsport of all time, as Brandon Jarrell rolled up. His opponent, Bill Lewis, had issues, had water pouring out from underneath of the car, Brandon Jarrell pulled back and said, I will wait and give them a chance to fix that. We ran about 7 or 8 pairs ahead of them. Bill was able to get the car fixed. They raced. And it was, I mean, it didn't go Jarrell's way. But he waited, did what he knew he felt was right, gave his opponent a fair shot at it. And because of that, he's going to be getting like a pat on the back for everybody. What happened to the third 50K? Unfortunately, Mother Nature rained on our parade. She was being a little cantankerous and decided that it just wasn't going to happen. So for those that were entered, they've got themselves situated. They got things figured out. They're taking care of those drivers. The third 50K probably just isn't going to do it. But the rest of it is absolutely going to happen. So here we go with the dragsters trying to race their way back in. Bodie Bennett. Well, that's how we're going to start it off. 002 and dead on 6. Take 7th thou at the stripe. 2B8 total. So that's kind of crazy. Yes, Lane. Cantankerous. It's a multisyllabic word.
That's another big word. You used a big word to describe another big word.
Mm-hmm. Give me a minute, I'll look some more up so that I know how to use them. Oh, man. So for those of you that are asking, since we have made our way into the buyback round, as Kevin Bennett and Vicky Johnson are going to get them staged up. Oh, Vicky's going to go red by 0.005 of a second. Kevin Bennett 28 green and then goes 475 on a 474 because what will happen? There's 2 major questions that will get asked by the chat bleachers every time you get out of round number 1. Question number 1, did Big Chief run yet? I get that one all the time. Question number 2, what was the car count in round number 1? The car count in round number 1, 419. After all the shuffling, after all the folks that couldn't make it, ended up with some difficulty, whatever the case may be, we ended up with 419 cars go down the track in round number 1. Ron Lane. Wait, was that Ron? Or was that the other guy? Okay, 006 dead 1. So we go from what, 8 total to 7 total. In our first couple of pairs down the racetrack, Mark Horton was 10 on the tree. And 10 on the tree is not going to get around 7 total. Just not going to get around 7 total. Ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen.
Reagan says you are a real etymologist.
I'm a real, a wordsmith? I think etymologists is the people that like go after words.
Did I say
That's not me. That's not me.
Did I say that right?
Huh? No. You said it right.
Oh, okay, great.
I was thinking when he started throwing out etymologist, the first word that went through my head was epidermis. And I'm like, why are we talking about skin?
Etymology is the study of the origin of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history.
Dude, you are so wrong. So wrong. I make up words. 25 thou separate Blake Johnson and Tyler Smith. Blake is going to come out on top of the double breakout. Tyler Smith 005 and then goes 472 on a 473. He is 2 thou under. Ooh. Oh, look at this. 005, 2 thou under. Blake Johnson was 30 on the tree and 1 thou under. Ouch. Blake Johnson moving on as Michael Combs and Ryan Stifler. Going to see about trying to get in. Combs out of Bluff City. 488 the dial on the left side. Ryan Stifler with a 471 dial over on the right side. 15 thou the difference in reaction time. And Ryan Stifler, 10 on the tree, dead 4 to be 14 total. Getting himself a win like Combs was 25 green. Ouch. Michael Howard, 461 is the dial on the left side. Tim Thomas with a 482. Over on the right, Thomas coming in out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Michael Howard, Ellabelle. That's a pretty cool name. That's a cool name for a town. Ellabelle. 461 the dial in on the left side. Oh.
Dad said you got 7 minutes left.
Oh my goodness. J.R. Learcamp, Vinny Domino. Big Vin for Numidia. Dragway over on the left side. I'm sorry. I just saw in the chat bleachers about RTC in the house, man. Oh. Both drivers are 004. Domino's 004 green. Learcamp is 004 red. 457 on a 458 after being 004 red. Vinny Domino 004 green, and then goes 445 on a 448. Legging it out is what the OGCG said, carrying some heat. I like the term. I like the term, carrying some heat. Man, well, I'll tell you what, we've been sending thoughts and prayers out to everybody who's been impacted by the hurricane, and just read on the chat bleachers that our one and only RTC, a regular and a moderator here in the chat bleachers for the Fling, unfortunately experienced a severe amount of damage to his home. Tucker Cancelar, sorry, hold on. Cancelar, our winner of the Rob's Towing Shootout, ends up having something go wrong. Ended up with a 3+ reaction time. Gets out of the throttle and just kind of coasts down. So unfortunately for Tucker, ended up getting the win in the shootout, but will not get an opportunity to be standing in the winner's circle at the end of the day here for the 500K. Barry Brown 007, and then goes 457 on the 448 as Braden Taylor and Jeremy York. Jeremy 458 dial and a diamond build car on the right side. Braden Taylor 477 on the left, and as they get him staged up, as I was saying, man, like RTC ended up losing his house in the hurricane, and thoughts and prayers go out to you, your family, and any of those that are impacted by that, man. That's rough. Sorry to hear that. Jeremy York 002, 459 on a 458. So 002, one above. Win light for Jeremy. Braden Taylor was 34 green. Goes 475 on a 477 is Joe Geary and Dylan Howe. Gary in the dragster on the left side, dialed in at 446, Dylan Howe. Over to the right side, dialed in at 454. Dylan, who is quickly making a name for himself across the country, but yeah. Thoughts, prayers, love, man. Thoughts, prayers, love for RTC. Sorry about that. Had TG coming up here to grab his cigar. So we've had John and TG collect up their cigars. Braden Bowden, David Wright. We got cigars up here for you guys too. Jimmy DeChaco and Race Kid. Race trying to get Idaho back on the map and can't quite pull it off. Jimmy DeChaco, 35 green and goes 448 on a 447. Race Kid take 36 thou with the stripe to break it out by 9 thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Hugh Meeks and Chase Learcamp. Yeah. Race was 11 up front. Take 36 at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. 461 on a 462. Take 36, breaking it out a thou. What's up, Mr. Warren? Hola, mi amigo. That's one of those things I'm going to try to do before we get into the spring fling next year. I'm going to try to learn a little Spanish. I probably won't be any good at it, but I'll try. Hugh Meeks was 005. Chase Learcamp was 15. So 10 thou separate them up front. Hugh goes 462 on the 461. Chase 463 on a 465. So for, again, before I get off the mic, Big Jet is in here. We're getting pretty close to that rotation. Kind of like in a volleyball game. Rotate. But before I get off the mic, I'll talk about this last pair and Andy Morris and Jeff Taylor. Andy out of Olympia, Washington. A couple of West Coasters. Jeff Taylor spends, I don't know, he spends more time back here. Which, see, that's the thing that I get it. I'm not trying to stir anything up. Jeff Taylor goes out and wins himself a race. What does it say right there? Apache Junction, Arizona. He's going to get back in 473 on a 473. 10 dead 2 gets him back into the game by a thou. Andy Morris was 003 and 1 above. But Apache Junction, Arizona. Last I checked, Arizona is still over there. As soon as he wins a race, all of a sudden everybody goes, yeah, but he's really an East. He races mostly on the East Coast. You can't pick and choose. I mean,
Not where you race.
Exactly. It's kind of like Greg Hicks won one, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, he's from back. No, he ain't. I know where the man, I've been to his house. I don't go hanging out. I'm just saying. See, there you go. Donnie Algieri right off. Jeff Taylor belongs to the East. No. Fail.
Wait, where's his hat?
Your lot. your logic fails. Chevy Reeves 491 on a 491 gets a 492 was 004. Mike Boswell 12 in the tree, dead at 3. Win light goes to Boswell, and you can claim all you want. But as long as Jeff Taylor keeps putting Apache Junction, Arizona on his tech card, if he claimed Pennsylvania, he would put Pennsylvania in his tech card. Right? I'm just saying. All right, I'm turning it over to Jed. Like they said, kind of the Saturday Night Live thing. What was it? Coffee talk? Talk amongst yourselves.
Thank you, Nate. Some very, very valid points right there. I mean, if you're from the West Coast, you're from the West Coast. I'm okay with that. I don't have to try to figure out a way to make every win an East Coast win. I'm okay. I know the left coasters can get it done. Got Will Cawthon, 451 in the left. Right side is Greg Hicks. Speaking of left coasters, Hicks out of Las Vegas. He will get the true start win. Hicks left first was 4 red. Cawthon left second was 9 red. 9 is more worser than 4. And that puts the win light in Greg Hicks' lane. 4th thou red and 11th thou above. Cawthon's 27th thou over off the 9 red. Dragsters even. We'll take you now for the re-entry round. Buyback, even number dragsters. We'll take you in the lanes, please. Buyback round, even number dragsters. We'll take you in the lanes, please. Got Tyler Mosley, left side out of South Carolina. He's dial 450. Right side, Buddy Fleener from down the road here in Rogersville, Tennessee, dial 471. 15 thou, the difference up front. And a win light going to the one that was behind, Buddy Fleener. 19 dead 0. Moving into round number 2 by a thou. Gets to the stripe, one little one in front. Mosley is 004 and 16 thou over. He's 20 total. And that comes up 1 thou short of the 19 pack of Buddy Fleener. There's Will Holloman next up in the left lane, 454. Is the dial. Right side, Allie Pettit, dial 489. So Brandon Gerald's got a $500 gift from Strange for his sportsmanship for waiting for an opponent that was broken in the re-entry round. Great sportsmanship by Brandon Gerald. We appreciate that very much. It just shows that we have the best of the best here at the Fling. Holloman moves on, 21 and 11 thou above. 15 red for Pettit and 26 thou under. Appreciate the welcome back there, Troy Inskeep. Good to be back on the horn. Here's the OG CG. Spent a little time on the mic. Did a fantastic job. Chris Galletti, dial 449, right side. Well, that's his buddy, Sugar, Shane Carr. Carr, dial 454. Sugar been getting some tough draws. He is a tough draw, but he's been getting some tough draws too, and he got another one right there. But he gets it done. Nice lap for Sugar. 10 dead 1, 11 thou package. Galletti is 009 up front. Gets there 16 thou. Breaks it out. Oop. I'll have to look at the screen here. It cleared on me, so have to check out the feed. Oh, he broke it out 14 thou. Got there 16, broke out 14. Had to take 2 or less. Cliff Carr next up in the left lane, 434 is the dial. Robbie Hamilton, right side, dial 483. As the big boss man from Fuel Factory, Michael Tedesco has stepped in the booth and he has brought more celebratory Fuel Factory cigars. Carr, 24 thou behind. And a win light going to Robbie Hamilton, 001 dead 9, 10 thou package for Robbie Hamilton. Nice lap there. 25 dead 8 for Cliff Carr. Not a bad lap, but it had him 23 thou in the hole. Robbie Hamilton moves on. Dan Davies, diamond chassis car in the left lane, dial 415. Right side, Brent Martin, dial 470. Brent getting 55 hun head start. .006 for Davies. He's into round number 2. 9 thou under the dial. Brent Martin is 4 thou red and dead 9. Red and dead does not get it done. Dan Davies advances. Buddy Dial in the left, Vance Houston in the right. 9 thou separate them. Advantage going to Houston, win light going to Dial. 30 dead 9, 39 total for Buddy Dial. Vance Houston is 21 and 19 thou above to be behind by 1 rotten thou. Man, this is a tough game. Everything has to go right on most passes. And that one, Vance Houston was doing all right till the last few feet and got a thou behind. What's up, Hugh Williams? I talked about that earlier. I said we're going to race for $500,000. That does sound like more than 500,000, but it is cool either way. $500,000 going to today's winner. Jaden Lawler in the left, Paul Riddle in the right. Lawler 457 chasing a 506. Red for Riddle, 21 for Lawler. Lawler blackjacked him, 12 thou under. Jaden Lawler into round number 2, 16 red and dead 8 for Paul Riddle. Tough way to exit the Moser 500K. What's up, Warren Ortiz? Listening in from Mexico. Great to have you tuning in as always, my friend. Hadn't got to chat with you in the bleachers for a while. Good to be back. See you doing your thing out there. Spencer Massey in the left lane. Yes, that's Spencer Massey. 461 is the dial. Durant Cottingham in the right. Dial 467. Cottingham will move on to round number 2. 32 and 2 above. 52 pack. Spence going to hate that one. 8 thou red. And just lets out and coast through to go 488 on the 461. Durant Cottingham moves into round number 2. John Parks next up in the left. 446 is the dial. Right side is Bo Butner. Yes, that Bo Butner. Dial 454. We almost had Spencer Massey versus Bo Butner. That would have been cool. Butner getting an 8 hun head start. What's up, Steve Kelly? I am well, my friend. I am well, better than I deserve. Surround yourself with good people, and heck, life just goes the way you want it to go. 4 thou red for Parks. Bo Butner lays down 8 total. 002 dead 6. Nice lap for Bo Butner. 4 thou red and 15 thou above for Parks. But he was going to have his hands slam full. Bo Butner into round number 2. Travis Colangelo, American Race Cars, in the left lane. 457 is the dial. Gary Ingold in the right. Dial 465. This is my neighbor back here. Mr. Ingold getting an 800 head start. There's one of my old buddies right there, George Shabarek. Said he's at the bracket finals at Extreme Raceway, watching us here on the mountain. We appreciate you tuning in, George. Good luck to you, my friend. Hope you earn you a trip to whatever affiliation you guys are with. Hope you earn that victory out there. Dead even on the starting line. Ingold gets it done. 10 and 10 thou above, getting to the stripe. 3 thou in front. Colangelo is 10 and 13 thou above. Obviously, there's the 3 thou difference. The win light goes to Gary Ingold. Denise Young next up in the left. 453 is the dial. Dakota Wells in the right. Dial 454, the slightest of head starts to Dakota Wells by 100. What's up, Todd's Extreme Paint? Todd Zeller tuning in. Says I'm killing him with the blackjack. You know, anytime they see 21 on the board, it's, I think, blackjack. I don't play the game. I don't play blackjack, but it just makes me think about it. Big advantage for Denise Young and a win light. 009 take 24 to be 13 thou above, 23 total. Wells was dead one, but 45 up front, had him 2.5 hun behind at the stripe. And Denise Young moves into round number 2. Talon Farmer next up in the left. 480 is the dial. Danny Malloy, right side, dial 481, another one of those tiny 1 hun head starts. What's up, Mr. Boo Boo? Roll Tide. Got a big one this evening. Well, we still about 5 hours out or so. I'm sure they're getting fired up down in Tuscaloosa. Back to Todd's Extreme Paint. Todd Zeller, I saw where him and my man Jerron Settles, Imagine That Customs, have collaborated to do some work on some hot rods, and you put the two of them together, it doesn't get any better than that. Talon Farmer in a world of trouble right here. 008 dead 7 for Malloy. Danny Malloy moves on. Farmer's dead 3, but left 60 up front to be 48 thou behind at the stripe. Danny Malloy advances. Blake Combs, 471 dial on the left lane. He's a Mike Boss Race Cars entry. We got us a Mike Boss Jr. about a month ago, and we absolutely love it. What a beautiful piece. Blake does the welding over there, at least a lot of it. Right side is Shane Blackburn. Shane dialed 458, giving up 13 hun head start. $43 thou separate them. Blake Combs in control of this one and gets a win light. 10 and 17 thou above, getting to the stripe. 36 thou in front. Blackburn 10 thou above, but left 53 on the let go. Got him 36 thou behind at the stripe. Shout out to a old friend, been knowing this guy since the B&M days in the early 2000s, late 90s. Michael Frizzy. Michael, hope you continue to get well. Appreciate you tuning in, and certainly appreciate the kind words, my friend. Enjoy the show. Jay Ralston, 446 dial in the left. Paul Campanella in the right, dial 458. Campanella getting a 12 hun head start. 6 thou the difference up front. Win light goes to Campanella, 18 and 13 thou above. He got to the stripe 1.5 hun. 12 and 34 thou over for Ralston. Just missed the dial a little there and got him in the hole. Couldn't make it up. Paul Campanella moves into round number 2. It is the Rad Torque Systems. Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. We've got the Moser 500K today. We're in the re-entry round. We are rocking right along with dragsters. Got a special guest coming up between round 1 and 2. Can't wait to have a little chat with him. Got Glenn Ferguson and Vince Schroeder. Vince is going to need a friend right here. I mean a good friend. 004, take 54 to be 1 thou under. Had to take 53 or less. 45 and 12 thou over for Ferguson on the drop. He did feed some of that. But Vince Schroeder going to hate that ticket. Glenn Ferguson into round number 2. Miss Ivy Brandon in the left lane. 437 is her dial. She got Cooper Chun. Cooper out of Washington. Great story for this young man. Went to St. Louis, had a great outing. He's continued to come east, and he's racing at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling 500K presented by Optima Batteries. Talented young racer out of Washington. Bringing that talent east, see what he's got. Absolutely. Cancer survivor, and just beat it down. He might survive the re-entry round as well. Cooper Chun, 007, 27 thou above, taking 5 little ones at the stripe. Miss Ivy's 21 and 18 thou over. Win light goes to Cooper Chun. Wayne Mayer next up in the left. 483 is the dial. Michael Shoop right side. Shoop on a 488. Only 5 hun head start going to Shoop. Blaine Mayer will come chasing. $1,700 watching. 620 has liked it. Come on, guys. Get in the game. Mayer with the advantage in a win light. 15, take 34 to be 27 thou over, 42 total. Shoop was 48 up front, so that left him no chance. And then he goes 28 thou above to be 3.5 hundredths behind at the stripe. So 1,700 watching, and only 620 have hit the like button. Come on, guys. Y'all are better than this. I mean, you really are. You're the #1 chat bleachers people in the world. Well, there's 7 of you. Just jump right on it. See, I mean, why I got to keep reminding y'all? Just hit the thumb. I mean, that's really all you got to do. Yes, the 1 point and up. If there's a down one, don't hit it. Don't make that mistake. 7 more of you jumped in. Sonny Barclay in the left. Antoine Jett in the right. Twan getting 21 hun head start. Just turned that into 22 hun, but couldn't turn on the bulb. 28, 19 thou above for Barclay. He moves into round number 2. Twan is 18 up front. Got 3 thou behind to go 32 thou above. Yeah, Troy Inskeep, we've got the snippers ready to cut the cords to the live feed. I mean, if y'all don't want to like it, there's no point in, No point in battling this any longer. Nate's going to go out and cut the cords, which we did get 42 of you pretty quick like. So, and there's some more. There's 12 more just with a threat. And y'all know these threats are just idle threats. We're really not going to do it. But we'll make you think we're going to do it. Mike Harbaugh on the left, Jamie Holston in the right. 9 thou separate them. Holston with the advantage. Harbaugh with a win light. 18 dead 0. Nice lap for Mike Harbaugh. Holston left 009 up front, but goes 43 thou above to be 34 thou behind. Not real sure what happened there to Jamie, but he missed the dial a little bit and come up short. Well, George Hoff, we appreciate that. You keep hitting that like button. Sign in as somebody else. Keep hitting it. We need some likes. We're up to 693. We got 73 of you to do it just by threatening to cut the cords. Taylor Strange in the left, Taylor Holland in the right. A couple of Taylors doing battle right here. 16 thou separate them. Holland had the advantage, was 001 up front, but slows to 3/10 above the dial. And Strange moves on to round number 2, 17 and 34 thou over. You tell him, Dylan Champion. Tony Morris, 483 in the left. Alexis Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration entry in the right. Dial 460 from all the way out in Henderson, Nevada. She's going to give up 2300 head start. $11 thou separate them. Advantage Thompson. Win light Thompson. Alexis 20. Take 4 to be 11 thou above. Nice lap there for Alexis Thompson. 31 dead 4 for Morris. Comes up 4 thou short. Alexis Thompson to round number 2. Chris Stein next up in the left. 417 is the dial. That's no good here. Cody McDaniel in the right, dial 461. Big head start for Cody as Stein has got one mad hot rod over there, dial 417. Got a parts call, got someone in need. I mean in need. Need a Dr. Pepper Zero. Zero Shug Dr. Pepper. If you got a Dr. Pepper Zero, we got somebody just needing it bad in the tower. Michael Tedesco with Fuel Factory has offered a celebratory cigar for anybody that brings up a Dr. Pepper Zero. We need it ASAP in the tower. 6 thou separate them. Stein with the advantage. McDaniel with a win light. 31, 9 thou under. Moving on to round number 2, 25 and 23 thou under for Stein. Stein got there 20, had to take 6 or less or get behind. Dr. Pepper Zero needed in the tower. Got a cigar from Fuel Factory. You can light it right here if you want to in a no smoking zone. But we need a Dr. Pepper Zero. That's Shane Thompson. Oh, man, he just missed his daughter by a couple of pair. Wowzers. 467 dial for Shane. One of our great sponsors with the Fling brand. Turns at 3 thou red. That one's going to hurt for Shane, but he's 2 thou under. It's going to be a pretty nasty lap in both lanes. Connor Calder was 006 and 13 thou under. Shane Thompson lit at 3 thou pink. Puts the win light in Connor Calder's lane. Carl Jones in the left. 462 is the dial. Dustin Wirtz, right side, dial 442. Final call, buyback round dragsters. Final call, buyback round dragsters. If you're in the buyback round in the dragsters and you have not reported to the staging lanes, we need you now, please. Final call, buyback round dragsters. Odd number door cars for round number 2, you are officially on standby. We'll be calling you soon. Odd number door cars for round number 2, you are on standby. We'll be calling you just as soon as we get this thing whittled down to a small number in the lanes. Sixth thou separate them, and Carl Jones had the advantage in a win light. 002 and 12 thou over. 14 total. Gets to the stripe. 48 thou in front. Wirtz is 008, but goes 54 thou over the dial. Comes up a little short there as Carl Jones advances to round 2. Jason Dawson next up in the left. 464 is the dial for Jason. Clay Combs right side. Dial 522. Dawson, about 23 thou out in front, and gets a win light. 18, dead on with a 19. Taken 17. 41 and 13 thou above for Combs. Left him out of it as Dawson left 18 up front and had a lot of room to work with. Still need that Dr. Pepper Zero. Somebody got to have one out there. Marty Martin in the left, 456 is the dial. Lee Dixon in the right, dial 461. Little 500 head start going to Dixon. Marty Martin lights at 6 thou red. Lee Dixon moves into round number 2. 10 and 12 thou above for Lee Dixon. He advances. Oh, man. Gary Thompson back home in Georgia. Got a good-looking Dr. Pepper Zero, but that does us zero good. Here, Gary. We wish you were here, too. 6 thou red and 2 thou under for Marty Martin. Alexis Whitaker. Left lane, 468 is the dial. Kyle Hustwaite, right side, dial 490. I see those likes are coming. Y'all are doing really good. You're getting closer. You're closing the gap. 1,700 watching. There's only 1,000 of you that haven't liked it. Come on. Do your thing. Hit the thumbs up. Make sure it's up. Oh, Alexis Whitaker. That one's going to sting. 005 and 2 above for Hustwaite. Alexis left late and 36 thou over. That one's not going to work out. Kyle Hustwaite to round 2. Sean B. 586 dial on the left lane. Courtney Grisez. It's Grisey? Okay, JJ said it's Grisey. Get with me, I'll help you with the spelling on that. Y'all messed that one up. 424 is the dial for Courtney. Red in the left. Grisey moving on. 14 and 10 thou above. 007 red and 13 thou over for Sean B. Big Brew in the left. Jerry Brewer, 457 is the dial. Jesse York in the right lane. Out of Muncie, Indiana, dial 487. A 3/10 head start Going to York in the right side. Y'all serious right now? There's not a Dr. Pepper Zero here? Is this for real? We've got a Fuel Factory celebratory cigar for you. And a shout out. You're going to get a shout out for saving the day with a Dr. Pepper Zero. 008 red for Big Brew. York moves into round number 2. 10 up front. And then lights it up 16 thou over. Dead 4 and 8 red for Jerry Brewer. That one hurts. Appreciate that, Don Morris. Kim Onspach has regular Dr. Pepper. Thank you, Kim. We got regular. We needing that zero. Travis Nelson in the left, 464. Rick Hustwaite in the right, down 490. Five thou separate them. Advantage Nelson, win like Nelson, 20 and 13 thou above, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Hustwaite is 25 dead 9 to be 1 thou behind. That's a tough one there. The Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar is in the house, and it's good and cold. Alicia, come get it, girl. Hold and dial in the left, Shannon Justice in the right. Hold and dial with a 2 thou advantage and a win light. 006 and 2 thou under gets by 008 and 5 thou under. Nice lap there for Hold and dial, double breakout, and Holden gets the win. Justice was 8 take 1. Ouch. No good. So shout out to Brittany Ulmer. She brought in the Dr. Pepper Zero. She gets the Fuel Factory celebratory cigar. Who you passing that to? Mr. Galetti, the OGCG, is going to get a Fuel Factory celebratory cigar. Thank you, Brittany, for bringing that Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar in. Lifesaver. Well, I sure will, Lisa. As soon as the opportunity presents itself. Riley Learcamp in the left, Mitchell McKinney in the right. McKinney getting right at a full half-second head start. And Mitchell got a few more of those. Oh, no, Mitchell. Oh, no, Mitchell. Say it ain't so. 009 take 49 to be 7 thou under. Had to take 42 or less. As Learcamp is 49 dead 2 and got by with it. Another Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Mike Larkin in the left lane, Jamie Bridge in the right. Canadian leaves first. Here comes Larkin. Only 8 thou separates them. Bridge makes it work. 22 and 10 thou over for Jamie Bridge. Nice lap there, getting to the stripe 18 thou in front. Mike Larkin is 14 and 36 thou above. You know, you start doing these races with the double entries and all those things, and you think, well, somebody lost in the re-entry round. Maybe there are other entries coming back. This is all singles. One driver, one car. Car and or driver can only go down once. And it's an interesting format. It's fun to watch. Gary Wambolt, 465 dial in the left. Nick Warren, 465 dial in the right. About 12 and 11 thou over for Wambolt. 23 pack moving on into round number 2. Nick Warren was 008 up front, but goes 37 thou above to be 22 thou behind. Here's Cassie Lewis next up in the left. 483 is the dial. Nick Womack, right side, dial 462. 21 Hun head start going to Cassie Lewis. Odd number door cars. Round 2 to the lanes, please. Odd number door cars to the lanes for round number 2. Potential buy for door car round 2 is car number 160, Doug Linden. Doug Linden, same one I called Doug Sinden in the practice tree race the other night. So Doug Linden, you are the potential buy for round 2 door car. Odd number door cars to the lanes for round number 2, please. Cassie Lewis moves on. Blackjacked him. 21 and 11 thou over. Cassie moving into round number 2. Nick Womack is 3 thou red and 1 thou under. We are wrapping up the re-entry round in the dragster category. We have called odd number door cars to the lanes for round number 2. I might have a second to get this done because I don't have much more time on the mic. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angela Chickaron. Happy birthday to you. Angela, hope you've had a wonderful day. Everybody deserves to have a great day every day, but especially on your birthday. We hope you did. Jessica Bennett in the left, 489. Chase Conley in the right, now 466. Advantage for Jessica, and Jessica gets the win. 006, take 25 to be 13 thou above. Jessica moves into round 2. Chase Conley, 20 up front, 24 thou above. Left too much room there for Jessica. She was 19 total. Conley was 20 on the tree. Okay. So Doug Linden, correction on that buy run. My apologies. We have corrected it. It is James Holmes. James Holmes is the door car buy run for round number 2. My apologies, Doug. That's kind of a odd name there on the chat bleachers, but I'm just going to call you Money. Appreciate you, Money. Tim Kelly and Fred Hackberg, 6 thou apart. Kelly moving on. 22, take 33 to be 17 thou above. 28 and 44 thou over in the right lane for Hagberg. Leaves him 33 thou short at the stripe. Marie Moeller next up in the left lane. 479 is the dial. Joshua Owens, right side, dial 478. Only a little Hun head start to the left lane. How about 003? Take 009 for Joshua Owens. 2 Hun above the dial, 23 total. As Marie Moeller, 17 and 15 thou above. Not a bad lap, but it doesn't work very well when your opponent's 003 and driving the stripe like that. 3 take 9 for Owens. Into round number 2. Down to our last couple of pairs in a buy run. Odd number door cars you have been called for round number 2. Joey Harrison next up in the left. 469 is the dial. Frank Falter the third, right side, dial 484. 15 Hun head start going to Falter. Double reds. True Start did not have to go to work there as Joey Harrison was the lesser of the two and left last, but Harrison moves on. 12 red and 7 thou under, beats 15 red and 38 thou above. Joey Harrison will advance to round number 2 of the Moser 500K. Sean Schaefer in the left lane, 461. Bill Prest in the right. Now 454. Prest giving up 7 Hun head start to Schaefer. Arndt Basland, G. Michael, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Dead even on the starting line. 13's in both lanes, and Press gets it done. 13 and 3 above. Moving into round number 2. As Schaefer is 13. Broke it out. Oh, I'm going to have to read the screen here. Hang just a second. Let me get back to the feed. Information cleared on me, so I'll have to go to our trusty live feed here, and it did not show it. Awesome. I think he broke out a thou. I'm gonna say left lane broke out a thou. Doesn't matter if it's a thou or a minute, I guess, but it's still a breakout. Jake Hodge, your buy run right here. Jake with the 139 on the board in honor and memory of Sean Serra. He'll stretch it out the back door. Running 470. 470 with a 1 there for Jake Hodge. 10 bulb on the tree, so pretty solid lap there for Jake on the buy. He'll advance to round number 2. That wraps up our re-entry round. We're about to go into Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. But before we do, I'm joined in the booth by the man in charge, the owner, founder of one of the coolest upcoming brands in racing. It happens to be fuel, but it's still an upcoming brand, Fuel Factory. Michael Tedesco, great to have you in the booth with us.
Thank you, buddy. It's an honor to be here with you. We love and respect you and what you do. And the Beyondos, forget about it. They're the best out there, best promoting, and they run such a great operation, and they really had a tough weekend, but they've made the best out of what you know what.
Very well said. Very well said, Mr. T. You guys, you know, you are supporting a lot of big bracket races at a very high level. You're involved with the Fling brand, you know, the preferred fuel of this event, and you've been delivering a lot of fuel here. But you guys are really gaining a lot of traction at Fuel Factory. You're really starting to spread out coast to coast and doing really good things in the racing community.
Well, I appreciate that, and we've tried to, you know, control the growth, get everything in place, and, you know, build the inventory and build the distributor base and the dealer base. But it all comes down to the needs, the racers. So the racers have been very good to us. We've tried to put out a great product at a great price, and we are racers here with the racers. You know, I started 55 years ago. My Uncle Bob raced Bill Jenkins at the track that I bought in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
He was a pro stock racer, and they match raced, and that was my first time at a track when I was 13. So I kind of got this all in my blood for a long, long time.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like there's a lot of history there, and you guys have a great program today with Mia and Racing Jason, and obviously back at Fuel Factory, Mia is an important part of that. You've got Mark Wessler, you've got Dave Morris. I'm sure there's others that are part of the program, but it's obvious that you've surrounded yourself with the right people. You've got great people in your camp, and that is the same thing that makes this race work. We're surrounded by great people like you and all these other sponsors. So surround yourself with the right people, Michael, and things go well.
Amen. That's well said too, Jed. And we just try to do the right things. We will always be there to support. You know, I'm here, cell phones available. If there's a problem, we're going to fix it.
Yes, sir.
We're going to make sure you get what you want. We're going to make sure we continue to make sure we have the best product out there at a very good value.
Yeah, you guys are working with engine builders, and they're doing dyno work and showing that your fuel is as powerful or more powerful than a lot of the other brands available, and that's a great thing. Talk to your engine builder. Get them with Fuel Factory if they're not already with Fuel Factory. Let them show you the difference, because there is a difference. It's a great product, Michael. It's certainly surrounded by great people. You guys are just like us. You're in the pits. You're parked way down there just like anybody else and having a blast and racing well. And we just can't thank you for all you do for us. The Fuel Factory points program, you've offered these celebratory cigars. They're awesome. We're passing those out, having a good time. You're going to offer up some hats for likes.
Yeah, if the next 6 people that like on the live feed, they will get a free hat. So I'm looking for 6 likes, and the next 6 likes, we are going to write the name down and we'll mail out some hats. Jed's going to do this a few times throughout the night, and we want to support Peter and get as many likes as we can here. So we appreciate you guys doing what you do, and please like the site here.
Thank you very much, Michael Tedesco. Congratulations on a great launch and a continued success with Fuel Factory. Thank you for investing in what we love to do, not only as a manufacturer, but as a sponsor. You guys are awesome, and you know, I know it's been wonderful for our program, me and JJ as well. We love Fuel Factory, and there is a difference. It does make a difference. Freshness of fuel and quality of fuel makes a difference in your racing program, and you guys have all of that.
Well, thank you, and that's very important to us, and we'll stay focused on that. And I don't want to be the biggest. I just want to do the right things, have the best product that I can, and continue to add a value of pricing to where it's friendly with the racer.
Affordable, great product, surrounded by great people and backed by great people. As a racer, we couldn't ask for anything better, and as part of the staff here, we couldn't ask for better support than what you're offering. So, Michael, we appreciate you. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you, buddy. And you got lots more cigars up here these guys will be sending. We got lots more hats. Did we get any likes?
Well, we've gotten some likes, but we're going to need the people that liked it to respond on the feed and let us know that you were one of the likes, and we'll get all that sorted out here in just a little while.
Thank you, everybody, for your support. We do appreciate it. We are here, and if you need to talk or want to talk, we're available.
Come talk to them, find out where the distributor is closest to you, and help yourself get on the Fuel Factory train, because it is chugging forward fast. So thank you, Mr. Tedesco. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Michael Tedesco with Fuel Factory. Round 2, door cars. Odd number, you have been called. Get them ready, put them in. Let's do this in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2.
Law Chevrolet in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not just the tires you'll be kicking.
All right.
Any door cars that want the left lane, any door cars that would like the left lane, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Any door cars that want the left lane. Any door cars that would like the left lane, we'll take you to the lanes. Any door cars that would like the left lane, we'll take you now. Any door cars in round number 2, we will take you to the lanes now. Excuse me. Any door cars in round 2 that would like the left lane, we'll take you now. Steve Cisco left side, the Cisco Kid dialed 613. And Danny Weaver right side, the Dream Weaver dialed 656. Cisco out of Williamstown, New Jersey. It's a bad dude in the left lane. Right side, Danny Weaver, Holly Pond, Alabama. The principal. Danny don't get out a whole lot, but he don't suck at this. That one squeaked by him just a tad. 16 thou, separate him up front. Win light Cisco. 15, take 5 to be one above. He's 26 total as Weaver. 31. Puts it dead on 0, no good. Steve Cisco will get the win light. All right, so here we go. Dylan Witherow left side, dialed 597, and Lucas Bell on the right, dialed 633. And this one should be over. Winlight Witherow 008 and 3 above, take 35 as Bell 57, 1 over, no good. Just let that one sneak by him just a tad. Dylan Witherow will advance. All right, Brian Kennedy left side, dialed 565, and Jason Rich in the right. Rich dialed 498. Shoot. That is strolling. I mean, if I'm Brian Kennedy and I'm going 560s and I'm getting chased by 7/10, you know, I'm really not sure what to think. Like, I get chased by 7/10, but I go like 640s. 36 thou, separate them up front. Good night, Irene. That is a rowdy ride. 004, 2 above 6 for Rich. Take 28 thou as Kennedy 40. One above 8, no good. Jason Rich moves on. Jeremy Hancock, left-hand side, dialed 573, and Chris Tapp in the right, dialed 582. $3,000 red for Tapp. But Hancock was going to be tough to handle. 000 and 2 under for Jeremy Hancock. Will get the win light, and he will collect himself a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50. And move on. Chris Tapp, $3,000 red, and goes 4 above the dial. Jeremy Hancock moves on. Randy Biddle, left-hand side. RBJ, dialed 616, off the bottom. Taking on Nick Folk in the right, dial 566. RBJ's got the dash up there next to his dial-in on the scoreboard. That means we're heading to bottom. And I think we might be swapping feet, but I don't know. Maybe not. 3,000 red either way for Biddle. Folk 11. And 6,000 under. Nick Folk to round number 3. Danny Odom, left side, dial 597. We'll take on Marty Dabney in the right, dial 495. Again, this time if I'm Danny Odom and I'm dial 597, I'm getting chased by a second. Like I said, I get chased by a second. But I go 640s, not 590s. $32,000 separate them up front. Vega's in both lanes. Win light to Odom. 006, 1 above 4. Take 23,000 as Dabney. 38 dead 5 is no good. So Danny Odom moves on. Danny Peary, left side, dialed 634, and Jeff Verdi, right side. Verdi dialed 618. Couple of Virginia natives gonna do battle here in round number 2. Verdi was the first ever Spring Fling $1 million winner out in Vegas back, I believe, about 8 years ago or so. 14,000 separate them up front. Win light goes to Peary. 008 and 1 above 6 take 15,000 as Verdi. 22, 1 above 7, no good. Danny Peary. We'll go to round number 3. Stace Schroeder, left side, dial 528, and Chris McGuire, right side, dial 571. $15,000 separate them up front. Win light 2, Schroeder 12, dead 8, take 8,000 to turn on the win light. McGuire 27, dead 1, comes up 8,000 short. Stace Schroeder. We'll move on. Matt Cook, left-hand side, dialed 619. We'll take on T.G. Pascal, right side, dialed 574. Nice wheel stand for Pascal. Win light Pascal 12, 1 above 9, take 18,000 as Cook missed it, was 45 and put it dead on 5, no good. T.G. Pascal moves on. Dustin Chestnut, left-hand side, down 567. We'll take on Billy Lieber in the right, down 614.
1 thou red for Chestnut. Lieber 14. One above 3. 27 total for Billy Lieber will put him in round number 3. Thomas Davis left-hand side, dialed 662, and Samantha Pollard right side. Pollard was a 50K runner-up at Galat on Saturday, I believe, back in April. She's dialed 650. Separate them up front. Win light will go to Davis, 008, 1 above 5. Take 4 thou as Pollard 20 and puts it dead on 7, no good. Thomas Davis gets the win. Glenn Williamson left-hand side, dialed 677, and Garrett Browning in the right. Squirrel dialed 647. Glenn Williamson, 006 and 4 thou under gets it done. Browning 20 and 6 thou under, no good. Glenn Williamson advances. Ed Nemick, left-hand side, dialed 543, taking on Mike Barber in the right, dialed 626. Thou separate them up front. Winlight Barber, 23, 1 above. Take 1 thou as Neiman, 32, dead 2, comes up 1 thou short. Mike Barber to round 3. Bristol Maddox left side, dialed 618, and Michael Miller in the right, dialed 590. Thou separate them up front. Nobody's going to be writing home about it, but Maddox gets the win. 54, dead 2. Take 9 thou as Miller, 51, 1 above, no good. Bristol Maddox advances. Josh Harper left side, dialed 634, and Sean Carpenter right side. Carpenter dialed 588. Carpenter was a 50K winner here just a few weeks ago at the Summer Fling. He's looking to wheel that hot rod to 10 times that today. $14 thou red for Harper. Carpenter 13 green. And 19 thou under. Sean Carpenter to round 3. Billy Varner Jr. left side, dialed 621, and Tim Sansone in the right, dialed 616. 12 thou separate them up front. Varner with the advantage, but is way above the dial. 003 and 12 above as Sansone 15. Take a lot to be 4, almost 5 above, but will advance. Pete Diagnolo left side, dial 594. Will take on Clifford Davidson to the right, dial 536. Thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Davidson, 12, 2 above, 9 gets it done as Diagnolo. 1 take 41 to be 1 thou under. Had to take 40 or less. Just didn't quite get it all on the drop. Win light goes to Davidson. Tanner Miller left side, dialed 653, taking on Shannon Walker in the right, dial 537. So it would appear that Shannon Walker was unable to back up after the burnout and just decided to drive it on down off the track. So unfortunate that he was not able to get that hot rod to back up. Hate to see somebody's day end that way, but fortunately, that's what we just had happen. So hopefully he'll be able to fix that and get it rolling for the 100-grander tomorrow. But in the meantime, Tanner Miller will get a competition single. And 7 thou under for Miller. And that'll bring up the next pair. Kevin Crawford left side, dialed 612, taking on Tim Wirtz in the right, dialed 516. Thou red for Wirtz. Crawford 16. 1 under. Kevin Crawford into round number 3. Bring up Bug McCarty left side, dialed 499, taking on Travis Laster in the right, dialed 589. McCarty 45, one above 4 gets the win as Laster 9 take a bunch to be 18 thou under. McCarty squeaks by with 1. Shannon Waycaster left side dialed 625, and Mark Siegel on the right also dialed 625. Thou separate them up front. Winlight Waycaster 8, one above 2 take 25 as Siegel 47 and 2 thou under no good. And with that, I'll hand the mic back over to Mr. Nate Hershey, and I'm gonna go get ready for round 2.
Logan Westmoreland gets the win light as Randy Shipp drops it red 0.04 of a second, then goes 2 above 551 on a 549. Westmoreland 40 on the tree and 1 above 555 on a 554. As we see racers sneaking out of round number 2 with those double-digit reaction times as Timmy Miller and John Siegel. Siegel in the wagon, Timmy Miller in the pickup truck. But yeah, taking over a little early here so that JJ can make his way back and get ready for round number 2 of the 500 grand race that we got going on today. How about Timmy? Timmy, 009 and dead on 6, ends up 15 total. John Siegel was 18 on the tree and locked out with that 018 reaction time. So no go, no good for John Siegel. Timmy Miller moving into round number 3. We are in the Biondo Racing Products round here on a Rad Torque $500,000 Moser Engineering Friday. It's the Rad Torque Systems 15th anniversary of the fall fling here on the mountain, and Odell Davidson is going to drop it red by 0.06 of a second. Scott Sanders in the Monza rolls through to go 588 on a 586. He was 29 green and survives one as Odell tripped the trigger 0.06 of a second too soon. Goes 658 on the 657 is now Jerry Lone and Marty Wright. Marty's money going up against Jerry's bird. Jerry dialed in at 593. Marty dialed in at 530. And Marty Wright drops it red 0.09 of a second. 009 on the wrong side of the tree. Hands a win light over to Jerry Lone. As Lone out of Virginia, 594 on a 593. Had the 030 reaction time. Marty ends up with a 529 on a 530, but was 009. And that ended up not the way that Marty had planned it out back in the pit area before he rolled up into the staging lane. Sam Stevens out of Sugar Grove, North Carolina in the S10 on the left side, and Bill Lewis, who was the beneficiary of one of the best shows of sportsmanship that we have seen in quite a while, happening right here in front of the tower. Lewis's competitor waited. We'll see if Lewis can capitalize on that or if Sam Stevens is going to make him park it early, and Sam's does just that. Bill Lewis was 32 on the tree. That was 0.31 of a second behind Sam, who was 001. Stevens 001, 17 thou above is 18 total. Getting the win light. Bill Lewis was almost double that with the 032 reaction time and goes 557 on a 557. So he was dead on 8, but 31 thou behind at the hit and 22 thou behind at the finish line. No good for Bill. as the S10 moves into round number 3. Again, the Biondo Racing Products round. We've already handed out a bunch of prizes that are all adding up to $62,000 worth of racer appreciation prizes, including, like just moments ago, Vince Schroeder and Sean Schaefer were randomly selected to win a Moser starter, or excuse me, a Moser water pump for Sean Schaefer. Moser starter for Vince Schroeder as Steve Helton is 001. So we trade sides of the racetrack with a 001 reaction time and trade sides of the racetrack with the 030 reaction time. David Lowe was 39 green, dead 1, and we've got one stopped up there at the top end of the racetrack, so we're going to hold up here for a moment before we send our next pair. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, is that Lewis's car that stopped up there? It's a little far away to see exactly who it was. But Steve Helton gets the win, 001, 2 above, 622. On the 620. We're going to hold up until we get our top end clear before we move on. Once again, we are in round number 2. The door cars have made their way into the staging lanes. Again, it was the, what, odd number door cars? Yeah, unfortunately, it is Bill Lewis's car that is stopped up there towards the top end of the racetrack. But yeah, we've called our odd numbered door cars into the staging lanes, and then any door car that is looking for the left lane, even numbered door cars, if you want the right lane, you are still on standby. And I see Lello's walked in here with a handful of goodies. Again, we're talking about $62,000 in addition to like a $500,000 race, a $100,000 race now, plus $62,000 worth of prizes that, I mean, racers can win, whether it be best losing package, whether it be random selections, whatever the case may be. But that shifter is, that thing is just cool.
Peter, what are your plans for 2025?
We're going to Norwalk, baby.
We indeed are going to Norwalk. The Fling is going to Norwalk, and we're really excited about it.
Norwalk's the crown jewel. Norwalk's a facility that's impeccable with the best customer service, and most importantly for me, I am so excited to work with Bill Bader Jr. He's an icon as a promoter, and I could definitely learn a lot from him. It's going to be challenging and it's going to be fun.
2 legends of the sport, so they're going to put their minds together and we're going to have a good time. We're going to bring our Fling brand to Norwalk, and
you hear from everybody. When you walk into the gates at Norwalk, you feel like you're appreciated, and that really gels well with our brand.
Yeah, their customer service there is really important to them, and it is for us as well. So it's a great marriage of 2 brands that really care about their product.
And he treats it like it's his baby. His father started Norwalk, I don't know what year, way back when, and he continues the legacy. And we treat the Flings like our baby. And when you really care, when 2 parties care about something so much and you put them together, something special is going to happen.
So the Fling at Norwalk is coming August 27th to 31st, 2025.
We have a 3-year deal to start with, but I know it's going to last a lot longer than that.
So keep an eye on our Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page. All the information and announcements will be revealed there.
We're going to Norwalk, baby.
We indeed are going to Norwalk. The Fling is going to Norwalk.
Law Chevrolet in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not just the tires you'll be kicking.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close.
And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal.
Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships.
For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
Was legit door dashed here? Rosanna L. That's all we know. Rosanna L. door dashed an entire case of Dr. Pepper Zero. Rosanna, if you are willing to make yourself known, come on up here to the tower, because I'd like to find something for you. Obviously, we're going to get you one of these Fuel Factory cigars, because that is a celebratory moment. But Rosanna L. door dashed an entire case of Dr. Pepper Zero to the tower. Oh my goodness. You know, when we were asking, it's like, hey Jed, can you help maybe find a... Wow. Rosanna, whoever you are, come up here, get one of these cigars. Get 2 of them. That is amazing. It's just crazy. So we got Bill Lewis off the top end of the racetrack. We got Dylan Biondo and Richard Dukes going to match it up here in round number 2. The Biondo Racing Products round. Dylan dialed in at 6:08 and puts up 9 total. Richard Dukes is 11 on the tree, goes 5:56 on a 5:54, but Dylan Biondo, I don't know that I've seen that guy be worse than 005 here yet this week. 003, dead on 6. Danny, I'm talking about just like 12 cans. I didn't mean like a truckload. But is that what I mean? To me, that's just like a little case. It's a 12-pack. It's a 12-pack. Oh, my goodness. David Olinger and Paul Moore. Olinger in the Barracuda. Paul Moore in the Camaro. 585 the dial for Moore. 671 the dial for Olinger. 22,000 the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to the Barracuda. Ooh. 21 on the tree and 672 on a 671 for Olinger. Paul Moore 43 and then dead 9. Not going to be enough to advance into round number 3 here on a $500,000 Saturday. That's just nuts. That's just nuts. Olinger picking up the win in that pair is Tim Combs and Trevor Denton. Trevor, whose morning started out in a way that they didn't want to, rolled up here. Car wouldn't cooperate, didn't want to work. Thought that he might be able to get a dragster and get up here for a new entry time run, but that didn't work. Ended up making his way through the re-entry round, and unfortunately this go round it didn't work. 24 on the tree and 646 on a 645. Not going to be enough to get around Tim Combs. Combs picks up the win. Runs 578 on that 577 after the 10 reaction time. So 14 thou separated him up front. Tim Combs, 18th thou above to get the win light. There's Charlie Crosby and BJ Vangness. BJ out of Roscoe, Illinois, 611 the dial for the pickup truck. Charlie Crosby out of Tallahassee, Florida, 607. The dial over to the left side. Both of them have a couple of zeros and a 2 in the reaction time. They just put them in a different order. BJ 002. Charlie was 020 and with a 20 thou reaction time and 611 on a 607. His chase for the 500,000 will come to a close at BJ 002, 3 above. Gets there first by 0.03 of a second is Phil Truitt and Kurt Harrington. Truitt on the right side, dialed 591. Harrington on the left side, dialed in at 616. As the Biondo Racing Products round is well underway. Once again, any round 2 door cars, if you want left lane, we'll take you into the staging lanes. Come on up. 617 on a 616 comes down to 1,000th of a second at this stripe. They were separated by a thou at this end of the racetrack. Harrington runs 12 thou above the dial. Truitt runs 11 thou under the dial. Excuse me, over the dial. And that is at 13/10 thou makes up the difference. Kurt Harrington sees the scoreboard light up on his side of the racetrack. He's moving into round number 3, and here comes some of the Fuel Factory team. Miss Mia Tedesco rolling up with the Camaro, dialed in at 5.90 seconds. In that Ballot Hill side of the racetrack, Super Grip lane. Currently under the control of Blaine Parrish. Parrish in the blue Mustang, looking for the cookie. I love the fact there's a Cookie Monster on the back of the window. Got to get a cookie. JJ's looking for cookies. I think he said something about chocolate chip. JJ needs chocolate chip cookies. 622. Tamiya's 590. Head start goes to Parrish. 2 thou. The difference in reaction time as they make their way down the racetrack. And a win light belongs to Blaine. Both drivers are dead on the dial. Mia 13 dead 2. Blaine is 11 dead 3. And comes down to 15/10,000ths of a second. It's getting tough in the door car ranks as we roll our way into and through round number 2. But man. Man, oh man. 13 dead 2, not going to work out. 15 total going up against a 14 total. Blaine moves on as Billy Ray Varner and Robert Strom. Strom in a red Mustang. Dialed in at 509. Billy Ray. 635 dial for the Vega wagon. Rolling up on the left side, and let's see. How have we done? We're staying steady. Right between, like, you know, 1,900 to 2,000 folks that are watching along. And still only 800 likes. We're pushing 50%. Floating around 50%. 635-1 after no 20 reaction time for Billy Ray. Varner, 21 total. Take 36 thou at the stripe to pick up a win line. Robert Strom was 24 on the tree and ends up 3 above. 512 on a 509. The Vega will advance, and I believe Swio, Tommy Zimmerman side by side down the racetrack. Win line's going to belong to Swio. The racer out of Oregon, 21 on the tree and 594 on a 594. Ends up 30 total. Tommy Zimmerman 17 green and ends up 19 thou above to be 6 thou behind at the stripe. All right, all door cars for round number 2. All door cars for round number 2. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Odd, even, it doesn't matter. If you got a door car And our racing in round number 2 of the 500K. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. All door cars, round number 2, come on down. Kenny Underwood, Robert Gregory. Gregory in the truck, Underwood in the Camaro. Off and away we go. 2,000 separate them in reaction time. And it's going to be a win line for Gregory. 6:48 on a 6:47. Gregory was 20 green and 16 thousandths of a second above the dial to be 36 total. Underwood 22 takes 16 thou at the stripe, gets there first, and needed to take 14 thou or less as he breaks out 2 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Now Jay Hill and Brian Martell. Brian Martell was your MVP of the fall fling back in 2019. Rolls up here to turn on the scoreboard. 15 thou above, 10 on the tree. 15 thou over the dial is 25 total. Jay Hill was 30 in reaction time and had no chance of turning on the scoreboard in that Honda. There's now Ronell, Bowden, and Michael Carpenter. Carpenter coming up out of Florida in the little wagon that could. And a 576 dial over in the left lane. Both drivers are double O's, separated by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to Carpenter. He is 008. Take 2 thou at the stripe to be dead on 3. Ronell was 003. Had a little bit of room to work with. Ends up exactly 1 above the dial to be 13 total. And comes up 2 thou short. 13 total, no good. Michael Carpenter moving on with the 11 pack is Sean Lingerfelt and John Brown. Brown in the white on blue. JB Motorsports Camaro on the right side. Sean Lingerfelt coming in out of Piedmont. Racing out of the left lane with a 566. John Brown making a move towards the center line, but gets it straightened out to be 507 on a 505. Whole shot win for Sean Lingerfelt. 008 and 14 thou above the dial. Gets there first by just shy of 4 thousandths of a second. Brown was 20 on the tree, dead 5, 25 total, and will not light up a scoreboard here in the Biondo Racing Products round. Bill Connolly and Carson Brown. Bill's 65 Chevrolet pickup truck. That's one of those when you talk about, hey, I went to a drag race and ended up watching a car show. That's one of the cars that will inspire that thought. 576 is the dial for that 65 pickup truck of Bill Connolly. He will be back in round number 3 as Carson Brown turns it red by 5 thousandths of a second. Whoa. Bill Connolly got a little squirrely down there at the finish line. Saw the tail wag heavily on that 65 pickup truck right before he got to the finish line. 595 on a 576. Was grabbing those brakes hard as Carson Brown after the 005 red light goes 623 on a 626. But Connolly moving into round number 3 as Wes Washington Jr. and Brooke Warren. Pre-staged and staged. West left side, Brooke right side. Win light goes to Washington on a double red light. True start actually coming into play as Brooke Warren was 22 red, leaving second. Wes Washington was only 003 red, leaving first. So Washington gets a little bit of a helping hand From the True Start system is Robert Hindman and Kevin Brannon. KB, the Rabbit in the Monza, dialed 517, giving up the head start to Robert Hindman. And racers, can we have your attention, please? Can we have your attention, please? Again, originally scheduled for 3 50-granders here. The third of the 50-granders unable to be completed this weekend due to the challenging weather that we encountered. So if you had paid cash for that third 50-grand race, if you would come up and see the Divas at the desk, they would like to get squared up with you. So if you paid cash for that third 50-grander at the gate, come on up here and see the Divas. They want to make sure that we get everything square with you guys. Kevin Brannon looking to get it done against Robert Hindman, but will not. Hindman 21 and 14 thou above gets their second to light up the scoreboard on that Ballot Health side of the racetrack. Kevin Brannon was 14 on the tree. Had 7 thou in his pocket leaving the starting line, took a 24 thou stripe, and needed to take 21 or less as he breaks it out 516 on a 517 dial. So Brannon bows out of competition for the $500,000 as Jamal Woodridge and Steve Dunn. Dunn out of Jackson, New Jersey. Drop top Camaro, 567 dial in right side, going up against Woodridge. In the Malibu out of Virginia, 686. I'm beginning to wonder if that's like legit where all of the Malibus in the world have ended up. There are a lot of Malibus racing out of Virginia. Like a lot. $14,000's the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on for Stephen Dunn. He was 13 on the tree to Jamal's 27. Stephen, 3 above the dial. Jamal, 3 above the dial. Comes down to a 16 thou difference at the finish line. Win light goes to the New Jersey-based Camaro, moving it around number 3 is Dustin Long and Chris Crosby. Long in the truck, dialed at 619. Crosby in the Camaro, dialed in at 620. 13 thou the difference in reaction time. One of them was 001, and Dustin Long drags the brakes from about the mile-an-hour cone all the way through to the finish line to get the win lights. 3 above, 622 on a 619 after the 001 reaction time. Crosby 14 and then 4 above the dial will not equate to a win light in that matchup as Dustin Smiley and Dean Williams. Williams is half horse, half wagon. It was like half horse, half man. What is that thing called? A Centaur or something like that? Centaur? I think that's what it is. Dustin Smiley in the 95 Grand Prix. 550 the number over on the left side. So 3,800 difference in the dial. And Dean Williams in the half horse, half wagon is going to be more than half sick. Went red by 19 thousandths of a second and runs 590 on a 588. Dustin Smiley avoids destruction, avoids devastation. Had an 043 light and ends up 560 plus on a 550 dial. 10th and a half over the dial. And is moving on to round number 2. Everybody else that's been like out here like 13 total, not moving on, is going, wait a minute, where was that in the other lane? Sean Harp, 533 in the Bel Air and 007 red to be dead on 3. Ouch. 007 red, dead 3, no good for Sean out of the left lane. Ricky Pennington, 13 green. And on a 613 dial, runs 612. With a 5 on that. Once again, all door cars, round number 2. You have been called into the staging lanes, all door cars. For round number 2, you've been called into the staging lanes. If you've got a door car, it's time to make sure you've got it in the staging lanes. John Smith, Aaron Vale. Vale in the Firebird, 654 dial right side. John Smith in the Monza, 551 dial left side. Red light start prevail. 007. They say James Bond red. John Smith puts up 15. 12 on the tree, dead 3 down at the finish line. And punches his ticket into round number 3 is Lenny Wisniewski and Gage Birch. Birch, who has lit up a ton of scoreboards over the last several years, looking to try and light up a ton of scoreboards here in a chance to potentially take home a ton of money. So a ton of scoreboards equals a ton of money. Not going to get it done this time. 006 red for Gage Birch. Lenny Wisniewski, 009 green, 557 on a 558. Wisniewski had it dialed just about perfectly, ends up a thou under where he predicted it was going to be with a 009 reaction time. Gage Birch let go and was 6 thou too quick. That's the sound you got to think about. John Corbin, Garrett Griffith. Corbin, 591 dial out of Waynesboro in Virginia. Giving up the head start to Garrett Griffith. Garrett's car last night, the truck, if I remember right, was really hiking up the nose. That thing was doing a nice little wheel stand. We'll see if he can put another one out. I mean, it wasn't like LeBouse wheel stand, but it was sizable. Yeah. Identical on the let go. Garrett, John, winner, Garrett. Garrett Griffith, 009, 1 above. John Corbin, 009, 2 above. 10th out of the margin at the big end. Win light goes to double G. There's Garrett Griffith. Who was a winner at the Fling back here in 2021. Takes one step closer. Hey, George. I'll toss that one out there for you. Joe Foley and Matt Constable. Excuse me, Costable. Constable, 538 dial out of Port Dover, Canada. The 86 Camaro, and I think Matt was a guy that got a chance to share a little knowledge over the party that we had under the tent near the NASCAR track. Introduced me to a little something called, I think, Mill Street. I think it's Mill Street. Kind of cool. 10th thou separate Joe and Matt. Matt's 19th thou above after he was 19 on the tree and 13 thousandths of a second short at the finish line. Joe Foley, 009 and 16 thousandths of a second above the dial to light up the scoreboard on the left side. So, Matt, I do appreciate the introduction to the Mill Street. Kind of a cool thing to find out about. That's Richard Alford Jr. and Brian Folk. Alford in the Chevelle. 615 dial on the left side. Brian Folk with a 540 over on the right. 2 thousandths of a second the difference as they let it go at this end of the racetrack. Folk hard on the brakes, drops to be 541 on a 540 and turn on the lights atop the super grip side of the scoreboard. 16 green. Folk is 1 above to get the win light on the right lane. Richard Alford was 18 green and 27 thousandths of a second off the mark that he had predicted to be 19 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line, and watch his $500,000 dreams flutter away in the breeze. Here in Tennessee is South Street, Michelle Martel. Another one of those door truck matchups. Gray Ride belongs to Seth, coming in out of Richlands, Virginia, 634. Blue Ride belongs to Michelle, coming out of Springfield, Virginia. So the Malibus and the pickup trucks all seem to be based in Virginia. $11,000, the difference in reaction time. Advantage going to Seth Street. Wind light goes to Seth. 634 and a 634, 004 dead 9. Seth Street puts up a 13 pack to Michelle's 015 reaction time. Michelle gets their first take 2 thou to break out by a 4 thou. And didn't have a chance at trying to turn on the scoreboard as Lou Greco and Eric Thomas. Lou's 1970 Trans Am. That right there. When Lou gets done racing this car, it needs to go into a museum. That needs to be on display somewhere. That car is beautiful. 583 is the dialing up on the scoreboard. 585 is the number for the 67 Camaro of Eric Thomas. I mean, everybody's cars out here are really, really cool. Like, really, really cool. But Eric Thomas looks like he is going to give Lou Greco an opportunity to go back and maybe a little performance polish on his car and clean it up. Not that it needs cleaning, but he can go polish it a little bit more. Lou is 50 on the tree. That was costly. Like, really, really costly. As Lou bows out, Eric Thomas was 15 green and 11 thou above to get the win line. So 586 on the 585 gets the win line. As Cody Wiggins and Sherman Adcock race down to the finish line. Cody 555 on a 553. 1 thou the true margin of victory. 001. And first to the stripe by 1,000th of a second. Cody Wiggins lights up the left lane. 555. He's 2 above. Gets the win line. Sherman Adcock 526 on a 525. Was 12 on the tree, 1 above, and comes up short. There's Doug Howe and Dallas Cherry. Dallas 593 down. Doug at 538 down. Win light Dallas. 004 dead 9. Another 13 pack. Pops up on the scoreboard. Doug Howe was 31 on the tree and had no hope. No hope. Oh, Big Jed and Jessica Biddle. Biddle, the black and white Nova wagon, dialed in at 640. Big Jed dialed in at 599. 6 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Big Jed is going into round number 3. 29 on the tree and dead on 4 for Jed. 599 on a 599. Biddle was 35 green. Jabbed the brakes down at the finish line and couldn't quite slow down the Nova wagon enough. Took 8.5 thou at the stripe. Goes 639 on a 640, but Jared had that one covered. 29 dead 4, ends up 33 total. Jessica was 35 on the tree, and that will move Jed on to round number 3 as Matt Weston and Seth Phillips are going to be our next couple of cars. Weston 574 now, Seth 619. Away goes the Barracuda. Here comes the Camaro. The chase is on. 620 on a 619. Seth Phillips gets there second, turns on the board and moves to round number 3. Matt Weston was 25 green. Seth was 12 green. So Seth cut Matt's reaction time in half. Matt tried to make up for it, got to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. Ends up breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Phillips, as he will move into round number 3. And that'll bring up Van Greer and Mark Price. Van dialed 643, Mark dialed 572. Both drivers leave 0.02 of a second behind the green light. 002 both sides of the tree. Price, one above. 573 on a 572 gets there first by 0.12 of a second to turn on the Super Grip scoreboard. Van Greer was 002 as well, ends up 0.29 of a second above his predicted dial. And that same 0.12 of a second that sent Mark Price into round number 3 will send Van Greer into an early retirement here on Saturday. As Benny Ulmer, thank you very much to the Ulmer family, the Kick Booty folks that sent up the first Dr. Pepper. We're good, by the way, on Dr. Pepper Zero. We are covered. Win light goes to Scott Tate, 14 green, 566 on a 564. Ulmer, 001 red. 001 red. Ugh. Just yuck. Caroline McCarty, the wagon out of Georgia. Kevin Pollard, the Camaro out of Virginia. 0.10 of a second separate him. Advantage to Caroline. Win light to McCarty. Caroline 006 dead on 3. Returning to like her MVP traits that got her that MVP award down in Galat a couple of years back. Kevin Pollard, KP, was 16 dead 6, ends up 22 total. But Caroline's 9-pack will eliminate Kevin from an opportunity at the Moser Engineering $500,000 as Zach Fulcher and Harold Bell. Bell in the Nova, Fulcher in a Cobalt. 593 dial in. And I agree, Harold's car is bad to the bone. Bad to the bone is Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Continues to make its way. Double O's a pair. 6 thou the difference in reaction time, and a win light turns on for Harold Bell. Zach Fulcher was 001, take 29 thou at the stripe, and needed to take 28 thou or less. Ends up breaking it out by 1,000th of a second. Win light goes to Harold Bell, 007, and then 22 thou above for Harold Bell. That'll take the Nova. Into the next go round is Noah Pollard and Jeff Serra. Jeff at the Camaro, 522 dial on the right side. Sarah, who won $50,000 earlier this year in Vegas for making that perfect run. Let's continue to find ways to light up scoreboards, and Noah Pollard in that 78 Camaro. Again, I'm not sure, and I don't know if anybody's found out yet what it was that happened to the car in round number 1, where Jeff ended up having to shut it off in the water and back out, but he raced his way through the re-entry round as Dragsters odd blue stickers. Dragsters, you got a blue sticker on your car? Does it end in an odd number? Let's get you into the staging lanes. Jeff Serra's got Noah in the spot that he wants him, and it wasn't a good one for Noah. Noah 040 on the tree. Jeff Serra was 001. Serra had 39 thou in his pocket and just reeled in Noah Pollard. Said, okay, I got the fish on the line, give him a little slack, and then hook him. 001, 23 thou above. Jeff Serra gets the win light. by 44 thousandths of a second. Noah Pollard was 40 on the tree, and that kind of ended the story for Noah. Here in round number 2, Brian Atkins, Scott Albrecht. These two separated by 3 hun. 30 thou the difference in reaction time. 006 and 5999 for Scott Albrecht on a 599. 15 thou total package for Scott Albrecht advances him out of the Beyond Racing Products round and into what will be the FTI Performance.com round. As Brian Atkins, 36 green, dead 6. It was closer to the dial, but had given up 0.03 of a second in reaction time as Michael Jackson and Jason Subchinski. .641 the dial for Jason, 6:07 the dial for Michael Jackson. Jackson, wasn't he like MVP here just a couple of weeks or last year? Was a Saturday 30K winner last year. Is a round 2 winner here this year against Jason Subchinski. Subchinski goes 6:42 on a 6:41 after his 025 red and last year's MVP and a $30,000 winner takes one step closer to $500,000. 10 and then runs 6:07 on a 6:07. He's 19 total. Racing his way into round 3 is William Roberts and J.J. Pennington. The one, the only, Jed Jr. The blue pickup truck going up against Roberts. The Mustang out of Benson, North Carolina. 6:01 to a 6:52. 10 thou the difference in reaction time. JJ trying to hold off the charge of Roberts, and at the finish line JJ's rolling into round number 3. Roberts was 12 on the tree, take 26 thou at the stripe to go under by 1,000th of a second. JJ Pennington lights up the scoreboard, 22 green and 6:53 on a 6:52. So in the 500 grander, both Jed and JJ have moved on. We'll find out who else gets to join them there. Once again, dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Jake, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate the knowledge. I'm sure there are ways to say that are going to be better than the way that I said it. Well, never mind. I may just keep that information to myself and say it next time. 005, one above for Hank Pramoff, the racer out of Arvada, Colorado, whose day started off to a really rough start. Starting to put things together and putting some laps up there that are going to get him at least into round number 3. Ron Orr with 13 green goes 6:11 on a 6:11. But 13 dead 8 does not get around 005 and one above. Win light immediately turns on for Paul Burris as Gabe Taylor goes red, and Paul Burris is headed straight over to the wall. Burris was 007, gets out of the throttle, and is now just kind of coasting once he got past the finish line. But Burris gets himself a win light. Now I certainly hope that there isn't an issue with the race car, because he has come to a stop after Gabe Taylor handed him a win by way of the 004 reaction time. So we're going to have to get out there and give Paul a little bit of a hand. And yeah, so I'd asked the question earlier, you know, when we saw Jeff Serra roll up here in the door car, shut it off, backed it out, ended up driving it back to the pits. Did anybody ever find out really what had happened? And I got my answer. Apparently had to change his diaper. Had to change his diaper. Apparently it had sat out. I don't know if you know this, but we had a lot of water in the area recently. And somebody had a wet diaper. Had to get it changed. It had reached max capacity. You know, on the side of the box where it says like 35 to 40 pounds. Yeah, that took me a while to figure out that's what they mean by the size of the baby, not how much it'll hold. But no, that's a good thing. Got that taken care of, and Jeff Serra is back in Jeff Serra form, going like, 001 on people that are 39 in the other lane, and yeah, just beating up on them a little bit. Yeah, it does happen. Unfortunately for Paul Burris, they are down there taking a look, and we got our final pair of door cars. What appears to be sitting just beyond the water box. We got what will be our buy run for the door car round sitting in there, and dragsters with a blue sticker ending in an odd number. You have been called to the staging. A lot of times it feels like up here from the announcer deck we're playing Twister. Right hand blue, left foot green. But yeah, dragsters, blue sticker, odd number. Let me just verify and make sure that I did get that right. Yeah. Wanted to make sure. Man. Unofficially, as of right now, the best, well, officially as of right now, the Brofix runoff for the heads, 2 packs on each side. 2 total in the door car. Benny Ulmer in that gorgeous blue on black. Was that Kenny Wayne Shepherd? Did that song, Blue on Black? I think it was, because I think last time I said it was somebody else. I think it might have been Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Yeah, Back in Black was that one I remember, but whatever it was last time, the blue on black, I had it wrong. Somebody corrected me. I think they said it was Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Let me tell you something. That's a good song. Good song. But yeah, the blue on black Nova wagon, 2 total, and David Wright on the dragster 002 dead on 0 during eliminations here today. That even got David a Fuel Factory celebratory cigar. And we got more of those to give out. All right, so top end of the racetrack is clear, and before we get into our dragsters, we're going to be giving away some pretty cool stuff at the end of the Biondo door car section. Chris Burton waited, and then couldn't wait 0.004 of a second longer. Ends up with a 668 on a 666. after his 004 red. Chuck Sanders, 628 on a 625. He had a 10 thou green light reaction time. So James W. Holmes from Richmond, Virginia. The W does stand for win light. You were talking earlier about, like, you know, hey, the guy's name is Tomas. Sounds like he should be from somewhere really rich. James W. Holmes. That's the kind of guy that, believe it or not, somebody door dashed that in here. Like, had it door dashed. All right, it's drawing time. Big Jed, help us out with this, please. You want to do the drawing? So this is everybody that bought back. Make sure that gets back in there. Everybody that bought back. First of all, show them what we're raffling off here. You tell them what that's all about, because
this is a Biondo Elite Outlaw Shifter with, I'm not sure if that's wrap or paint, but I think it's a wrap. It's a beautiful design on it. I know I've got my hand covering some of it. It's got the solenoid with it. This is probably a $900 prize. $900 bucks. Somebody's just about to win for a random draw.
Okay, hang on. While you're drawing the name here, let's just do this. I'll do the Vanna White thing.
It is all shooken up.
Shooken up. Make somebody happy. Make somebody happy. JJ made Paul Dowdy really happy last night with a dragster.
I only got one, I believe. There you go. I'll let you call that out.
All I've got is Nelson. 398. Nelson. If your car number is 398 and you've got Nelson in your name, you just got yourself a nice Biondo Elite Outlaw shifter. Travis Nelson. Dude. Hey, that ain't bad for a buyback. That is really good. That is awesome. That thing is really cool. I want to thank the folks at Biondo Racing Products for tossing that out there. And Dylan, dude, I mean, you're just like keeping the Biondo name out there, man. It's like, don't line up against Sal. Don't line up against Pete. Don't line up against Dylan. If you see a black pickup truck in the staging lanes, and you're run. Yeah. Oh man, I forgot. I got to change my diaper. I got to go. But oh man. Yeah, something like that. Because what, you haven't been worse than like 005. He's like, yeah. No, man. Just keep it running. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, for those of you that we've had several behind-the-scenes looks, for those that are watching online, of what this very spectacular and phenomenal announcer situation looks like. I wish we were better housekeepers, but we're not. You know. But welcome to our home. We got a little track prep that is still taking place. We have got dragsters under the arch for round number 2. Jared says, I'm up. Okay. If that's what you want, I do not believe that the chat bleachers are going to argue one bit to get an opportunity to listen to you a little bit more, because you don't do this a lot, man. And when you do, you know, we appreciate the fact that you're willing to just lay it all out there on the line, bare your soul, Show people who you really are. And when they say, you know, I know we've certainly like OGCG and all that kind of stuff, but when they say the GOAT, when it comes to bracket racing, Big Jed is the GOAT, I agree. No. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT when it comes to bracket racing. Steven's not arguing. Nobody's arguing. That's just their nice way of saying, Nate, get out of the way. You're stinking up the show. Oh. All right, racers, while it is quiet, can we have your attention, please? Racers, while it is quiet, can we have your attention, please? So here's kind of what we're looking at for today. Again, yesterday we started the 100 grander, got through round number 1, got through the buyback round, put that on pause so that we can focus on today's race, and that is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to focus on today's race. We are going to wrap things up with today's race. Tomorrow will be all about the conclusion of the 100 grander, but today is going to be the 500 grander and the $500,000 race only. It is truly a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday. That is the pure focus. Tomorrow morning, chapel service at 7:45 a.m. After that, we'll do the reaction time challenge, and then we will continue on with the 100 grander. But today, it's 500K and 500K only. So racers, stay focused. For those of you that are still in competition, I wish you the best of luck. May the force be with you, as Big Jed's going to take over on the mic.
Oh, Nate, you're a funny guy. And it's that intelligent wit is what it is. It's a unique combination. Usually us witty guys are kind of dumb. Nate's really smart and witty. He's a rare combination. T.J. Jordan, yes, he is another very smart and very witty guy. Great call, J.J. Keith Thomas in the left, Daryl Wirtz in the right. Wirtz, 008 and moving into round number 3. He's 4th thou under. Pretty nice lap there for Daryl Wirtz. Don't let Daryl get on a roll. He is hard to handle. Keith Thomas is 30 red and 23 thou above. I don't know if the car rolled in or just let go early and had some trouble. Not real sure what all happened there. But Daryl Wirtz goes to round number 3. Matt Lee in the left lane. Okie dokie. Matt Lee, dial 471. Blake Johnson in the right, also dial 471. Five thou red for Blake Johnson as Matt Lee moves into round number 3, 27 up front. And 23 thou above. Matt Lee to round number 3. How about dead 0 and 5 thou red for Blake Johnson? That one hurts so bad with a $500,000 on the line. Renell Bowden had the best losing door car package of Biondo Racing round number 2. Renell wins $500 and a small Fling check. Come see him in the tower, Renell. And Travis Nelson was selected out of everybody that bought back to win the Biondo Elite Outlaw Shifter with solenoid. Hunter Patton and Gene Drugan. Hunter, 12, take 40 to be 2 above. 32 pack for Hunter, 54 up front for Drugan. No chance, 18 thou above. Mitch Clary don't understand. I got a job to do up here, bro. He's wearing me out. Said Hurricane Mitch is in the building. Oh my goodness. Somebody get his cage. Skylar B in the left. 472 is the dial. Tim Thomas in the right. Dial 483. $10 thou separates him. Advantage B, win light B, 12, take 10, dead 2. Pretty nasty there for Skylar B, 14 total. How about 22 dead 2 for Tim Thomas? A little late on the let go, dead on the dial with a 2, 10 thou behind at the stripe. Here's the champ, Stephen McCrory in the left lane. Champ on a 480 dial. Right side, Drew Smith on a 481. Only a Hun head start going to the right lane for Drew Smith. I see Okie Dokie hanging over Champ's left shoulder. Champ got some work to do. He do the work. 22 and dead on with a 12. 34 pack for Champ. 005, take 42 for Drew Smith to be 13 thou under. Had to take 29 or less. And Okie Dokie is on the chip. Jack Ostrowski, 453 dial in the left. Buddy Fleener, 470 dial in the right. Odd number orange dragsters to the lanes for Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Odd number orange dragsters to the lanes for Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Nasty right here, Jack Ostrowski 6, take 9 to be 11 thou over, 17 total. Buddy Fleener is 004, had 2 little thou to work with there, but goes 22 thou above to be 9 thou behind. Win light in Jack Ostrowski's lane. He rolls into round number 3. 6, take 9, solid lap. Larry Cox in the left, dial 480. Michael Boswell, right side, dial 496. Both racers are from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Not sure how big a city Mechanicsville is, but I'm guessing they know one another. $8 thou separate them. Advantage Boswell, win like Cox. Larry Cox, 16, dead 4, 20 pack. Boswell is 008 up front, had 8 thou to work with, used all that and a few more to get their 20 thou and break it out 8 thou. Needed to take 12 or less. Oh, that's good stuff. I heard somebody did that. I'll talk about that in a second. Kevin Bennett in the left, Durant Cunningham in the right. Kevin Bennett finally lets go on time and moves into round number 3. How about 003 and 26 thou above, taking 27 at the stripe, as Cottingham was 48 up front and dead 8, no chance. Kevin Bennett, Motors into round number 3. So I heard somebody door dashed some Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar a while ago. That was not for me. That was for Alicia Hershey, Nate's way better half. And somebody finally brought us one. Brittany Ulmer finally brought us one. Warren Evans brought one in. Then I saw somebody coming in with a case. Ethan Lanfrey apparently door dashed a case of Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar to the tower at Bristol. What a move. Rick Harbaugh on the left, Gary Ingold on the right. Ingold, 14 total, 003, 11 thou above. Gets by 24 and 11 thou above. 21 at the stripe going Ingold's way. So Ethan Lanfrey, from all the way out in California, door dashed a case of Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar to the tower at Bristol. This technology is incredible. Appreciate you, Ethan. That was a really cool gesture. Josh Ludke next up in the left. 458 is the dial for Josh. Frank Falter, right side, dial 458 as well. Little heads up battle right here. Generally, these things are won at the starting line. I would say more times than not. The way Big Nasty would say that is 68.723% of the time. These races are decided at the starting line. This one might be as well. 8 thou the difference. Ludke had the advantage. Ludke's 12 take 8 to be 15 thou above. Well done. His opponent was 20 and also 15 thou above. Falter just 8 thou behind at the starting line and 8 thou behind at the stripe. Ludke rolls him through 8, moves into round number 3. My dog, Hugh Meeks in the left lane. Glenn Smith Chevrolet entry. He's out of Opelika, Alabama, but he's not really. That's where Glenn Smith is from. But Julio is from Montgomery, Alabama. Not too far away. Well, it's not really Montgomery. I forget. It's a different little city next to Montgomery. Anyway. Paul Campanella's in the right. Paul is also one of my dogs. He's dialed 460 as well. Paul's a part-time dog. I don't see Paul a whole lot. Turns are 5 thou pink. Meeks into round number 3. 14 dead 4. Very solid lap for Hugh Meeks. 5 red and 16 thou under for Campanella. Here's one of my dogs, Shane Maddox in the left lane. 447 is the dial. Racing the West Coaster. That's right, Jeff Taylor from Apache Junction, Arizona. This dude is on fire in the last, 12 months or so. On fire. He's dialed 472, getting 25 hun head start. Maddox got another hunt up front. He's 10 and 14 thou above, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Taylor is 20 dead 5. Not a bad lap, but it comes up almost 2 thou. It's 18 10 thou. It comes up almost 2 thou short to Shane Maddox. Maddox Race Cars entry, rolling into round number 3. Here's Ray Miller. Ray Miller the third. Dial 465 in the left lane. Jackson Waters, right side, dial 503. Driving me crazy. Somebody text me or something, tell me where Hugh Meek's home city is. It's like, I mean, it's like a weird name, like Tin Cup or something. 10 thou separate them. Waters with the advantage, and Waters into round number 3. $16 and 17 thou above for Jackson Waters. Ray's 26 up front, 27 thou above to be 200s behind at the stripe. Oh my goodness, what a shout out I got coming up right here as soon as I call these names. Robert Houston in the left, dial 455. Here's Alexis Thompson back around, dial 459 with that Silver State refrigeration entry. Shout out to Trip Zip, listening back at home. Oh, I should have said Trip Zip Overstreet. I guess so everybody knows. Little loose change, just kind of looser change. But Trip Zip, thanks for tuning in, bro. I held you as a baby. We're like twins. Hope you're having a great day and enjoying the show. Double breakout going Alexis Thompson's way, 16 and 15 thou under for Robert Houston. Alexis let go 57 up front, but only goes 2 thou under and gets that wind light in her lane. She comes back for round number 3 as Robert Houston got there 54 thou, needed to take 41 or less or get behind. It is, yes, thank you. Pike Road, Ben Willis checking in. Got Steve Riggins let me know. I guess that was Warren Evans that hollered at me and told me. Pike Road, that's the name of the city. It's not a road, it's a city. Tin Cup was really close. Bruce Holland, Donnie Burleson, Donnie B with the win light. 18, dead 6, 24 total. Taking 6 thou at the stripe. 22 dead 8 for Bruce Holland. Not a bad lap, but it was 6 thou behind the more gooder lap of Donnie B. Burleson into round number 3. Yes, Hugh Meeks is from Pike Road. Yes, W.G. Miller chiming in. I love me some W.G. Miller. I need more of you in my life, bro. Bailey Ferraro in the left. 445 is the dial. Bo Butner in the right. Dial 454. I'm acting like a guest announcer. I'm part of the staff here. I got to get my act together. 900 head start to Bo Butner. Oh, Bailey made up a couple of those at the hit. Rolls through for the win. 007. 22 thou over. 29 total for Bailey. Butner, 10 thou above, 31 on the hit, 12 thou behind at the stripe. Okie dokie. Coming back across the tower, his next entry rolling in the left lane water box. Bailey Ferraro to round 3. Barry Brown, local hitter in the left lane. 446 is the dial. Right side, Cooper Chun, West Coast hitter out of Vancouver, Washington. Cooper, dial 486. Saw him out in the lanes a little while ago, and he said, the car I'm driving has a lean-out valve in a different place. He said, I run gas, so the alcohol lean-out stuff's new to me. And he said, I bumped it twice and been slow twice. So he said, no more. He's got it. He's going to be able to run the dial in. He had the advantage, and he gets the win light. How about 6, take 2? Now, that's what Cooper Chun can do. I know he's left coast, but he ain't no joke. 6, take 2, 27 thou over for Cooper, getting chased by 4/10. Left lane was dead on. I'll have to look at the board. Yeah, Barry Brown was 27, dead 8 to be 2 thou behind. Troy Williams Jr., left lane. Okie dokie entry, dial 469. Severn Johnson, a legend, in the right. Dial 469 as well. Another heads-up race. Come on, G. I like to see that now. Severn had the tree advantage, but unfortunately for him, he got blackjacked. Williams, 21 up front, threw blackjack on him, couldn't do nothing with it. 27 total, taking 7 at the stripe. Severn is 18 and 16 thou above. Troy Williams Jr. powers into round number 3. Puts a couple of okie dokie entries in round 3 that I know of anyway, that I've seen. Here's Clayton Roberts in the left, 449 is the dial. Josh Baker in the right, dial 455. Oh, Josh Baker doing what Josh Baker does. Perfect reaction, 000, 25 thou under after a blackjack red for Clayton Roberts. 21 red and 4 thou under. Josh Baker gets himself a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and a $50 bill. What a great prize that is in memory of our awesome friend Kyle Seipel, Big Nasty. That's a great way of just keeping his spirit alive at the track and keeping him involved in some shape or form. I think Kyle's up there walking the streets of gold, looking down on us and saying, here's going to be a 000 right here. He's just picking them out as we go. Josh Baker getting it done into round number 3. Oral Chambers next up in the left, 454 is the dial. Brooke Gary in the right, dial 445. $28 thou separated them. Brooke Gary with the advantage and a win light. 006 and 17 thou overs, 23 total. Taking 10 thou at the stripe. Oral Chambers is 34 up front and a thou under. Left him no chance. Got packaged up there. Brooke was 23 total. Oral was 34 at the hit. Yes, Texas, Precision Performance. Big Nasty was definitely the man. He was a unique individual and had an absolute talent for the racing game, no matter what side of it he was on. As a crew chief, a dialer, a driver, a promoter, he was just incredible for the sport of racing. Will Holloman in the left, Ryan Stifler in the right. 16 Hun head start going to Stifler. Two thou red for Holloman. Stifler gets by with one there. 32 dead 2. Don't get around Will Holloman after this this exit from the car. 2 red, 7 thou under. His opponent lays down 34. So he's 9 thou total on the wrong side of the dial in the reaction time and got there 43 thou. So if he gets that 9 thou out and 9 thou more, he's still got 25 to work with. I know I gave you all a lot of numbers right there, but sometimes the math is fun. sometimes. Oh, that's Aaron Spitzer. What's up, Aaron? You are Texas Precision Performance. Man, you lived in Iowa. You live all over the place. Now you're a Texas guy. Texas Precision Performance is Aaron Spitzer. That's my dog. Cody Strickland in the left. 451 is the dial. Braden Bowden, right side. Dial 442. $23 thou separate them. Advantage Bowden. Win light Bowden. 14 take 15 to be 1 silly thou under. Cody Strickland was 37 and 9 thou under. Cody was 23 behind at the start, needed to be 23 or more behind at the stripe, and was only 15 back. Jaden Lawler, left lane, 456 is the dial. Hayden Dial, right side, dial 488. Hayden versus Jaden. Red by 1 thou for Hayden Dial. Jaden Lawler dodges a major bullet. 51 up front and 7 thou under. Hayden Dial lets out, goes a 10th over to after the 1 thou red reaction. Tommy Cable in the left. Mr. Fling, dial 473, a guy he's driven a bunch for. Anthony Bertozzi in the right, dial 475. A couple of buds right here. Two guys that's had quite a few birthdays, collectively and individually, and both of them look freaking good. Good-looking men right here. I shouldn't have said it with that much, passion and power, but they really are. We will take any right lane dragster, that wants to come up for round number 2. We'll take you now. Any right lane dragster. We'll take you to the lanes. Left lane, even dragsters, you're on standby. 10 dead 5 for Bertozzi. 15 pack. Cable 16, take 6 to be 7 thou under. No chance. Bertozzi lays him down 15 total. Wow, got a couple of Jakes getting after it. Jake Clayton in the left. Jake Hodge in the right. A couple of well-known Jakes at that, and both of them dial 470. Hodge leaves 10 thou too soon. Clayton 001 up front and 3 thou under. He was going to be an absolute handful, but Jake, had he turned it green anywhere close, he was also going to be a handful as he's dead 5. 10 thou red on the let go. So Jake Clayton advances to round number 3. We're rocking right along here in Biondo Racing Products. Round number 2 with Buddy Dial in the left lane. Buddy's on a 483 dial. Right side is Sugar Shane Carr. Shug's had some tough laps in the other lane so far this week. But he is making really good runs. Just keep doing what you're doing, Shug. 454 is the dial, giving up 2900 head start. Sugar turns it 2 thou pink. And Buddy Dial gets by with 1 right there. He's 36 up front. And 11 thou under. Sugar 2 red and 25 thou under. Tough blow there for Shug. Good fortune for Buddy Dial as he advances to round number 3. Mike Rogers in the left, 481 is the dial. Cody McDaniel right side, dial 461. Left lane even dragsters, you're on standby, but we'll take any right lane dragster. If you're a right laner in the dragster category round 2, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Left laners, stay where you are. You're on standby. Rogers with a big advantage and a win light. 009 and 11 thou over, 20 pack for Rogers. 31 take air for Cody McDaniel, but he had no shot. It was a 20 pack in the left, 31 tree in the right. Got there 0006, broke it out 11 thou. Ryan Sparks next up in the left, 448 is Ryan's dial. Christopher Garrett, right side. Dial 439, giving up a 900 head start. 1,700 watching, only 883 have liked. Come on. Y'all come on. We need those likes. 2 red for Sparks. Garrett, 14 up front. 12 thou under. He rolls into round number 3. 2 red and 12 thou under for Ryan Sparks. Christopher Garrett advances. Ian Woods, 480 dial in the left. Jeremy York, dial 458 in the right. My silent co-announcer told me there's a dragster that just come by that says Pink Taco on the side. And that's Jeremy York. We all know that. He's given up 2,200 head start. York moving on, 005 and a thou under. Nice lap there for Jeremy York. 3 red for Ian Woods and 28 thou under the dial. Tough break there for Ian. He had his hands full. York was going to be hard to handle. But I'm sure Ian would have liked that challenge. It's Corey Costin. That's one of my dogs here in the left lane. 465 is the dial. Corey's facing Robbie Hamilton. Hamilton dial 483, 1,800 head start going Hamilton's way. There you go, 905, we're up on them likes. We're up on those likes. Need more. Neither driver in a big hurry to get out of the starting gate, but Corey Costin makes it work on the far end, 27, 10 thou above, taking one little one at the stripe. Well done by Corey. Hamilton's 34 and 14, or excuse me, dead on with a 4. Dead on with a 4. One thou short going Corey Costin's way. George Hoff, if you're looking for someone to disagree with you, I will pass. I'm with you. Tebow, Tyler Bohannon, part of TB Promotions gang in the left lane, dial 464. Danny Malloy in the right, dial 480. Fourth thou separate them, Tebow. Whoa, that was flat and nasty right there. Danny Malloy is 13 dead 7. That's a 20 pack. Tebow is 009 and dead on with an 11. That's a 20 pack. Margin of victory going Tebow's way, 0.0006. 6/10,000ths of a second going Tyler Bohannon's way. That was very well done. 9 take nothing is a super solid lap, as is 13 dead 7. Man, this game is just tough. Tanya Pruitt in the left. Kick Booty Motorsports, dial 460. Connor Calder, right side, dial 471. Dead even on the starting line. Tanya Pruitt makes it work, 22 dead 5. Rolls her way into round number 3. Connor Calder's 23 up front, got there 5 thou, broke it out 1 thou, had to take 4 or less, had to trim that finish line by 20%. Tanya Pruitt to round 3. JoJo Gary left lane, 446 is the dial. Greg Hicks in the right, dial 492. East Coast versus West Coast. East in the left, West in the right. East Coast with a 7 thou advantage and a wind light on a double breakout. Joe Gary, 15 up front, breaks it out 12 thou. Greg Hicks, 22 up front, breaks it out 24 thou. Greg was 7 thou behind at the starting line, needed to be 7 or more behind at the stripe, and he took 5. Big Cram, I know my boy Loose Change is listening. Big Cram in the left lane, Cameron Manuel. Some nicknames just last forever when you hear somebody say it. And then he would say he's from Louisville, North Kakalaki. 448 is his dial. Joshua Owens in the right, dial 478. Three thou separate them. Advantage Owens, win light, Big Cram. 15 and 9 thou under. Joshua Owens is 12 and 10 thou under. Owens had 3 thou advantage on the starting line, had to take 3 thou or less on the double breakout or get behind, and he took 4. Man, what a tough break. Ronell Bowden, Shane Maddox, Sean Schaefer, and Vince Schroeder. You all have prizes to collect at the Diva Desk. Come see them. Come get those prizes. Oh, Loose Change not even close. Here's Glenn Ferguson. Tough cat in the left lane, dial 467. Courtney Grisey in the right, dial 423. And Courtney has a 10 thou advantage, but breaks it out. 3 take 18 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 15 or less. Ferguson is 13 up front and goes dead on with a 5. Put a JJ lap, an 18 pack on him. Ferguson to round 3. Oh boy, I've been called down, not called out, been called down by Jordan Wyke. You guys don't know Jordan Wyke. He's a guy that used to race. He raffled his cars off and just sold everything. Hates having fun, I guess. But Jordan Wyke says I gave him the name Big Cram. So my apologies, Jordan Wyke. I don't even know why you're watching racing. Scott Sanders, 473 in the left. Steve Witherow, 477 in the right. 8 thou advantage for Witherow and a win light. 11 dead 3. Solid lap for Steve Witherow. 12 thou in front at the stripe. 19 dead 7 for Scott Sanders. Not a bad lap at all, but just doesn't work when Witherow's laying you down 14 total and you're 19 on the tree. Speaking of Steve Witherow, he won $50,000 here on a time run. The $50,000 time run challenge. If you made a perfect run, you collected it. And I was right here, sitting in this very seat, holding this microphone when he was 000 dead 0. I think it was 467, if I remember right. David Brown, 487 in the left. Kyle Hustwaite, 490 in the right. Big advantage for Hustwaite in the win light. 16, 25 thou over, taking 18 thou at the stripe. 39 for Brown and 2 over the dial left him no chance. I was trying to hate on you, Jordan White, but you just totally pulled me back in. Said I heard you were announcing, so I needed to tune in. And Georgia don't play till later. I hope they start playing real late. Thank you, Cole Pritchett. Appreciate that. PJ Raines and Teddy Adkins. There's old Teddy. Oh, Teddy. Teddy Adkins with a 3-pack. 1 dead 2. Nasty lap for the man from Organizer, West Virginia. Organizer. PJ Raines 34, 6 thou under, no chance. His opponent laid him down 3 total. Those are extremely hard to beat. Gavin Wisnett, 479 dial in the left. Josh Kanzelar in the right, out of Iowa, dial 464. $19 thou separate them. Kanzelar with the advantage and a win light. 003 take 004 to be 17 thou over. 20-pack for Josh Kanzelar, 22 tree for Wisnett, and Wisnett goes dead 2. So he was 2 thou behind with his reaction time versus the other lane's package, and then he went dead on 2 to add 2 to it to be behind by 4 thou. See, sometimes the math is fun. You just really can explain it exactly how it happened if you do the math. Timmy Markaglu, 445 dial on the left lane. You agree, baby? Will Kreisman, 457 in the right. Oh, you didn't know that said Markaglu? I never would have got that right if it hadn't been for Pete telling me about 15 years ago. 9 thou separates them. Markaglu, nasty. 5 take 3 to be dead 3. 8 total for Markaglu. Kreisman is 14 and 3 thou under, did not get there. He's 14 up front and his opponent's 8 total. Connor Grisey in the left lane. 425 is the dial. Jamie Bridge, right side, out of Canada, dial 489. $10 thou the difference. Bridge with the advantage, and Bridge gets a win light. 25 take 4 to be dead 2. Jamie Bridge moving into round number 3, 27 total. Grisey is 35 up front, no chance. Breaks it out 4th thou, still 4th thou behind at the stripe. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm losing steam a little bit. I feel like I'm losing steam. I'm not really entertaining at the moment. David Wright in the left had a 2-pack, get him in the Brofix runoff on the dragster side. 447 is the dial. Brian Howe in the right, dial 455. Red for Brian Howe. I'm going to hate that ticket. I'm going to be just flat mad at it. Right, 50 dead 7, 57 total. Puts him into round 3. Howe let go on nothing or met it coming on. Goes dead 9, 28 red. Sends David Wright to round number 3. Wes Siegel next up in the left lane. 472 is the dial for the New Jersey racer. Mike Coltrane, right side out of Idaho, dial 449. Fourth thou separate them, both of them really good up front. Coltrane turns on the ball. 006, take 006. He's 13 thou above for a 19 pack. Siegel's 10 dead 9 for a 19 pack. Even packages, and the margin of victory was less than a thou. It was 0006 at the stripe, going Mike Coltrane's way. Loose change. There could be a little bit of me that's nervous about that football game down in Tuscaloosa, down in Titletown. John Smith, left lane, 456 dial. William Waters, right side, dial 494. Only 2 thou the difference up front. And one with the advantage has the win light. 18 dead 2 for John Smith. 20 pack taking 5 at the stripe. Waters is 20 up front. Goes dead 5 to be 5 thou behind. Here's my dog, Don Butkowitz, left lane. Dial 482. Pretty sure Don has run every fling that's ever been had. Pretty sure. Not 100%, but I think it's got to be close. Shannon Gilmore in the right, dial 468. Gilmore giving up 1400 head start to Don Butkowitz. 17 thou separate them. Butkowitz was behind, but he gets it done. That's a dead-on machine. 40 dead 1, taking 2 thou at the stripe. Don Butkowitz into round number 3. Shannon Gilmore is 23 up front and 200 over the dial. Next up, Corey Galletti, 447 down the left lane. OGCG Jr. Giving up 4,300 head start to Matt Shale in the right. Dial 490. $14,000 separate them. Advantage Galitti, win like Galitti 10, take 1 to be $17,000 above. Shale's 24 up front, dead 4, but has $1,000 deficit at the stripe. And Corey Galitti powers his way to round number 3. Paul Rich and Cassie Lewis. 4, take 4 for Rich. Nasty lap there. 15,000 over 19 total. Lewis is 20 up front, dead 3. Couldn't win. 20 bulb had Cassie at least 1,000 in the hole. Be my last pair right here. I'll hand it over to JJ. Got Trip McCarty. McCarty Auto Parts entry left lane, dial 472. Nathan Martin. Nate Dogg in the right, dial 477. 500 head start going Nate's way. $2,000 red for Trip Man. Nathan Martin rolls into round number 314 and 19,000 under. McCarty's 2,000 red and 2,000 under. Very close to making a hero lap right there. Nathan Martin advances to round next. Jimmy Tijako. Left lane, 447 is the dial. Gary Wambolt. Right side, dial 465. All right, kiddos. Tijako giving up 1,800 to Gary Wambolt. $9,000 red for Wambo. Jimmy Tijako advances 13, 1,000 under. Jimmy D into round number 3. All right, kids. 10 minutes. We got the treasure hunt and the fun zone down in the lower section behind the tower. In the lower section behind the tower, treasure hunt and fun zone for the kiddos 2 to 13. If you're age 2 to 13, okie dokie, not if you act 2 to 13. You got to be 2 to 13. Kiddos, 2 to 13, go to the fun zone. Win yourself some prizes, have a blast. Down in the lower section behind the tower. Starts in 10 minutes. Starts in 10 minutes. Go see them. Marlon Goat's going to wrap me up. CJ Tap with a win light, 009, 24,000 over. Getting 21,000 at the stripe. Goats is 25 and 29,000 above. As that will end my shift, and I'm going to hand the mic over to my man, JJ.
Tom Dauber left side, the red Rocket, dialed 474. Timothy Thomas in the right, dialed 454. Three thou separate them up front. Advantage to Thomas. Win light goes there as well. 008 dead 5, 13 total. Dauber 11, take 3 to be a thou under. Had to take 2 or less. Nice lap right there in both lanes. Timothy Thomas moves on. Brittany Ulmer left side, dialed 490, taking on Ken Batchelor in the right, dialed 445. Win light. Batchelor 21, one above 5, take 8 thou as Ulmer 35, dead 9. Comes up 8 thou short. Ken Batchelor moves on. Dan Davies left side, dialed 414, and Jason Sizemore in the right, dialed 485. Eight thou separate them up front. Winlight Davies 21 dead 6, take 2 thou. Sizemore 13, one above 6, no good. Dan Davies will move on. Brandon Bachmeyer in the left, dialed 476, taking on Scotty Bodmer in the right, dialed 484. $24 thou separate them up front. Advantage to Bachmeyer. Winlight goes there as well. 10 takes 16 to be one above 7. Bodmer 34, dead 9, no good. Brandon Bachmeyer advances. Zumbering up Slate Cummings left side. Baby Gap dialed 445, taking on Carol Click in the right, dialed 459. Win like Slate Cummings. 11 take 33 to be one above, 2 above 2, sorry. Carol Click 58 dead 8, no good. Slate Cummings moves on. We got a lot going on in here right now. I mean, a lot going on. Gabe Torres left side down 501, and Dennis Long in the right down 499. Dennis Long, 22 thou red and 3 thou under. Torres, 10 and 49 thou under, gets the win. Gabe Torres moves on. Bring up Kyle Cotrera left side, dialed 464, taking on Racing Jason Lynch, right side, dialed 455. At this time, we'll take even dragsters, all even dragsters. All even dragsters, round 2 to the lanes, all even dragsters. Round number 2 will take you now. All even dragsters for round 2 will take you now. All even dragsters for round number 2 will take you now. Separate them up front. Win like Cotrera 11. 2 above take 40 as Lynch 001 but goes 7 above. No good. Kyle Cotrera moves on. Bring up Joe Peters left side, dialed 478, and Jeff Burns on the right, dialed 446. Yeah, there's Burnsy. Slushy King, Burnsy. $23,000, separate them up front. Win light, Burnsy. 57, 1 above, gets it done as Peters 34, take 36 to be a thou under. Jeff Burns sneaks by with 1 and will advance to round 3. Ron Lane left side, dialed 478, and Lee Dixon on the right, dialed 462. $5,000, separate them up front. Win light. Gonna go to Dixon, 009, 1 above, 019 total. Lane 14, take 8 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 5 or less. Lee Dixon to round number 3. Bodie Bennett left side, dialed 456, taking on John Taylor Jr. in the right, dialed 478. $4,000, separate them up front. Win light. Taylor, 21 dead 0, gets the win as Bennett, 25, take 005 to be 4 thou under. Was locked out at the hit. John Taylor gonna move on. Bring up Tommy Norton left side, dialed 453, and Dwayne Patton Sr. in the right, dialed 499. $18,000 red for Norton, Patton 17. And 11,000 under. Dwayne Patton will advance. Terrell Sinkler left side, dialed 480, taking on Cody Witt right side, dialed 496. $24,000 separate them up front. Winlight Sinkler, 10 take 12, puts him one above 8. Witt 34. Dead 6 was locked out at the hit. Terrell Sinkler gets the Winlight. Joel Hubbard III left side, dialed 453, taking on Scott Neal in the right, dialed 462. $6,000 red for Neal. Hubbard 009, dead 0, 9-pack for Joel Hubbard. We'll put him into round number 3. Vinny Domino left side. Big Vin out of Staten Island, New York. Dialed 446, taking on Jesse York right side out of Muncie, Indiana, dialed 487. $9,000 separate them up front. Winlight Big Vin, 17 and $5,000 under gets it done. York 008 takes 17. Not a terrible lap, but is $13,000 under Had to close that one up just a smidge tighter. Big Vin to round number 3. McKenna Brown left side, dialed 461, and Malaya York in the right. I think that's Malaya. 529 is the dial. $26 thou red for York. Brown 32, dead 4. 36 total for McKenna Brown. She will advance to round 3. Johnny Ezel left side. JBR dialed 483. Taking on Josh McDaniel right side, dialed 460. Oh. Winlight McDaniel 24, 2 above. Take 22 thou as Ezel uncharacteristically late. And 11 thou under no good. Josh McDaniel moves on. Bring up Jason Dawson left side, dialed 463, and Bill Prest on the right, dialed 456. Three Hun separate them up front. Winlight goes to Prest 14, dead 5. Take 32 thou as Dawson 44. Dead 7, no good. Bill Prest moves on. Bring up Noah Lewis left side, dialed 455, and Ty Farmer on the right, dialed 454. One thou red for Lewis, Farmer 24, and 2 above, Ty Farmer. Advances into round 3. G-Dub left side, Gary Williams dialed 460, taking on Brandon Lane right side, dialed 453. 1 thou separate them up front. Win light lane 15, dead 6, take 13 thou as G-Dub. 16, one above, 8, no good. Had 5 thou to get in on and couldn't make it work. Brandon Lane advances. Donovan Williams left side, dialed 490, taking on Steve Law in the right, dialed 470. One thou red for Williams. Law is perfect. And a thou under. Almost got a perfect run from Steve Law. 000, 1 thou under, turns on the win light. Williams lights it up a thou red and puts it a lot under the dial. Law advances. Bring up Stacy Hall left side, dialed 448, and Denise Young in the right, dialed 453. Young 005, dead 8, take 23 as Hall 30, dead 6, no good. Denise Young moves on. Bring up Jessica Bennett left side, dialed 490, and Rob Leipziger in the right, dialed 474. Leipziger is 4 thou red, Bennett 003 and 8 thou under. Jessica Bennett to round 3, excuse me. Lane Dickin left side, dialed 459, and Corey Manuel right side, dialed 477. Thou separate them up front. Win light Manuel 6, dead 6, turns on the win light. Dickin 17, take 2 to be 7 thou under, had no chance. Win light goes to Corey Manuel with a 12 pack. Sonny Barclay left side, dialed 474, and Michael Pascal on the right, dialed 453. 6 thou separate them up front. Win light Pascal. 5 take 3 puts him 6 thou under as Barclay 11 and 9 thou under, no good. Michael Pascal gets the win light. Colby Fuller left side, dialed 471, and Coy Collier in the right, dialed 483. Thou separate them up front. Win light Fuller 31 and 2 thou under gets the win. Collier 23 take 13 to be 7 thou under. Double breakout race, had to take 8 or less as that was the difference at the starting line. Got there 5 thou too much and Colby Fuller moves on. Blake Combs left hand side, dialed 472, taking on Ryan Barnes on the right. RB dialed 460. Little flicker from Barnes. Finally turns it on. Combs finally gets in there. 17 thou red for Combs. As Barnes 17 green and 17 thou under. Looks like a perfect run. Combs 17 red and 45 thou under. Ryan Barnes moves on. Mike Harbaugh on the left, dialed 471, taking on Paul Mosley in the right, dialed 475. Thou separate them up front. Final call dragsters. Final call dragsters round 2. Final call dragsters round 2. If you're not here, you need to be now. Final call dragsters round 2. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Final call dragsters round number 2 is Paul Mosley 20 and 2 above gets it done. Harbaugh 28 take 26 to be 13 thou under. Had to take half of that. Paul Mosley moves on. Taylor Strange left side, dialed 455, taking on Gerald Hamlick in the right, or Gerard Hamlick, excuse me, dialed 499. Separate them up front. Winlight Hamlet 009 takes 16 to be 19 thou under. Strange 29 and 23 thou under. 4 thou more breakout in Strange's lane. And the Winlight goes to Gerard Hamlet. Blaine Mayer left side, dialed 481, taking on Kevin Burkett right side, dialed 481 as well. 7 thou separate them up front. Winlight Burkett, 23 dead 0, gets the win light as Mayer. 16 gets fed 23 to be 16 thou under. Looks like a perfect run when you roll up next to it, but unfortunately, it's not how this works. Kevin Burkett gets the win light. Elizabeth Salmon's left side, dialed 486, taking on Brandon Taylor right side. Big BT dialed 480. Thou red for Salmons as Taylor 002, one above. BT moves on. Tim Kelly left side, dialed 455, and Keenan Myers in the right, dialed 499. Tim Kelly, 21 dead 2, 23 total, gets there 21 thou. Myers, 28 locked out. Sets it down to be one above, no good. Jesse Long, left side, dialed 476, and Dustin Hintages, right side, dialed 491. Winlight gonna go to Hintages, 24 dead 9, gets their first 18 thou as Long, 32. Had a thou to get in on, couldn't make it work, goes one above 9. Dustin Hintages advances. Joey Harrison left side, dialed 468, and Travis Nelson right side, dialed 464. Four-hun head start goes to Harrison left side. But they're backing up Travis Nelson, so it would appear something went wrong with that hot rod. And yep, can see on the feed there's a little leakage out there on the racing surface. They'll get that cleaned up. And it looks like Joey Harrison will get a competition single into round number 3. As we get closer and closer to wrapping up Biondo round 2. FTI round 3 will be to follow at some point. .009 and 2 hunt under for Joey Harrison will advance him into round number 3.
It all started as a list Peter and Kyle made in 2010. Bristol was the place. But with a dismal forecast right before that very first spring fling, attendance took a hit. The racing was great, but they suffered a big loss on the event. They didn't think they'd ever put on another race together again. But from the beginning, you supported the Flings. You've helped make them what they are, and from our heart, we say thank you for 15 years.
All right, here we are, Strange Engineering Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries at Galot Motorsports Park, here with little Mikey Bloomfield.
Well, Mikey, you just had a tough run right there. I know we just talked. You said it's been happening to you all week, but we got something that we think will pick your spirits up just a little bit.
All right.
Thanks to our friends at Performance Polish, courtesy of your new hot rod that you're debuting this week, you've won the Best Appearing Car Award for the Goliath Fling here in 2024. So as you can see, this car is a lot of different colors. There's a lot going on. Why don't you describe to us the uniqueness of this hot rod?
Well, we decided to go with something different. We gave Bobby Murphy a call. I asked him to do a rendering that had something different on each side of it, and this is what he came up with. We got a dark side, we got a light side, we got something up top. I mean, there's that color for everybody. I mean, something different. I haven't seen anything like this yet. There's been cars that have been close, two sides, and you know, got one side that's painted the same as the other side, just different colors. I just wanted something that didn't match nowhere, so this is what we got. And Jimmy Boyd and I did a great job painting it. So,
what kind of ET are we having out here at Goliath?
Okay, it's a diamond race cars, obviously made by Dan Davies. Motors, Brett Nesbitt, 632, 12 degree. I've been running anywhere between mid 440s to low 450s, depending on the weather.
Well, like we talked about earlier, you've had a rough week so far. You've been making good runs, just coming up on the wrong end of them. Hopefully tomorrow will be your day. You got your check, you got your trophy for the best appearing car, and thanks to Vinny, you got an extra bucket of all kind of waxes and polishes and all that. So thank you to Vinny for that extra stuff for little Mikey for this awesome hot rod he's got, so he can keep it clean and looking fresh. We'll see you next time.
are at the Spring Fling. I'm with one of the craziest in the pits, Chris Galitti. Here we are at the Spring Fling. I'm with one of the craziest in the pits, Chris Galitti. This guy's nuts.
I had it for a minute. Was that rolling?
Yeah, it was.
We're rolling.
Test. Dan Provost. Red. Let's do that over. Founder of. All right, you ready? Hello, racers. We're here at the Spring Fling in Las Vegas, and I'm joined with Dan Provo and Chris Galitti. Dan is the owner and founder of Red Torque Tools in Canada, and not only has he been a big part of bracket racing, but he's also sponsoring Dallas Glenn in the Pro Stock car. Dan, you have a successful business. You're here racing at the Fling. First of all, how's your experience so far this week?
Oh, it's been really good. Unfortunately, I couldn't drive this weekend from a small injury, but I got 2 Top Guns in my seat, and they're doing good. Went to the 5th round last night, and gonna go far today too. The race has been great. Everybody's been happy. It's been well organized, and yeah, we're so pleased to be part of it.
Dan and Red Torque is the primary title right sponsor for our Fall Fling event at the end of the year in Bristol, also our Spring Fling in Galat. He stepped up really big, so his business is basically not directed towards drag racing or drag racers, but he does it because he loves the sport. So if you look around the pits at any of these Fling events, you'll see Red tools on the side of the car. So why would you give back to the racers like you're doing now, where I know there's a ton of different ways you can advertise? Why do you choose to give back to the racers?
I think drag racing, which he's responsible for, he got me licensed back 15 years ago in Houston, Texas, so I blame him for all of this. But no, it's our second family. We love it. My fiance Tammy and myself love to travel and see people, and unfortunately the last few years we weren't allowed to race in the States, but we're back and we're going to put a dent in this for everybody. But yeah, so we're really thrilled to be back, and just I like the sport. Everybody that I met and know in this sport are good, solid, hard-working people, and I support them the best I can, and I'll keep doing it as long as I can.
This is Chris Galitti. He owns Torque Tools, which is an affiliation of, basically a distributor for Red Torque.
18 years now.
18 years.
18 years.
So Chris, tell us a little bit about your business.
Torque Tools Incorporated, we started in 2004 with the Rad Torque equipment. Torsion X equipment we brought on as a hydraulic line. The tools that we provide out to the industry have become the name brand, the Coca-Cola brand. Rad's really came a long way in 8 years now. And Dan and I are proud to be a part of the Fling and help out the other racers out here.
Yeah, and Chris was helped be responsible for linking up Dan and myself, and Dan filled in where we needed a title rights, and I really appreciate these guys. Now, Chris is a tough racer in his own right. His son is a killer racer. You have gone some rounds this week. You've gone a lot of rounds this week.
35 laps so far. 35 passes. Your logbook's not big enough. I'm about to fill it up.
Well, I didn't know you were that good.
Only 40 hits allowed in there. Only 40 hits allowed in that book.
I underestimated him. How do you feel about your chances today?
I feel good, confident. The car's really good. The track's solid. You know, this is a state-of-the-art facility. All the Flings are at the best racetracks in the country. I feel good. We just won first round, and hopefully we can carry some doubles a long way today.
Chris has been going a ton of rounds this week, and I know him for a long time. Great guy. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys' participation at the Fling as racers, and also stepping up to be title right sponsors.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Hello, racers. My name is Peter Biondo, and I'm here with Johnny Ezel, aka Johnny Bracket Racer. How you doing, Johnny?
I'm doing good. Hey, y'all.
Johnny, so fresh off two 10K wins this weekend. Let's just start there. You told me that you were tired and your kids were having to bring them to the doctor and stuff. But you just got home from, what was it, a Texas race? Texas two-step, was it?
Yeah, it was 310s over at I-30, kind of a newer track. They're just reopening up, and a buddy of mine puts them on. But
is that
went over
south?
there. It's really the first race of the year I got to run. That is north of Dallas, or northeast of Dallas.
Is it south?
It's a little older track, but they've redone it. Self, yes, it's Brian and Lump Self.
Okay.
He's the one that runs it. It puts it on, manages the track. But went over there for our first race of the year. Really tried to race earlier, but had some car trouble, so only got literally one round in. And so that was really our first race of the year, and it worked out pretty good.
You cracked them for 210s. That's a pretty great way to start your year, and some momentum going into Vegas. You're coming to the Spring Fling Million in Vegas.
Yeah, we'll be there. The rig's still in Dallas right now, so I'll leave here Saturday morning with a little car, stick it in the trailer in Dallas, and then take off.
Very cool. Well,
be over there Monday sometime, hopefully.
Johnny, and I'm reaching out to you. I picked you as a candidate to do this. This is, I think you're a very interesting guy. I think you have a lot of talents, both behind the wheel and also building cars. So tell the audience who doesn't know you so well, tell them a little bit about yourself. What do you do for a day job? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, most people think I drag race for a living, which if you try to do that, most people realize you can't. Like, I don't care how much you win, you shouldn't do that for a living. But my main income is actually flipping and renting houses. We started that 4 or 5 years ago, and that's become, it was working on the cars and stuff, but the houses have become way more of an income. And like right now we're redoing a shopping mall we bought, and then we do the houses or the cars too, paint them, wire them, build them. But I kind of do that for fun. Like most chassis guys seem like they're all bald, and I see why they're bald. So I don't want to do that for a full living, but I like doing it when I want to do it. Build a handful of cars a year and keep people going. Like I do it, paint them, wire them, kind of whatever people need when I want to do it type thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a cutthroat industry, a cutthroat business, and I agree with you. A lot of gray hairs in that industry. Talking to Western Race Tech and American and all the guys, it's tough, especially this day and age with the having a hard time getting the components. But so you
between that and there's so many good cars out there, and like the margins are so little. Like I feel for them. Like they got to build a lot of cars a year to make it, and I don't want to do that. I want to build mine.
So yeah, you have so you build your own cars, you paint your own cars, you assemble your own cars. You're also, in my opinion, not only one of the most talented racers of this decade, but the most interesting, because I watch how you race, and it's different than anybody. I mean, there's your spot droppers, there's your drivers that are putting the wheel on their opponent. There's your people who dial hard. You have without getting too deep into it, you have a style all your own, man, and it's very impressive. You hold a bunch of numbers and you start rocking a hood scoop at 300 feet, and you have an uncanny way of just putting it dead on. And I don't know, man, that song Frank Sinatra, I Did It My Way. I think I could relate to you a lot in drag racing. You have your own style.
Well, I appreciate it. It may not be mathematically the best style, but I don't know. Sometimes it works out.
Well, mathematically, what works out is if the wind light comes on, I don't care how the math adds up or doesn't add up, and you have a way of turning the wind light on. It's really fun to watch a race. So the one, let's dive into that a little bit. The one question that you probably get, or that I even get, is why does a guy like Johnny Zell hold so many numbers? You want to touch on that at all?
Well,
I mean,
for me,
it's no secret you're holding
like I said,
numbers, right?
Yeah, and for the most part, I could care less if people know, and that's part of it. But mathematically, I think like the way Luke races, that's the best way to race, and that's the way I tell people they need a race. Hold a number and a half, hold just enough to cover your light, and you're good. But I like the racing of controlling the race, and it may not always work out like that, but when you just make it look stupid, you get a lot of people messing up. And to me, I'm big on the percentages. And when you make it look stupid, your percentages go up, it seems like, because they don't know what to do. So their hands are tied. So even if they're holding, it seems like the guys that hold against me, they end up screwing up even more because they get so lost down, because you know it is, it happens so fast. And so it's fun to really make it look dumb, but at the same time, knowing where you're at to put it back dead on when you need to. And I don't know, plus it just makes it fun to race like that. Bottom line.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And you know, a lot of credit to what you're saying, especially this day and age where 8th mile cars you can put a car dead on, you know, you can call Johnny Zell and order a whole combination and get a car that could be easily put that on. So to take what you're doing and try to get a little bit of an advantage in a different way by making the opponent uncomfortable, by covering them up so early in the run, I think it's really smart. And I think it takes a lot of what's the word? I want to keep this rated G, but I think it takes a lot of guts.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, and I like it, man. I like it. I think it's different. It's cool. And like I said, I've watched a lot of people race over the years, and more so at our spring fling events. I watch the numbers. I watch how they drive, and you are one person that stands out from the crowd. I will tell you that, and that's in a good way. And I'm not just floating your boat. I mean that. So no, it's all good stuff.
I appreciate that.
Do you do anything mentally? Like, you have a really strong game, like nothing seems to bother you. You seem to have the same demeanor. I watch you seem to have the same demeanor whether you're running Joe Schmo in round 1 of a 5K or the final round of 100K running against let's say Scotty Richardson. You seem to have the same demeanor all across the board. What do you attribute to that? Like, do you just go out there and say, I don't give a damn, I don't give a rat's ass who I'm racing, I'm just gonna kick ass? Or like, what's your mindset going into these rounds?
Well, normally I try to kind of play how the race is going to play out prior to the race happening. And normally it's about 3 scenarios that's going to happen. And out of those 3, really about 2 that's actually going to happen. So it's a 50-50 shot. So kind of play them out prior, no matter who you're running, and already know what you got to do at that time. And just the main thing is just to execute it like when it's happening. And that's the hardest part, but you just got to execute it. Even if it starts looking stupid, just get back to dead on no matter what. Like, that's the main thing.
And what would you say as far as on a scale of 1 to 10, how aggressive are you on a tree? I know you're good on a tree, but how aggressive do you set up? Would you consider yourself very aggressive, or like 1 to 10?
I would say if 1 was not aggressive at all, I'm probably about a 3 to 4. I don't set up too tight. Like, I set up for between about 10, 9 to 10. I ever say 8 to 12. I kind of set up for, because I feel like my strong suit is the finish line, not so much the tree. And I feel like I can win more rounds being 20 than I can being red. So instead of pushing it all the time, I'd rather be, because I feel like, what you may know these numbers, I don't really know these numbers, but I feel like at these big races, if you take away all the red lights, you take away all the breakouts, an average pass is probably between about a 18 to 20 total. It's kind of what I think. People think it's tighter, but I don't think it's any tighter than that. So if the average pass is already 18 total, just say, so if I'm 10 on the tree, take 5, I'm going to win every time. So it's like, all right, all I got to do is be 10 on the tree, which is, for me, is I can do that sometimes. But I feel like I can take 5 when I need to, so I'm not always pushing it. So don't push the tree so much, but push the finish line when you need to. Whenever they're 18 total and you're 10 on the tree and you need to take 7 or 6, you take it. But if they're going one above, you just ride them through there and try to just make sure you're ahead of them. So that's kind of the way I race. That's not the way I think most people race, but it works out sometimes.
Well, what you're saying is you're playing to your strong point, and that's the finish line. And as long as you have a respectable reaction time, you can make it happen at the finish line. You don't want to give it away in the starting line by going a few thou red, which makes sense for what you're.
I don't like going red, and no red. Try not to go red. Put it like that.
Yeah, you're fun to watch. So one thing that we could have a little fun with, and you I don't know if you originated this, but the flicker, the stage light flicker. Whether you originated it or not, there's a lot of people doing it these days. Talk about that a little bit. Is that, and if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to, but if you do, I kind of love to hear what you'd have to say about your side of things on that.
Well, two things kind of started it for me. The first thing was back in the day when we used to race local, they had a track. It's a Twin City Raceway in North Louisiana. And for whatever reason, it's been years since I've run there, but their pre-stage to stage beams seemed like they were 2 feet apart. Like once you pre-stage, it took forever to get into the stage ball. So that's when we kind of started backing into the pre-stage, so you don't have to bump in so far. Well, doing that, I realized if you turn the wheel, you can make it do things. And that's when I started staging. If you ever watch me pre-stage, like you can see I pre-stage differently than people. It's because you're right next to it. And we did that, or hell, I've done that for forever, it seems like. And one of my the second part to it, one of the first big races I've ever gone to was a 50 grander, the Great American Race, when they used to have it at Belrose, which ain't but about an hour from us. And one of the Williams, I don't remember which one it was, timed the dude out by flickering it like that, but that was before anything was online or any of that, because this was probably back in 11, 12, something like that. And when I saw that happen, I immediately understood what happened, and I'm like, man, that's cool there. Like that somebody knew that. Like that's the first time I ever saw it, anything about it, and this was 10 years ago. And after that, I was like, man, that's a cool thing to have in your pocket. Somebody's playing games, you can play right back at them, because it doesn't, and it doesn't get anybody that doesn't play games. It's you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. To me, is a perfect saying for it, because if you just do your thing, it'll never get you. But if you want it to get you, it can get you. So it's just a way to get in people's head. 9 times out of 10, if they don't want to stage first and you just barely flicker, they're going right in, and then you go right in, or vice versa. But if they want to get hung out to dry, let them get hung out to dry. But it's all their fault.
And I think, I don't know how much you realize it caught on. I mean, I go up to New Media occasionally on the weekends, and there's these young kids and they're staging, turning the wheel and bumping and back to straight. And you've created a, I mean, you originated something that you have a lot of followers, whether you know it or not. I don't know if they all know exactly what to do when, but they're trying. They're trying to be like Johnny Zell there. Yeah,
for me, it's mainly the bumping in. Like, I do it every pass, because whether they pre-stage first or I pre-stage first, it doesn't matter, because it makes it where I don't have to bump in 15 times. It's literally one bump and you're in. So it's there. You're in the same spot every time. There's no waiting around. You know when the light's coming on. And that's why I like doing it. Not to time people out. That's just part of it sometimes.
yeah, it's a lot easier to stage when you're that close to the stage bulb. It's a lot less work to do. I totally get that. Johnny Zell, gas or alcohol?
Everything I got is gas. My family races and everything they have is alcohol, but everything I run is gas. And the reasoning for that was years ago when I first started racing, I had a little coffin dragster trailer and a pickup truck with one car, and I couldn't bring a drum of fuel with me. Like, I could only bring about 3 or 4 jugs with me, and that's what I brought. And even when I got the bigger trailer to haul 2 cars, which is still like a 26-foot trailer, like I didn't have enough room for a drum. So I was like, hell, I'm gonna have to stay on gas, because I knew alcohol at the time was better, and I still think at times it's better, but well, maybe not now because the engines are so much bigger now. But back then we were running 490s, 50s. Like, I still thought at a 490 50 car, like, alcohol is better, but I couldn't bring it with me. And plus, where we're at, I got to drive an hour and a half to go get a drum of alcohol. It ain't very available around here. So for us, I just go up about 10 minutes from here, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes from here to the airport and get fuel.
It sounds like it's a lot out of convenience. I think, without you being boastful, I'll be boastful for you. I think you could win on either. So you just pick whatever's easier, and it's easier for you to run gas. I'll say it for you. So what, Johnny, what was your biggest win or most memorable win?
The one I remember, the biggest one obviously is the million, but the one I remember the most, and it was really the first. It was, and most people don't even remember. I've never really told this story to anybody, but it was me and Dad with my little coffin mini dragster trailer, which I still got, and half-ton pickup truck. We put the car in it and went up to Prescott Raceway. They had a 10 and a 2. And at that time, I never won a 10 grand. I won a handful of 5s, but we never really ran any 10 granders, because this is probably back in 10 or 11, something like that. And we go up there, and it was supposed to be a 10 on Saturday, a 2 on Sunday. Well, I know you've never been to Prescott, but 2 hours from the track, you lose cell phone service, and there's no cell phone service anywhere around there. It's in the middle of nowhere. And they didn't tell us that they were starting time trials early, because they were going to run both races in one day. So when we show up, time trials were over with. And which at that time, I never really doubled. We always one car, one entry. So we were like, all right, let's double to get some passes. Well, sure enough, like, we show up at the track literally first round starting, unload this car, go up there and get by first round, and end up rolling and ended up winning the 10 grander. And it was the first race, the first 10 grander I ever won. And we were so wore out that they started the 2 grander, and we loaded up and went right back home and skipped on the 2 grander. And I remember at the time the check was, because I won and I scored, and I got, I don't know, it was like 8 grand I got total. And that was the biggest check I've ever seen. Like, at that, like it could be $70,000, $80,000 now. Like, but at that time, that was more money than I had in my whole operation. And that's the one that kind of won that one, the 10 grander, and it to me is the toughest. And it was like I won that one, and it was like 2 weeks later one another, then 2 weeks later one another, then I won 2 in one weekend, and it was like damn, it kind of snowballed after that for a little while, especially the 10 granders, because they had a lot of them within a few hours of us at that time.
I'm not too sure it ever stopped snowballing since then, Johnny. You've been on a mission.
Sometimes it slows down a little bit when I don't race.
When you don't race. So let's throw everyone a bone here before we get off, Johnny. If your little brother, let's say, comes up to you and says, "Give me just one piece of advice, Johnny." Give a racer one piece of advice. If you could only give him one, what would you say?
I would say, don't be afraid to try new things. And when I say try new things, don't do it one race and give up on it. You tried for 6 months. You tried for a year. Like, all right, I'm going to hold numbers. All right, I'm going to be tighter on the tree. And doing it over and over again, it makes you better. Even though it's going to cost you, you're going to lose a lot. But over time, it will make you a better driver overall. Because it takes the small baby steps to become the better one. But if you're afraid to make them and afraid to lose from them, you'll never get there.
I love that. I absolutely love that, and I couldn't agree more. Take yourself out of your comfort zone and try things, and you're going to grow from there. Johnny, appreciate you taking time. I know you got a busy schedule coming up, and fresh off 2 10K wins, some momentum rolling into Vegas. You have any predictions?
I just want to get there with no trouble.
We'll start there. All right, man. Well,
we'll start there. If I could get there, no tire trouble, no nothing, we'll be good.
I like it. Start off on the right foot. Well, Johnny, appreciate your time, and good luck in Vegas, man. Thank you.
See y'all there.
Now you get to Friday morning, no time runs. What are you going to look at? I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to go back to Thursday morning. It was 3 runs ago, but the conditions are most alike. The track temperature is going to be closer, 9 a.m., 8:30 a.m. So you can bank on your 60 foot and the track conditions part of it to be the same. The temperature, the humidity is close. It's usually high in the morning. So that's a no-brainer. Friday morning, you're going to choose Thursday morning to go off of.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close.
And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal.
Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships for the 3rd time.
One of the things that I think is very important is the distance between your pre-stage and your stage. And it's 7 to 8 inches. And I think that's important because you don't want to spend all your energy once you pre-stage to stage, as in bumping in so small that it takes you 30 bumps to get in. So it's really important to, I call it pre-stage deep. And so you only got 2 or 3 little bumps, so you're not spending so much time and energy on just turning the stage bump on, because you want to do it consistently, but do it with as little energy as possible.
And we're back. Isn't that what you say when you come out of commercial break? Be like, and we're back. Absolutely not. Once again, we are live, coming to you live from Bristol Dragway on the Jags and Mickey Thompson live feed. What do we got? We're doing better. We're doing better. 1,300 people are watching right now. And we've got just over 950 likes. Percentage-wise, we're, what, solid like C range? A little more than that. A little more than that. Okay, we're not quite to a C yet. If I just did flat out like 9 into 13. Are we at 60, what about 69%? 69, dude. No, but we're getting there. Almost to 70%. Congratulations to those of you that are watching along on the chat bleachers. The fact that half the class has left and we've got 900 likes. Right. All right. Since we're grading on a curve, the smart kids are what's left. Now we're back up to 1,400 people. We got the likes up to 968. Where did my cheater readers go? I think I threw them back over on the bag. I think. All I know is I need those. It's starting to get dark here. I'm not sure. Pause, please. If I can't find them, I'm in trouble. All right, crisis averted. I was headed into full crisis mode. So what do we got again? 1,400. We just jumped 20 likes, so that's good. That is a plus. We need to keep jumping likes. Jumping likes, yeah, but for those of you that were kind of questioning, we did have a little issue on a burnout. Ended up having a little scrape on the right side. We were planning on doing a little track prep beforehand. And Vinny, you're absolutely right. I should have asked Pete for the cheater readers. Except for the fact that I've got readers that at least if I put them on, I can stay, you know, farther than 2 feet away from the screen. For some, I think Pete needs new cheater readers. Because if you put on the cheater readers and then you still have to lean in within like 6 inches of what it is you're trying to see, you need stronger glasses. I'm just saying. You know what, Peter? You actually read my mind. I was going to make sure that it was okay for us to do that. I've already found that on YouTube, and absolutely, I think that's an excellent idea. We totally need to do that. I don't think we have enough time to pull that off right now. but I think we need to do it. So we are getting closer again. Just doing a little touch up here. Got a handful of dragsters left. We have called all door cars. All door cars. We have called you back into the staging lanes for FTI Performance.com round number 3 on a $500,000 Saturday here in Bristol. Again, the announcement was made a little bit earlier that this is going to be the only race that we focus on here today. Initially, the plan was possibly to come in, finish up this one, and then do a little bit more towards the $100,000 race, but it just made better sense to focus on the $500K and make today all about that Moser engineering race for $500,000. So that is pretty much what we're going to be doing throughout the rest of the night. And as we continue to make our way through, again, with the couple of pair that we've got left on the dragster side, door cars, if you are still in for round number 3, let's make sure that you found your way into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 3. We should have you back in the staging lanes now, please. Riley Learcamp and Chris Johnson had to sit and wait for a while before they got their opportunity to pull him into the water box and stage him up. 471 to a 476, 0.05 of a second difference between the two. As far as the dials are concerned, and I like that sound. We're back to doing a little racing. Riley Learcamp getting all kinds of serious with the burnout as he comes out of the water box. Coming all the way in out of Olympia, Washington. I really do think that is about as far away from this place as you can get, unless you were to, dive on up into Canada or Alaska. But Olympia, Washington, quite a haul to come out here. And he's going to be taking on Chris Johnson coming down out of Moorhead, Kentucky. Not quite the same haul that the Learcamp family had to make to be here this week. So with a 471 showing up on Riley's side, a 476 showing up on Chris's side, it's game on. 11 thou separate them in reaction time, and somehow, some way, Riley Learcamp lights up the scoreboard. I'll tell you how. He went 12 on the tree and dead on 1. Taking a 4 thou stripe. So 12, take 4 to be dead 1 for Riley Learcamp and move into round number 3. Chris Johnson had a 001 reaction time coming off the starting line. Ends up 16 thou above to be 17 total. But Riley's 13 pack moves him on into the FTIperformance.com round as he works hard to make his way out of the Biondo round. That'll bring up Lester Atkins and Carl Jones. Atkins dialed 447. Carl Jones dialed 462. Thou the difference again in reaction time. Winlight again to the less impressive reaction time. Lesser Atkins 27 on the tree. 1 above. 448 on a 447. Will light up the scoreboard on the super grip side of the racetrack. Carl Jones had an 016 reaction time. Gets there first by 55 thousandths of a second and ends up with a 458 on a 462. Got there shall we say, much more quicker than he really wanted to. But Lester Atkins will pick up a win light in the Biondo round. We'll move on to the FTIperformance.com round as Holden Dial and Michael George. You're going to be up next. Michael, basically with like a clean slate type car. Got everything exposed out there. 474 the dial for the Virginia-based dragster. On the right side, 498 the dial for Holden Dial. As he rolls up on the right, I'm going to have to talk to Lella. Michael George is going to light up the board. 16 green. As 9 thou the split in reaction time. Holden Dial was 25 and goes 499 on a 498 and comes up 7 thousandths of a second short down at the finish line. Michael George moving on to round number 3. And George, you pretty much look like you got kind of like that brand new car with a leftover scoop from something else. We have some ideas for that. Thanks to our friends at Regiels. We have some good ideas for things like that. Matter of fact, we're going to make that official. Michael George is going to get the brand new Regiel's fiberglass dragster scoop to go with the rest of his brand new car. At least that's how it looks. So Michael George, along with your round win in round number 2, moving on to round number 3, you get that brand new Regiel's scoop. Thank you so much to the folks at Regiel's. And a 001 red light is going to ruin Josh Dykes' evening. Josh dialed 450. Oh, Josh. 001 red, and then 1 thou under. Todd Stevens was 40 on the tree, and 5 above. Oof. Josh, my friend. I'm sorry. I'll just leave it at that. I'm sorry. That is going to wrap up Biondo round number 2. And Josh is like, really? That's where we're going to leave it. Todd Stevens, 40 and 5 above, moving on. We get into door cars, round number 3, FTIperformance.com. Dallas Cherry and Steve Cisco. The Cisco kid rolling in on the left side out of New Jersey with a 613 dial, going to be getting the head start over the green on white. 68 bodied Camaro coming in out of New Bern, North Carolina. So a 593 number showing up right side of the scoreboard, 613 number showing up left side of the scoreboard. And the 1983 bodied Cavalier that was destined to become a race car when it was designed by the makers at GM. Okay, maybe not. But this one did. Dallas Cherry lights up the stage bulb. Steve Cisco rolls in beside him, and it is 10 thousandths of a second difference in reaction time as they make their way down the racetrack. Win light goes to Dallas by 5 thousandths of a second. Dallas 24 green and 594 on a 593. He's 1 above the dial. Cisco was 14 green and ends up 2 above the dial. 615 on the 613. Win light goes to the Camaro. A trip to round number 4 is in the future for Dallas Cherry. Steve Cisco will call it a night as Ricky Pennington, and the Silver Nova rolling in out of Gardendale, Alabama, goes up against Dylan Biondo in the S10 pickup truck out of New York. Let me just say this. Dylan Biondo just put up his worst light of the day, and unfortunately it's not going to convert into a win. Worst light was 007. That's like the worst he's been. 007. Then goes 605 on a 608. Turned out to be a little bit quicker than what he had expected it to be out there. Ricky Pennington gets the win light, 13 green, and on the double breakout, Ricky is closer, 609 on the 612, but not by much. 3 thou the difference in the breakout. Ricky Pennington moving on to round number 4 as Dylan Witherow and Nick Folk will be our next 2. Folk, the Cobalt over on the left side, or right side, 566 is the dial. Witherow out of Summer Duck. There's a lot of Summer Duck racers here. 597 the dial in over on the left side. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Round number 3, the FTIperformance.com round is underway, looking to get 1 step closer, and we're also into the cha-ching round. Cha-ching scoreboard lights up for Dylan Witherow, meaning that he will get a check to the pay window, or get a trip to the pay window to pick up a check before everything is all said and done. 15 apiece. The reaction time between Dylan and Nick Folk. Dylan with a 596 on a 597 is under by 4 thousandths of a second. Nick Folk breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Folk getting there first by 4 thou. But the win light belongs to Witherow. And as we're talking about, you know, the round money here, third round, everybody lights up the scoreboard on a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday is going to see $750 returned to them. And then it's just a matter of adding to it. 10th out. Separate Stace and Tim. Tim Sansone right side goes 6:15 on a 6:17, taking a lot down at the finish line. Takes 6/10 down there and breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Stace Schroeder just got out of the way. Knew that he was not going to catch Tim. Was hoping Tim would do what he did, and Tim did what he did. Stace Schroeder, 585 on a 526, just bailed. Pulled the e-brake, popped the chute, and parked it to get the win light down at the Big Egg. Chuck Sanders, Michael Carpenter. Carpenter, little wheel stand in Vega, finds himself in a 13 thousandths of a second hole and climbs back out of it. Carpenter was 14 on the tree and dead 9 to get the win light over Chuck Sanders. Sanders was 001 and then goes 631 on a 627. Couldn't run the number at that end of the racetrack. Michael Carpenter could, and Carpenter by 19 thousandths of a second will move on as T.G. Pascal and Daniel Peary. Peary left side, T.G. right side, 574 dial for the McLeansville, North Carolina based Nova. Red lights a pair, win light to Peary. Peary 001 red, TG 006 red. Little true start affair happening on the starting line. Daniel was dialed 635, left first and left a thou early. TG dialed 574, left second and left 6 thou early. Win light belongs to Peary. Moving on to round number 4 is Wesley Washington Jr. and Jason Rich. Will be our next two. Rich in that 39 Chevrolet. 498 the dial. Going to be getting a little less than a second. Or giving up a little less than a second head start. As Wesley Washington is dialed in at 588. The lights are coming on here in Bristol. Oh, Jason Rich blows the tires out from underneath of it, and Wesley Washington doesn't let that one slip through his fingers. Rich was 006 to Washington's 019 reaction time. Washington goes 611 on the 588, looking over, seeing that Rich was nowhere to be found. Grabs a little break, woes it up, gets a win light, and will get himself a little bit of a payday here. Now it's up to Wesley to decide just how big it's going to be. John Smith and Mike Barber. Barber dialed 626. John Smith, in the 1980 bodied Monza, out of Bowersville, Georgia, dialed in at 551. Head start to the right side. This time as away we go. 5 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to turn on for John Smith. 008 and dead on 5. 551 with a 5. John Smith is 13 total. Mike Barber was 13 on the tree. Barber had to go 6260 to have a chance at it and ends up running 625 with a 6 to be 4 thou under on the breakout affairs. Now Danny Odom and Big Jed. Jared Pennington, 599 is the number for Big Red. Danny Odom in the 72 Vega out of Temple, Georgia. Dialed in at 597. 200 difference. 3 thou. The margin off the stripe or off the line, and 600 on a 599 will get Big Jed into round number 4. Jared was 12 on the tree. Odom was 15 on the tree. Jared goes 600. Odom runs 599. Jared was 1 above. Danny was 2 above. Margin at the stripe, 11 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Jared. David Olinger and Sean Carpenter. Carpenter rolling up with a 588 dial. Olinger getting the head start by way of the 670 dial. Wind light goes to the Barracuda out of Churchill, Tennessee. 18 green and 11 thou above for David Olinger. Puts him 29 total, moving him forward by 7 thousandths of a second, gets the wind light. Sean Carpenter was 24 on the tree and 12 thou above. To come up a little bit short here in round number 3 as we bring up Dustin Long and B.J. Vangsness. Vangsness out of Roscoe, Illinois. 611 is the dial in for the truck on the right side. Dustin Long out of Mitchell, South Dakota, with a 618 dial over on the left side. 700 difference in the dial. $19 thou the difference in reaction time. Wind light goes to BJ. 612 on a 611. He's one above after the 017 reaction time. Dustin Long takes 3 thou. Down at the stripe, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second, and no good as Brian Folk and Glenn Williamson. Williamson out of Burford, Canada. Burford. 676 the dial for the 1979 Camaro. And Brian Folk giving up the head start by way of the 5.38 second dial on the right side. $17 thou was the difference in reaction time. Wind light turns on for Williamson. Williamson was 22 green and goes dead 3 to be 25 total. Brian Folk, 005, had the advantage coming off of the starting line, but could not run the number. Had dialed a 538, ends up running a 541. And will end up 10 thou shy of a trip to round number 4 as Robert Gregory and Steve Helton are next. Helton in the pickup truck. Thinking it's supposed to be Rogersville, but we'll go with Rogersville. Rogersville, Tennessee. That might be a real place. And Gregory out of Barberville, Kentucky. 647 to a 620. Both trucks leave with the wheels up. 18 thou the difference in reaction time. Wind light goes to Helton. 21 dead 6-4. Steve Helton lighting up that right side of the scoreboards. Robert Gregory was 39 green, goes 646 on a 647, wasn't going to catch that pickup truck on the right side as Bill Conley and Mark Price will be our next two. Bill Conley, the 65 Chevy, last trip down the racetrack, got just about to the finish line, and the rear end tried to come around and take over the front end's position of the race car. I mean, it wasn't really, all that much, but the thing moved pretty hard down at the finish line. He's got that 576 dial up on the left lane scoreboard, and Bill Conley is in deep trouble. 576-1 on a 576, not going to be enough to redeem the 085 reaction time that he posted at this end of the racetrack. Mark Price, 18 green, and then goes 575 on a 573, but Bill Conley just missed on the let go. Wasn't ready. Mark Price gets the win light by 39 thousandths of a second, and that'll move him forward as Bristol Maddox and Scott Tate. Tate in the blue Mustang, 564. Quicker of the two cars on the line right now. Bristol Maddox will get the head start. The South Carolina-based S10 dialed in at 617 as the pre-stage bulbs are already illuminated on the top of the Christmas tree. Bristol gonna have to climb out of the hole. Did her best, hit the brakes, was hoping that Scott Tate was going to go flying by, and Scott Tate did get there first, but Scott Tate 565 on a 564. He is 18 thou above after being 006 in reaction time. He gets the win light over Bristol. Bristol 41 green and 16 thou above the dial. So Scott Tate advances out of the FTIperformance.com round as Logan Westmoreland and Scott Sanders will be our next two. Scott, 586 for the Knoxville-based Monza. Westmoreland's dialed in at 554 for the Troy, South Carolina-based Camaro. 5 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Winner will be Sanders by 18 10,000ths of a second. Sanders was 18 green. Westmoreland was 15 green. So Westmoreland had that 5 thou in his pocket, goes 5:57 on a 5:54 to be exactly 300ths of a second above the dial. Sanders 24 thousandths of a second above the dial, and 0.0018. True margin of victory for Sanders, who's moving on to round number 4, is Robert Hinman and Steve Dunn. Dunn, it was your Friday $100,000 winner when you were here last year. You can hear the throttle work. Wah, 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 wah. Was not much difference between them in reaction time. Steve was 12 on the tree. Robert was 15 on the tree. Robert Hinman goes 582 on a 579. Steve Dunn is 67 on a 67. He goes dead 9 to pick up the win light by 200ths of a second. Hinman, the car just wasn't behaving the way that he wanted it to. And the win light belongs to Steve as Brian Martell and Joe Foley. Foley over on the left side. Racing out of North Carolina with a 600 dial up on the left lane scoreboard. Brian Martell 598, dialed in just 200ths of a second quicker than Joe Foley, as we've got pre-stage bulbs illuminated yet again. And last chance, if you are a door car that is still in the game, if you are in round number 3, let's get you into the staging lanes, please. Joe Foley not looking good. Grabs the brakes to be dead 5, but the 052 reaction time put him in a bad spot. Dang, we in a tight spot. Brian Martell 10 on the tree, 2 above, gets him there first still by 24 thousandths of a second to light up the board for that red Camaro. Again, another of the former winners. And as we continue to whittle our way through the field, a lot of those former race winners continue and stick around with us as Thomas Davis and Billy Lieber. Lieber from Tonawanda, New York. 615 dial on the right side. Thomas Davis dialed in at 662. 4 thou separate them. Both drivers leave 00. 6:15.0 after a 009 reaction time. Lieber lays down 9 total against Thomas Davis. Davis was 005 on the tree and 14 thou above, 19 total. Lieber's 9 total. Thomas Davis is 19 total. Billy Lieber lights up the scoreboard right side as Eric Thomas and Scott Albrecht will be our next two. Thomas in that 67 Camaro, Albrecht in the S10 out of Jackson, New Jersey. 598 to a 584. Head start will go to the white truck. And then the Camaro, like any good drink in Vegas, will act as the chaser. Win light's going to go to Albrecht. He owned that one from stripe to stripe. Eric Thomas was 21 on the tree. Albrecht was 5 thou better with an 016 light. Eric Thomas runs 583 on a 584 to break out by 1 thou. Albrecht 597 on a 598 to break out by 1 thou. Margin at this end was 5 thou. Margin at that end was 5 thou. Scott Albrecht moves into round number 4 as Lenny Wisniewski and Ken Swio will be our next two. Ken dialed at 594. Lenny dialed at 557. Talking about racers that are coming from like way over on the left side of the country. And we got racers out of Washington and Oregon, and Ken Swio in control with this one, won't let it slip by him. He took a bunch. Wow. Ken was brave. Very, very brave. Lenny had a 144 reaction time and goes 5:56 on a 5:57. Ken Suio taking 1.2 tenths of a second at the stripe to go dead on 1. I guess like saying, got to lift you if you ain't going under, but that was a close shave. A very close shave. As a matter of fact, I think the folks at Gillette are going to be reaching out and be like, would you like to do a commercial for us about close shave? And that's cutting it too close. Seth Phillips, 620 on the scoreboard, out of the right lane for the Barracuda. Tim Combs, 577, showing up on the left lane. And a 619 beats a 576. Seth, 22. Tim Combs, 24. 2,000 the difference in reaction time. At this end of the racetrack, Seth Phillips gets there first by 1.5 to break out by 8 thousandths of a second. Tim Combs follows him through to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Phillips, and dragsters odd. Both colors, orange and blue. If your dragster number ends in an odd number, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters with an odd number. For round number 3, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, odd number. Go ahead and make you into the staging lanes. The text just went out, and we will take you now, please. Seth Street, Michael Jackson. Again, talking about getting down into like a lot of the winners. Oh, we had Mike Barber, we had Steve Dunn, we had Michael Jackson. All showing up here in this round. Seth Street dialed in at 634. Jackson dialed in at 608. Jackson will be the first one to put it into the stage bulbs. Seth Street in control on this one and wins it on a double breakout. Michael Jackson goes 607 on the 608 to be under by 9 thou, chasing him through down at the finish line. Seth Street was 009, gets there first 21 thou to break it out by 6 thou. Win light goes to Street. As now Jerry Lone and Hank Pramoff. Lone dialed in at 592 in the big chief car over in the left lane, and Hank in the Vega out of Arvada, Colorado, rolling up with a 571. Neither driver really too anxious at this point to go jumping into the pre-stage bulbs just yet. For a second there, I thought we were going to have like a pre-stage duel. Now I'm wondering if we are going to have a staging duel. It took quite a while to get to, there we go. Hank Pramoff rolls in, Jerry Lone is there, and oh no. Oh no. Jerry Lone was in a bad way leaving the starting line. Reaction time started with a 1. He goes 594 on a 592. Jerry going to exit the competition here in the FTIperformance.com round. Hank Pramoff 008 gets down there, jumps out of the throttle to whoa it up just a little bit and runs 577 on a 571. So 6 above after the 008 reaction time. And making his way down the racetrack with a little over a tenth in his pocket is Cody Wiggins and J.J. Pennington. Cody out of Evil Knievel. That's all I see. Every time I see Knievel, Kentucky, I think Evil Knievel. 552, the dial for the red El Camino. 652, the dial for the blue S10. Separated by 32 thousandths of a second, and the win light's going to turn on for Wiggins. Wiggins, 008, dead 9. Puts up 17 total to get around JJ here in round number 3. JJ 40 on the tree. Chases him through, goes 651 on a 652. Wasn't much JJ was going to be able to do with that. 17 total over on the left side. But a good little charge to get a couple of round wins in for JJ here at the 500K is Blaine Parrish and Dustin Smiley. Going to be our next two. Dustin with a 550 number. The Grand Prix on the left side, and Blaine Parrish with a 620. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. 622 on a 620. Blaine Parrish, the Cookie Monster. Just kind of nomming his way down the right lane of the drag strip. Dustin Smiley, 26 on the tree, and goes 549 on a 550. Take 16 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thou. The Cookie Monster rolls through. To move into round number 4 is Sam Stevens and Harold Bell. Bad to the Bone Nova going up against the little white pickup truck out of Sugar Grove. Give me some sugar.
What was that?
That was not mine anymore. How about that?
Yep, now it's raining harder.
The little puppy. And it looks like see, that was good. I got Jed to, had him a little bit nervous. Unfortunately, we're stopping for some sprinklage. This junk that's falling from the sky and in a very loud way. I told him, I said, man, I thought we were done with this stuff. Didn't use that word. Oh, he thought we left the mic on. No, that's there were a couple of, guest announcers that were coming in here that they did put kind of a disclaimer on a little bit earlier. So unfortunately, I wasn't the one that they put that on, so I can't use that word. I'm not allowed to use those things, but one of these times I am going to find one of those censor buttons. That way when I want to do it, I'll just push the button. Yeah. We'll just dump it. But it does look like it is just going to be a really tiny, really little tiny, like in here, out of here. So hopefully this doesn't take too long. I really hope it doesn't take too long. But we do have a little bit of downtime. And since we have a little bit of downtime, we're going to do this. Un momento, please. need to be picked up. We got like good stuff, part of the $62,000 worth of racer appreciation giveaways. You got some of them coming your way. 19 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Harold Bell, 2 dead 7 is 9 total. Moving on to round number 4. Sam Stevens, 21 green and 2 above, no good in the FTIperformance.com round as we make our way under the lights now on a Moser Engineering $500,000 to win Saturday. As Kevin Crawford, Clifford Davidson, the big red Camaro, dialed in with a 537. Kevin Crawford dialed in at 611, and the big red Camaro is moving on. 17 and 1 above the dial. Davidson taking 15th out of the stripe, gets the win light. Kevin Crawford was 14 green, ends up 28th thou above the dial to come up a little bit short. And bring up Caroline McCarty and James W. Holmes. It's kind of like D.W. Washburn or H.R. Puffin stuff. Penny Butt. I'd forgotten all about Penny Butt Puffin Bottom. That guy was pretty good. That guy, he was okay in his day. He's a little washed up now, but he was okay in his day. Carolyn McCarty, 620 is the dial. James, 602. Away we go. Caroline, advantage at this end of the racetrack, but cannot pull out a win light. James Holm had doubled and then some. Caroline's reaction time at an 0:33 light ends up 1 above what he predicted it would run. 6:03 on a 6:02. Gets to the stripe first and lights up the board on the right side. Caroline, after being 15 on the tree, was 4 off the mark. Ran 6:24 on a 6:20. And that'll end it for the station wagon is Sean Lingerfelt and Rob Leipziger. Rob. The folks at Rob's Towing. Again, thank you, Rob, for helping to put on that warm-up shootout on Tuesday. 6:44, the dial in over on the right side for Lingerfelt. Rolling up on the left side, dialed in at 567. Head start and then some goes to Rob. Rob holds on, 646 on a 644. Sean Lingerfelt had a pair of 7s in the reaction time, and that was painful. 568 on a 567. I can see if you end up with a situation like that, you're trying and trying and trying to get to the stripe, and then it's just out of reach. I can only imagine it's kind of like that feeling where you know you're about to fall. You feel like maybe I can regain my balance, and you don't. And then you're kind of nursing bruises for the next 3 days. Bug McCarty, Kurt Harrington. How about Harrington in the Chevette? McCarty in the Camaro. McCarty dialed 498. Chevette dialed 616. Bug a little late on the let go. And will not make it out of round number 3 either. Kurt Harrington, 29 green, 3 above. Gets to the finish line first by 6 thousandths of a second. McCarty was 53 green and 499 on a 498. I think we've gotten to that kind of middle part of the event where everybody's like really, really good in the beginning. And then what do they call that? Like the I know it's way past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but that 2 o'clock slump, 3 o'clock slump, whatever, you're reaching for either more Coke or trying to keep your forehead from bouncing off the desk in the middle of the day. I think that's where we've ended up. Timmy Miller, 612 on a 610, 13 green, gets the win light. Shannon Waycaster has been pushed by the wayside, 28, and goes 626 on a 624. Timmy Miller Moving on is Tanner Miller and Jeff Serra. Jeff over on the right side, 524 is the dial. Tanner on the left side with a 652 number. The station wagon against the Camaro of Serra. Eight thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Hitting the brakes hard. Tanner Miller drops to be 653 on a 652 after a 008 reaction time. Jeff Serra was 16 on the let go. Take 11 thou at the stripe to break it out by 4 thousandths of a second. Tanner Miller moving on in the station wagon is Jeremy Hancock and Billy Ray Varner. Billy Ray right side, dialed 635. Hancock left side, dialed 572. .38 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Win light to Billy Ray. 20 on the tree and 637 on a 635. Billy's moving on. Jeremy Hancock, 58 green, goes 575 on a 572. Hey, we've actually done pretty good. Up to 1,500 watching, and we've hit the 1,000 likes mark. We've hit the triple digits as far as the likes are concerned. We'll take that. We'll take that. What does that put us at? 66% though, right? About 66%, 1,500, 1,000 there. 2/3. Yeah. So unfortunately for those of you that are watching online, I'm sorry, but your grade has declined. We were at 69% earlier. You are failing. Daryl Wirtz, David Wright, right, left side. Daryl, left side. Thomas Davis with the best losing package of the door cars in round number 3. 19 total. You're going to get $500 and a small Fling check, courtesy of the folks at FTIperformance.com. Red light start for Wright out of Mims, Florida. Mims. 003 red and dead on 8. Daryl Wirtz, 18 green, 464 on a 463. And I think that is like probably the same thing that's happening to some of the racers, the same thing that happened like all of our chat bleacher folks. We're now up to 1,600. Jumped like 100 people in the last 10 minutes. And the chat bleachers have gone silent. I guess it's dinner time. The chat bleachers have gone silent. Matt Lee, Braden Bowden. Bowden, that's it. JJ's here to save the day. Here I come to save the day. 441 to a 471. 3/10 head start. Even dragsters. Even dragsters. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters even. Round number 3. Dragsters even. Round number 3. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Matt Lee, let's go early. by 26 thousandths of a second. Matt calls it a day here in round number 3. Braden Bowden is going to be getting himself a little bit of a paycheck because we are in the ching round. Scoreboard lights up this side. You get paid. Scoreboard lights up on the other side. They get paid. It's much better to make sure you get paid. Stephen McCrory, Ryan Stifler. Stifler right side. Dialed in at 471. McCrory. What is that? Adairsville? Somewhere in Georgia. Tyler Murrah cleaning headers. I know you guys are still here. I was trying to, like Steve Riggins, was trying to like inspire you, and I guess I really didn't accomplish that. 471 on a 470 run. Ryan Stifler 19. And then dead on 3 for the win light. Stephen McCrory 4 thou. Early. Hands the win light back over to Ryan Stifler as Hunter Patton still mixing it up here. And the last time we did, a 500K race here, Hunter did A-OK. Brooke Gary breaks out, hands the win light over back to Hunter Patton. Brooke was 13 green, gets to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second. Hunter Patton goes 456 on a 456. 008 dead on 8, 16 total. George, I appreciate that. I'm glad that, like, as I think it's one of the things that as announcers we have to accept our fate, that we definitely interfere, and it's not us, it's the racers. We're just talking about it. But races like this interfere with most people's ability to actually get stuff done. They get involved in the race, they sit back, they watch, they see what the racers are doing up here. Alexis Thompson, Bailey Ferraro. Win light's going to go to Bailey Ferraro. 11 on the tree and 1 above. 445 on a 444. Alexis was 20 green. Take 9 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Donnie, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Be like, hey, that guy did good. He's an East Coaster. No, unfortunately, Gene, no. The answer to that question is no. Steve, you know all my love in the world goes to everybody that's out there watching in the chat bleachers is Corey Galitti and Gary Engle. Engle dialed in at 465. Galitti left side dialed in at 446. They're separated by 7 thousandths of a second. Corey Galitti is going to light up the board by 1 thousandth of a second. 14 green and then 1 above. That seems to be just kind of like what we keep saying here. Something green, 1 above. Something green, 1 above. Or dead on. It is rare. I mean, it happens. But it's rare that we see anybody that's any more than like 2 off the dial, 3 off the dial up here. This track has been superb, even though the weather has thrown us curves over and over and over again. The folks here at Bristol Dragway have kept this place very racy. Very racy. Gary Ingold was dead on 7 after no 21 reaction time and comes up 11/10,000ths of a second short. Absolutely. Umbrella Man still in the house. Gene checking in. Donnie says, I'm just here to claim racers for the East Coast. I understand that. I understand that. Anybody who shines or starts to show promise, be like, oh, they're from the East. They got to be. Josh Lutke goes red by 13/1000ths of a second. Jeremy rolling into round number 4. York 25 green, 457 on a 458. Craig. Yeah, I guess that's true. But I will say this, Craig, if I were watching on my smart TV, the remote on my smart TV actually allows me to point it. It acts like a cursor, and I can move it over and click on things. But I'm with you. I'm with you. They would like it if they could. See? JJ knows exactly where we've gone with this before. See? Jackson Waters, 009 dead on 6, rolling into round number 4. 15 total for Jackson. Skylar B was 53 on the tree and in trouble early. Craig, see, JJ, from the mind, or the brilliant mind of JJ, and I think even Steve Riggins had solved that problem for people in Vegas. By all means, continue to watch it on your smart TV. Have that big screen up there. Enjoy the show, especially when you get things like Troy Williams and Josh Baker who are going to go head-to-head here. 469 the dial for Troy, 454 the dial for Josh. Keep watching it on your big screen as 10 thou separate Troy and Josh. Josh Baker 009 and dead on 5. Another 14 pack. Laying down the lap, moving into round number 4. Troy Williams was 19 to a 14 total out of Josh Baker and Troy Williams. Unfortunately, had nowhere to go on that one. Next pair out of the water box, Jaden Lawler and Christopher Garrett. But here's what's kind of cool. You got a belly full of stripe. Got it. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. But here's how this, I mean, JJ has the perfect solution. Keep watching it on your smart TV. Pick up your phone, open the YouTube app on your phone, like it there, then put your phone back down, keep watching it on your smart TV. Beautifully, beautifully solutioned. See? Steve's like, I'm watching on my TV and chatting on my phone. But Steve, you're actually proving Craig's point. 438 on a 438. Christopher Garrett, 13 green. Jaden Lawler had a 001 reaction time and ends up 3 above the dial. Because that's, I think that is, and I love the fact, Steve, that you're kind of doing both. But that actually counts as like 2 views because it's 2 different devices and you can only like on one, so we're forced to be 50% or less. Anyway, look, you guys are awesome. No matter what, you guys are awesome. We love the fact that we've got 1,600 people watching online as we race our way towards $500,000 here tonight worth of Moser Engineering money at a Rad Torque Systems 15th anniversary of the Flings here at Bristol Dragway, presented by Optima Batteries. I really could care less. I love seeing the likes go up. I just love the fact that there are those of you out here that are continuing to support the Flings in the best way that you can and watching along as these racers battle it out for that big money. Jack Ostrowski was dialed 452. Cooper Chun was dialed 487. Ostrowski had an 026 reaction time. Cooper Chun was dialed in at 487, had an 029 reaction time. Cooper give up 3 thou here at this end of the racetrack, and on the double breakout, Jack Ostrowski goes under by 2 thou. Cooper Chun goes under by 3 thou, and the win light falls to Ostrowski. I like that. I'm sitting. Eddie Cooper says, I'm watching the live stream and sitting in the stands. My man. And he's like, I'm doing both.
We're watching the live stream and announcing the live.
Well, that's true. We are watching and announcing, and it's all good. Kevin Bennett gets the win light as Anthony Bertozzi turns it red by 0.02 of a second. Anthony is going to be unhappy. It'll be an unhappy Anthony. 002 red to Kevin Bennett's 044 reaction time. Bennett goes dead 7. Anthony puts 473 on a 475 after turning it red at this end of the racetrack as Larry Cox and Kyle Hustwaite. Well, Kyle's dialed in slower, the 2, so he doesn't have to wait that long. Kyle, you know, if you're racing the quicker car, then yeah, Kyle must wait, but he's not. He gets to go first. I know. If it was must wait, you'd have to have a really fast car. Willie had a really good reaction time. 005 and 492 on a 489. Gets him a win light. And now Kyle Hustwaite for round number 4. As Larry Cox was dialed in at 480, had an 053 reaction time, and that just kind of, well, ruined his night. John Smith, Jamie Bridge. We continue to roll through. Once again, believe. I'm just making sure we have called odd and even dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 3. Odd and even dragsters. You have all been called to the staging lanes for round number 3. .001 red light for John Smith. Oh, 455 on a 455. 001 dead on 3. Jamie Bridge wasn't going to make it easy. 004 dead 4. 8 total out of the right side. But John Smith coulda, shoulda, but didn't. 001 red. Jamie Bridge moving on with an 8-pack is Josh Cancelar, Paul Rich. So 468 to a 464. Red light start for Paul by 0.04 of a second. Paul exits in round number 3. Josh Cancelar picks up a payday. Ho! Stevie checking in from Vegas. I like Stevie. That's right, man. You want a Pepsi? You want a queso? You want a cheese? Stevie is my team leader. Tim Markaglew, 4.44 on the scoreboard, 009 on the reaction time, and 4.45 is what will be printed on the ET slip with the arrows pointed to his side of the page. Lee Dixon had a 4.62 dial, was 20 on the tree. Take 10 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thou on the loss, as Don Butkowitz and Teddy Atkins going to be up next. That's right. Butkowitz dialed in at 482, Atkins dialed in at 503, and I think since we've hit about that 7:30 hour, this will be my last pair, and then I'm going to let Jared and JJ fight it out amongst themselves which one's going to take over the microphone. You hope to hang us out to dry here in a little bit? I hope you do. I hope you do. None taken. Absolutely none taken. Oh, Stevie, I look forward to that, man. I look forward to a little spam musubi coming in from Aloha Specialties. Oh, no. It's not terrible stuff. It's really good stuff, man. I'm telling you, it is good stuff. And especially when you get it straight out of the kitchen. Teddy Atkins trying to get it done against Don Butkowitz. Butkowitz gave him an opportunity, opened the door, and Teddy Atkins is going to race right through. 10 on the tree and 5.04 on a 5.03. Butkowitz, unfortunately, with an 0.54 reaction time, gave Teddy Atkins all the room that he needed. That is going to do it for me as Paul Burris and Slate Cummings make their way up to the starting line. Big Jed is back in the house and will make his way to the microphone.
Thank you, Nate. Yes, I do have Slate Cummings in the left lane, dial 444, part of Team Moser. Paul Burris, right side, dialed 452. Burris getting an 800 head start. Slate blackjacked him. 21 up front, 16 over on the let out. Burris way late, didn't get off the starting line, and then obviously had some other trouble, just cruises down the racetrack. And the wind light falls in Slate Cummings' lane. He advances to round number 4. Next up will be Mike Rogers in the left lane. 482 is the dial for the New York racer. Here's Mike Coltrane in the right from Idaho. Boise, Idaho, dial 449. 3,300 head start going to Rogers. $12,000 the difference at the starting line. Advantage going to Rogers. Win light to Coltrane. Coltrane 17 dead 1, 18,000 package. And Mike Coltrane advances to round number 4. Mike Rogers is 005. Take 21 to be 8,000 under. Needed to take 13 or less. Yeah, he took 21. He tried to blackjack him at the finish line, but got to be careful blackjacking him at the finish line. If you're going to blackjack him, you should do it on the starting line.
Yeah, if you're trying to do it at the finish line, you're going to get jacked up.
Yeah, you're going to come up craps. Rail Sinkler in the left lane. It's my dog right there. He's dial 480. Donnie B, right side. Donnie Burleson, dial 455. 25 Hun, head start. Going to Rail Sinkler. $8 the difference at the starting line. Advantage Burleson, win light Burleson, 008, take 25 to be 12 thou above. Rail was 16. Had his work cut out for him, but goes 29 thou over the dial to be 2.5 behind at the stripe. Donnie B into round number 4. Corey Costin, another one of my dogs in the left lane, 465 is the dial. Steve Witherow, right side, dial 477. Appreciate that, Danny Dreamweaver. Hope you guys have a safe rest of your trip. Right side, Witherow gets it done. 16 dead 4, 20 pack for Steve Witherow. He advances into round number 4. 36 dead 5 for Costin. Missed it a little bit. Witherow blackjacked him at the stripe. Took him 21 thou. Brandon Michaels, anytime you're 21 on the tree, or you take 21, or you're 21 thou over, any 21 on the ticket is trying to blackjack them. You be 21, you're going to win. I mean, that's just how it works most of the time. 50% of the time, it works all the time. Here's Colby Fuller, left lane. Roll Tide, Colby. Nathan Martin in the right. Fuller had the tree advantage, but Martin gets the win. 22 take 8 to be 11 thou over, 33 total. 11 up front for Fuller, had 11 thou to work with. You're welcome, Brandon Michaels. Goes 3 above the dial, does Colby Fuller. Leaves a win light in Martin's lane. Buddy Dial, left lane, 482 is the dial. No pun intended. Josh McDaniel, dial 460 in the right. Four Hun advantage for McDaniel. Josh McDaniel advances 15, take 15 to be 15 thou above. There's a lot of 15s. Buddy Dial's 55 up front and 10 thou under. So folks, we got someone here on the grounds that has lost their cell phone. Someone on the grounds has lost their cell phone, or misplaced it, if you will. And we would appreciate it greatly if you would kind of search around your area and maybe in the restroom or wherever you've been and just see if you see that phone. And if you see it, please bring it on up for us. We all know how important our phones are to us, and got somebody needing to get their phone back. Please help us out. Vinny Domino, Big Van, 445, dial on the left lane. Ken Batchelor in the right, also dial 445. Fairly even on the starting line, only 3 thou separated them. Big Van, 18 dead 2, 20 pack. Moves him into round number 4. Ken Batchelor's 15, take 13 to be 8 thou under. That was a tough one. He was going to have to take 5 or less. Minnie Domino moves on. Brandon Bachmeyer, 476 dial in the left lane. Right side is CJ Tapp. His friends call him Red. You can call him CJ. 507 is the dial. I see some Brofix SR20 heads being brought around for a Brofix runoff. Thanks to the great folks at Brofix. Brotherton family, good to us, I mean. Looking forward to that runoff between the best package in dragster and the best package indoor car. Right lane, CJ Tapp moving on, 14, takes 16 to be 22 thou above. Bachmeyer's 19 and 33 thou over to be basically 1.5 behind at the stripe. CJ Tapp moving into round number 4. There's Tanya Pruitt next up in the left lane. Kick booty entry, dial 460. Right side is Bill Prest. Prest on a 456. Pruitt going to get a 400s head start in the left lane. So just a slight head start. They'll be seeing a whole lot of one another out there on the racetrack. It is FTI round number 3. Thanks to the great folks at FTI. Helping us bring round 3 to you. Oh, Prest in trouble. Tanya Pruitt moves on, double breakout. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Pruitt 29, 2 thou under. Prest was 91 and 2 thou under. Pruitt got there 62 thou. All Prest had to do was bail out. And he did not get enough of it. He did stop, but didn't stop enough. And Tanya Pruitt gets the double breakout win. It's Tyler Bohannon, TB Promotions entry in the left, dial 464. John Taylor Jr. right side, dial 476. Only 3 thou separate them, neither of them stellar on the starting line. But John Taylor Jr. was stellar on the dial. 39, dead 1, 40 pack. Bohannon was 42 up front, got there 7 thou. He did that part very well, but broke it out 9 thou. It was 40 total in the right, 42 tree in the left. John Taylor Jr. advances. Big Cram, Cameron Manuel in the left lane, 446. Big Cram's dial. Credit to Jordan Wyke on Big Cram. Gerard Hamlick, right lane, dial 498. 52 Hun head start, going to Hamlick in the right lane. Appreciate that, Ernie Forrester. Shout out to you. Yeah, it was weird listening to JJ's voice change here a couple, 2 or 3 years ago. $17 thou advantage for Cameron Manuel, and Big Cram gets it done. 12 take 3 to be 11 thou above. Gerard Hamlick in the right was 29 up front. Left him no chance. Broke it out 3 thou and didn't get there. It's a bad combination. Cameron Manuel advances to round 4. JoJo Gary in the left. 445 is his dial. Right side is Lester Adkins. Adkins, dial 447. Pretty even on the dial, 200's head start, as Adkins will leave first. He'll have a side window full of JoJo Gary all the way down the racetrack. Thou separate them. Advantage Lester Adkins. Win light Lester. 9 takes 6 to be 11th out over 20 pack for Lester. JoJo's 23 up front, goes dead 3, but had no chance. 20 total in the right, 23 tree in the left. JoJo missed that one a little, and Lester Adkins was 9 takes 6, so he was doing it perfectly in the right lane. Turns on the win light, moves to round number 4. Shane Maddox, Maddox Race Cars entry left lane out of South Carolina, dial 446. North Carolina's Timothy Thomas in the right, dial 454. Be an 800's head start for Timothy Thomas. Shane Maddox not going to have any trouble with this one. Timothy Thomas was way late. 12 and 24th thou above for Maddox. Got there over a 10th. Timothy Thomas was 15 thou above and had a 155 package. For those of you halfway decent at math. Jake Clayton in the left. 470 is the dial. Dwayne Patton, senior right side, dial 497. 27 Hun head start going to Patton. It's going to be my last pair. I'm going to hand it over to JJ. Go out here and get the hot rod ready for round next. 6 thou red for Patton, puts the win light in Clayton's lane, 17. And 23 thou under Jake Clayton powers into round number 4. Patton was 6 thou red and 13 thou above. That'll do it for me for now. I'll be back. I'm going to pass it to my mainest man, JJ.
Hugh Meeks left side, my dog. Well, his dad's dog, but by default, he's my dog too. No, I'm just kidding. You choose for Hugh Meeks to be your dog. That is one of the biggest dogs. Hugh Meeks, 461's the dial. Taking on Ryan Barnes in the right, RB, down 460. $15 thou red for Barnes. Meeks 17 and 22 thou under. Julio to round number 4. Kyle Cotrera left side, dialed 463, and Brandon Lane right side, dialed 453. Steve, I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but But I appreciate it, Steve. Means a lot to me. Wish you were here with us this weekend. $17,000 separate them up front. Advantage to Lane. Winlight goes there as well. 7 takes 7 to be dead on 5. As Corchera 24 and 5 thou under was locked out. Brandon Lane moves on. McKenna Brown left side dialed 462 and Denise Young in the right dialed 454. Roll Tide, Steve. Roll Tide. This is about to take some attention from this whole racing deal here when this game gets kicked off. Well, I mean, it's about to kick off now, but you know, I'm about to be dialed in. You know, I don't do very well on the racetrack, so I might as well watch football and watch some racing at the same time. Winlight McKenna Brown, 007 and 3 thou under gets the win. As Young, 005, take 3 and no Winlight. 5 take 3, lights it up, 4 thou under for Young. McKenna Brown gets the double breakout Winlight. Glenn Ferguson Jr. left side. 467 is the dial, and Gabe Torres right side down 498. Door cars, round 4, door cars. Round 4, door cars. Goodyear, round 4, we'll take you now. Door cars for Goodyear, round 4, we'll take you to the lanes. Door cars for Goodyear, round number 4, we'll take you now. Door cars, Goodyear, round 4, we'll take you to the lanes. As this one should be over. And it is. Ferguson, 16 and 4 above, take 32 thou. Torres missed it. And put it 7 thou under. Glenn Ferguson moves on. Corey Manuel left side, dialed 477, and Jimmy DeChaco in the right, dialed 446. DeChaco is 009 red. Manuel 12 and 25 thou under. Corey Manuel. We'll move on. Bring up Michael Pascal left side, dialed 453, excuse me. And Jessica Bennett right side. Bennett dialed 488. 12 thou, separate them up front. Win light goes to Pascal, 21, 1 above, takes 17 thou. Bennett, 33 and 2 over, no good. Win light goes to Michael Pascal. Jeff Burns left side, dial 445, and Paul Mosley in the right, dial 475. $17 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Mosley, 10-pack, 006 dead 4, take 27 thou. As Burns, 23 and locked out, puts it 1 above, no good. Paul Mosley. To round 4. Joel Hubbard III, left side, dialed 453, and Tim Kelly, right side, dialed 454. Kelly is 9 thou red, Hubbard double 08. And puts it a thou under. Joe Hubbard to round 4, and that'll bring up BT left side, big BT that is, 479 the dial. Taking on Ty Farmer right side, dialed 456. BT whooped me silly last weekend at Montgomery. Last Sunday, 3rd round. I mean, I was even hanging out with him all weekend, and he just, I mean, whooped me like a redheaded stepchild. No offense to redhead stepchildren or redheaded stepchildren. But that's what he did to me, and you know, that's the only way I know how to express it. He's got him a win light right here. Farmer is big time red. Taylor, perfect. 1 above 6 to be 16 total. And he will collect, I think that might be his second Kyle Seipel 000 Hero Coin of the day for BT. Big BT to round 4. Bring up Kevin Burkett left side, dialed 480, and Dan Davies in the right, dialed 413. Thou separate them. Davies' car is just, oh my word. 22, 1 above, doesn't get it done though. Burkett, 13, take 4, nice lap there, puts him 1 above 6. So Kevin Burkett advances to round 4. Bring up Riley Learcamp left side. Dialed 471. We'll take on Joey Harrison right side, dialed 467. 400 head start to Learcamp left side. 10 thou separate them up front. Winlight Harrison 13, one above 8, 31 total gets the win as Learcamp 23 gets their first 20 to be 12 thou under. Had to take 8 thou or less, and the Winlight goes to Joey Harrison. Dustin Hintage's left side, dialed 490, will take on Todd Stevens in the right, dialed 467. Thou separate them up front, anybody's race. Winlight Stevens 19, dead zero, takes 24 thou as Hintages was 21 at the hit and locked out there, puts it 2 above, no good. Todd Stevens to round 4. Steve Law left side, dialed 470, and Michael George in the right, dialed 473. Thou separate them up front. This one's nasty. Winlight Law 10 and 2 thou under turns on the Winlight. George 2, take 11, and his Winlight does not come on. Puts it 5 thou under, no good, and Steve Law advances to round 4. So door cars, round 4 should be in the staging lanes. Door cars, round 4, you should be in the lanes. Looks like we're going to do a little touch up to the racing surface. And we'll be up and running here with round 4 in just a moment. All right, so I think this is our Brofix run for the heads right here. Benny Ulmer left side, who obviously had the best package in the door cars of the weekend. I believe he was 1 dead 1 earlier today. Taking on David Wright, who was 2 total himself. He was 2 dead 0 earlier today. Got himself a Fuel Factory cigar. So, you know, couple of 2-packs on the starting line right here. And we're going to see. The Brofix run for the heads winner will receive a set of SR20 heads from the great folks at Brofix. Thank you to our great friends at Brofix for doing that for us. All dragsters, round 4. All dragsters, round 4. We'll take you now. All dragsters, round 4. We need you to the lanes. Dragsters, round 4. Need you to the lanes. And 12 thou. Separate them up front. Win light Ulmer 008. 1 above 8. Take 14 thou. Right 20. And 2 above. No good. So congratulations to Benny Ulmer. He has won a set of SR20 heads from the great folks at Brofix. Congratulations to both racers for making it into this little shootout. But congratulations, Benny Ulmer, on your win of the Brofix heads. And again, we need all dragsters round 4. All dragsters round 4 need you now. So here we go, Goodyear, round 4, the door cars. Rolling forward. Danny Peary, left side, down 634, and Dallas Cherry, right side. Cherry gonna be dialed in at a 593 Riggins. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Brandon Michaels, you stop that. I can't say that. I can't say that